All right. So I need the chat to speak up for me. Say if I'm live. Say whatever's needed, so I know what's going on. Here we go. Hi there. I is back. Yeah, is it just a bunch of people that are here that are just not talkative, or I need every now and then you gotta realize on my side I'm just like, oh crap, it's not working. Hello. But it is working, I think. You're alive. Thank you, Kale. Okay. So we're doing this. Hey, Skull King. Okay. Hey, Mike Graham. Sweet Star, welcome. What's up, username taken? Geo Dark Star. Robert, I appreciate the love. Marco, Deadpool. Yep, 2.0. Amler. Alan, hey there. Simply Eskimo Majida. Hey Majida, welcome back. Hey Patrick Carrier. Mike L, what's going on? Cece, Michelle. Search the entire village for those dang keys. Yeah, well, I've kind of been on some of the same searches. D Roundtree, hey there. Angelica. Roger, what's going on? Good evening. Glad you like it, Elliot. Christopher Golnick. Oh, it's loud. Forgot how loud it was. I forgot that it abuses the eardrums. This game is abusive to the eardrums. I'm barely turning it down a little bit. Okay. So, where we last left off our intrepid adventurer, which is me. Hey Kale, hey Hammered Hobo. Hey Alyssa for a moment. Are you being trained tonight? Can't listen. Okay. True winner one, Mr. BHO. Good evening from the UK, Steven. Hey, if you want to really get my attention to say hi, Steven that spells name correctly, and anyone else who has a new shield because you might have been gifted one or whatnot, the darkness hey emoji puts navies on, and that catches my attention because, yeah, it's sometimes hard to differentiate to make sure I got it. Vamp Nemesis, what's going on? Assyriana, Johnny, thank you, RJJJR. That I really appreciate that. I could be feeling a lot worse. Matthew, how am I feeling? I mean, my leg buckled just trying to stand up for my son's computer. Interstellar finally got here because renting Interstellar would be like $4 to do it on, to just rent Interstellar. Buying Interstellar is $13. And you get the digital copy. And my son loves Interstellar because I found instead the Paramount Plus trial. Caveat being that I forgot to install like the drivers for like a USB Blu-ray player onto his computer. So I was just at his computer trying to get everything ready, and then I stood up and my knee wants to buckle again. It sucks. And I got the schnuffles. Hold on 1 second. I stood up for my son's computer. I got here. People, yeah, my son's favorite movie is Interstellar. I found out after I finished RE2. I wanted to see it be S rank, and I was blown away how smooth and how much work you put into those videos. You're very welcome, Sweet Star. It was more of a passion project than anything else. Those guides were just my notes, and I was encouraged to put my notes in my head on into a video. Am I doing okay? No, I'm in kidney stone. My guts are falling out. And another medical thing I don't want to talk about until it's confirmed or denied. No, my body hates me right now, but I'm surviving. Hey, Stephen, what's going on? Hold on. Let me be right back. I need nasal spray because otherwise I'll sound congested, because I am congested, and I don't even have water in here. I need to get a bottle of water. Don't go away though. The stream has started. Don't go away. back, people leave. No one better have left. I'm going to find people who left and be like, why? Why did you do this? Why would you leave just because I needed water and to make sure that my son's version of Interstellar is running on his computer. I didn't get the audio working properly because the free program to run it through really doesn't know how to turn 5.1 surround sound into headphones, and it wasn't playing like voice and everything. I just did like a lot of workarounds. Thank you, John Wheatley. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna let you in on a little known
really
secret of comedy.
appreciate that.
Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hashtag JT. Chaos Rants. Hello, the Johnny with the king chair. Yeah, my chair. Self-care first. I can say that all I want to. Here's the deal. My job doesn't give me paid leave or days off, or like I can't just bring a doctor's note or not. Yeah, I can try to say self-care, but I've had these problems started the day before Thanksgiving. So I've had enough time before I have to suck it up. But let's not stay on my medical issues too long, because every second of the day that I'm walking around with this cane because my right leg keeps going numb and burning and doesn't work randomly, reminds me of it. So I'll remember the second I stand up that I'm really, really hurting. But while I'm sitting down, I'm all right. Let's do this. So what we're gonna do? Now that my son's got it, have I been beating OG RE4? No. I actually have a really, really long stream up on my channel where anyone can go watch it. That is 12 hours, and YouTube cut off the last 2.5 hours. Where I kind of explained why a remake actually would be a very good idea for this game, because the game's kind of bipolar. So I have purposefully not been going back and replaying the original Resident Evil 4 on purpose, because I don't, as much as I keep referring to the original Resident Evil 4, it's not something like somebody in the comment section of the 4K version of this, me first seeing this game, did point out that I was saying don't compare things, and then I was saying shouldn't something be around the corner? It wasn't the original, and that's comparing. What I really, really meant by that is that, if your favorite section is left out of the game, it shouldn't ruin the entire experience. Like, we need to really get away from those kind of things. The remake shouldn't be an exact replica of the original, which means that there should be new things in there and old things. There's some old things that should be taken out. There are things that would make it a new experience. I nor anyone else should want a studio just to sit there and recreate something we already have. So I to try to make myself as least biased as possible when it comes out. I haven't been touching the OG Resident Evil 4. Not right now. My brother and I played plenty of Resident Evil 4 when we were young. But at first I didn't want to play a demo, but I'm glad I played it. Demo is very fun. So what we're doing right now with the demo is in the stream that was just like an hour and some change ago, I was trying to figure out a way for that TMP to come around. Because the TMP, okay, let's give a little previously on Resident Evil 4 demo. I was doing rounds to see if there was another way to make the TMP spawn without having to worry about, thank you, Michael. I'll unpause that. Your previous attempt didn't appear. Your attempt now appeared. It's totally there.
To buy one child, please.
One child from Michael. So I was testing ways to get the TMP to spawn, and instead now I'm going to drop that for right now. Thank you so much, Michael. I'm gonna drop the TMP because once you unlock it, it stays in your inventory the whole time. Now I know this. I did not know. I'm glad I streamed getting it. So now what I'm trying to do is I have already gotten 2 Salvadors to actually spawn, but my last attempt last stream, I did not get them both to spawn. And so I'm going to go in and try that. I think I might have to kill the first one really fast and then immediately go after the second. I thought there was another way to get 2 Salvadors to spawn. I don't remember. I swear I don't remember having to run really close to that door and then get the second one, because I know I've had 2 come on to me, and then someone, while I played the first demo, was like, I had 2 Salvadors, did anything happen? And I said, yeah. So I'm gonna try to like gun down the first one really fast and then run into where the shotgun is. Previous attempt was from her gifted subs. Oh crap. Well, I'd appreciate, and so would some people, for gifted subs. So, but we're gonna be beating this demo, and then we're gonna, as soon as I can figure out how to reliably make 2 chainsaw wielders come after me, because I don't want to just kill one. I think I can make the second one spawn after I can figure out how to make both Salvador spawn, because I was pretty sure I spawned the first one. All right, welcome back, BJ. I was pretty sure I spawned the first one, and then the other one came along when I went into the house. So I don't know if I go into the house and then go to the door. Like, I thought that's what happened. But we're going into the game over and over until we can reliably do that, and then I know how to force hard mode. So yeah, you're able to spawn too. I've accidentally run into that, and so have others. And then we're gonna go into Mad Chainsaw mode as soon as I can reliably spawn too, because I'm a sadist, and probably extreme difficulty is never gonna be extreme enough for me. And just, I forgot to prove it to people, just so I can, there's a way to force, oops, let's try that, no, I did it wrong. I was gonna show everybody that September 30th proof, but dadgummit, I have it written down. Hold on, let me find my notes. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay, hold on. The reason why I know doing this part is more important is I did the wrong way. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. And every time I can force Mad Chainsaw mode. So, and just to show people that's not a fluke, because I want people to know that when we get into it, it's not going to be a fluke. I can make it happen every single time. Let's just restart it so people can see. And let's make sure that I'm not an idiot. Let me pull the note right back up, because my dumb brain just decided to forget immediately. Yeah, okay. And twice in a row, what are the chances? It's because I can force the Mad Chainsaw mode. So when we get into this part, we can just do it as many times over and over and over as we want to. I need to get 2 Salvadors up first. So once I can reliably get 2 chainsaw wielding jerks coming after me, then we'll get into that. So let's just run. Thank you, Machine Killer.
How far could he have gone?
I don't necessarily want spoilers for how to spawn 2 chainsaw guys, because I made it happen once, and I do like the idea of figuring things out on my own. I will say that when I first streamed this, of the like 600 people that were in the chat and just saying a lot of things, when I did say, is there a way to force Mad Chainsaw mode, I actually took note of one that was different than the others. One person seemed to be different than everybody else. And I took note of that. And I thought that actually makes sense because of previous things they've done. So with that said, I took notes and I tried a few things after the stream. I tried something on the stream, and actually I did get it right on the stream. I did force it. And then the second one I think was, look, because I tried something else. And then I tried the other thing, and I know what I did wrong. So I thank you, Mr. BHO. And you're very welcome for the guide. So, it only makes sense that Leon knows a little bit of Spanish where he's going. You wouldn't send any kind of special operative into another country without some sort of knowledge of the language. I think he wants to get Mr. BHO. I want to talk about the social notice in this demo, and I seriously love it. Yeah. Yeah. As long as people don't like ruin the game for me with negativity or pester me in the ground for an everyman's guide. The guide, once again, is a passion thing I did. It literally is. Like, that was never meant to be a guide. My red notebook is just the notes that I'm used to doing from playing games from being a kid. I grew up with things like playing Solstice and Festus Quest and Xanadu, but also Zork, which is a text game where you need to make your own. I remember making my own maps on scientific paper. My notebook was scientific paper. I'm used to, when I play games like this, taking notes about, like, what did I do? How did I do it? Where did I find it? So I can, like, be better if I really like it. If people kind of put me in a corner where I just get really tired and burnt out really fast, then no, there's not going to be a guide for this. And if everyone kind of gives me a little space to breathe, then yeah, I can put my passion notes back into another one. But I need to be passionate about it. And people need to not bring negativity to my channel. Oh, I enjoy Elden Ring. I wish more people would have showed up for Elden Ring. Thank you, Justin Glenn. I appreciate that.
Smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
I appreciate that. I enjoy all From Software games. Are you kidding? All From Software. Ghost of Tsushima is right there. I want to get to that like almost immediately, but people really haven't been showing up for things like that. Soon I'm just gonna do it anyway. I've done challenge runs on Dark Souls 3 on this channel. I've done challenges of like doubling up enemies, and people just weren't showing up and supporting videos like that. Hey, Caleb. Sekiro. Yeah, I beat Sekiro. Is the original one still after me? Oh, okay. I was gonna check other rooms, but never mind. I was gonna check if anything else just magically appeared. It's the Woozle. Hey, Mary. All right. I gotta get the 2 Salvador spawning. So, by the way, yes, do have the TMP. Let me check one way of doing it, one potential way, and then see if that fails. Because the first thing I think of is actually maybe I got it backwards. Because on the stream we just did an hour and a half ago, hour and some more, even more change than that, I did the run to the gate like I thought it was. I thought I ran to the gate, and then when going for the house, the second one just was there. Part of me wants to just try out something really quick, which is running into the house and then going for the gate second. But I think it would just skip that. So I'm just going to run for it. Yes, the TMP is permanent once you have it. It's just there from then on out. So every run I do of this demo from here on out, the TMP will just be there. Hey. Stay quiet for me. Trying to figure out what it's like to be a little quiet. Oh, it's alright. Okay. I'm not. Why am I trying to be quiet? Oh, God. Did this whole thing to me again. Okay. Is it this instead? Because a chainsaw guy is there now.
Oh, nice.
Should have gotten this stuff downstairs, but I'm gonna, as quickly as possible, run for the other. Blink. So before the game can even tell what happened with this door. Come on. Ah. That's sad. Okay. Come on. So that doesn't, my initial reaction isn't correct. How do I gotta get 2 Salvadors. How did I get the TMP? That was spoiled for me. I don't know if in this stream I want to, last stream I said how. Because that was even spoiled for me. So I don't want people to just put spoilers in the thing. Because if you want to just find it on your own. But I will say the stream I just did. The first thing I did was grab the TMP. And I'm not going to do all the experimentation of like what I did. But yeah. Once you find it the first time, it's with you from then on out. What are my thoughts on the remake so far? My thoughts are the exact same. My thoughts have not changed one bit since Resident Evil 3 remake, when I talked at the very end credits about now I could see Resident Evil 4 remake actually being remade. Like, I could actually see Resident Evil 4 being remade. I said it literally at the end of my Resident Evil 3 remake playthrough. I think the first sentence out of my mouth while the credits were rolling was something about I can see Resident Evil 4 being remade finally. My opinions have not changed one iota since then. They've just been reinforced by how the game plays. I could see it back then. I see it now.
This is not good.
But other than that, for those watching, this is based on not the release version of the game. We're playing in the demo, the pre-release version of the game, basically the beta of it. So things can be different, including his face. Because for them to get out a demo version without putting out anything that they didn't want to put out, they already stated that this is by far, it's not even just like the idea of it's not the final product. It's the version that before the one that we're getting. So it's not, some things are by far going to be different. Might be small differences, but usually things that get tweaked at the end are environments, voice acting. So environmental things like any extras that you would interact with that would possibly trip a bug. I'm assuming what they did is that they took a beta version of this game and they made a demo out of that, because when you code a game and you code a lot of things in, there's a lot of things you wouldn't think about of being able to just stop the game short and stop it at the church. So the demo stops right at the church when he says that line and just puts up a screen and gives you a score. But it's got to score you on something, so it has to start you somewhere. But if you've already coded in everything, like, let's say the dog is actually still alive in the actual release game. The dog's alive, you release him from the trap like you do the original. That can set off, like, a bug in the game in a demo that you would put out. And if they figure that out, they're not going to release that. So, most likely what happened is that their working version of the game had bugs in it that if they tried to make a demo out of it, they couldn't. And so they rolled it back one version of the game, which was still quite playable that we're seeing right now, and saw that, you know, without coding in some extra things, they could actually start and stop it and give us a demo section without many changes to it. And then they didn't have to degrade their actual code for their actual final release, or change that, or accidentally get that confused, or wires crossed. And so they just gave us a segment of a pre-release version that didn't have everything in it. So that's a really fast explanation of why we'd be playing a beta version of the game, to give people hope on that Leon's scowl on his face is going to be softened up, and a few things would be different, and the dog might be alive. All those things. Yeah, I mean, triggering the dog might do something that we don't realize, like, or there might be another event, or I can think of several things they could do, and I could base it on the old Resident Evil 4, I could just base it on what we know now. But either way, several things that they could script in between here and getting there, that if it was scripted in, we could possibly break the demo. And by break the demo, I mean go out of bounds of the demo and start playing more of the game than they wanted you to. And they obviously don't want you to do that. So when you have to start chopping up code, that gets tricky. It's not so easy to just be like, oh, you just play this, and it's easy on paper. It's not easy in practice. GJD 8000. Oh, shut up with the Lemmy. The rain will be patched, yeah. Okay. Time for me to be really finicky over how to get a second Salvador, so that I can make hard mode really, really hard mode. Yeah, the rain is a day one patch. There's a few things that are a day one patch. We live in a time where there can be day one patches instead of just delaying the release. Man, is that does that date me? Does that make me sound really old? We have someone that knows me, that's met me IRL, and it says I don't look any different than like 18 years, 17, 15 years ago, whatever, somewhere in between there. Hey, Pirate Kitty. If anyone else I didn't say hi to, I'm sorry I didn't say hi. Hey, Blue Moon, I'm glad you found it. Mod deleted it. Please get ammo. I have been searching for things to get. If I miss something, I'm going to continue searching, but I know I miss things. Don't worry. It drives me nuts too. I'm sure some people have watched and just been like, but that's what I was doing last stream, trying to find more stuff. Because I felt like I was missing... Dude, where are you? I felt like I was missing stuff. I was trying to find stuff. Hey. I want a roundhouse kick. No. Whoa. Hi. Woo! Yeah, I'm not risking it this time. Whoa! Whoa! Christopher Days. Oh my God. Okay. Hey, Adrian Kitty. Yeah, if I'm passing something that you know about, hey, the TMP was already spoiled for me. So I already have one extra, like I have 50 rounds of something. So if you're being like, something was, I wouldn't have had the TMP without people already trying to backseat game in my comment section. Don't worry about it. I got enough stuffs. I'll break down the demo even more, but I promise you, I got enough stuffs. Do I feel the game feels sluggish? No. I mean, do I feel chat's my locator? No, I'll actually address something that was in my own comment section as well. Okay, you see this? Somebody said for Leon being trained that he should actually be, like, they didn't like the idea of when you aim. The reticle, it takes so long to close. If you strafe, it doesn't close that. But, like, I've even noticed it takes longer to close, and you move at all, and you lose it. So you can't even just walk slowly. It takes a long while. One, that's probably going to be pistol to pistol. This is supposed to be the MUP, I think. MUP. Taking the basic design of the MUP, they carefully chosen, whatever. So this is actually Ruger's. I know that it's actually based off of Ruger's 9mm. There are a few things that people have already criticized that I actually think are good. So ask me to go down to a shooting range. Ask me with a pistol to hit an 8-inch gong 100 yards away. Yeah, if I'm used to the firearm, I can ding it with every round in the mag. That's not hard, and I don't need a rest to do it. Ask me standing to ding at 200 yards, 400 yards with a rifle. Yeah, I can do that at the range. And someone was like, he's so trained, it felt so frustrating that, like, the intuitiveness of, like, using the pistol. And the first thing I thought of is look at things like this. One, for once, he doesn't extend all the way when it gets closer. You see that? He actually changes his grip to be the proper grip inside. And second, in some instances where you shouldn't be aiming dead on, where you actually need to be driving the pistol to have a better frame to set up on, he's actually putting the pistol sideways at the appropriate points. And no, it's not gangster style. It's where you have to drive your pistol so that you're managing recoil, managing your space. Sometimes when you go to present a pistol, you don't have enough room, or you need to fire off shots while doing so. He's doing a lot of things. And then, like I said, I could do 100 yards at a range, and that's not me just bragging. That's called practice and training and effort, and actually not just being a keyboard warrior and thinking that I know what I'm doing. I'm actually trained, and I used to compete with firearms all the way from starting with at age, what, 14, 15? I was competing. I actually used 1996 Wolf Creek, I believe, is where they did the shooting part of the competition for the Olympics in Atlanta. I trained there. So that was the beginning of it. I know how to shoot properly with a good platform and to do it long range. I also know what it's like to combat and be in a situation. They were complaining that he shouldn't be so shaky and it felt weird and it didn't feel right. Okay, when it's a two-way shooting range, this feels right. I know it can feel like annoying. I know it can feel not right that his hand is wavering, but when your adrenaline's pumping and it's not just dinging a gong, when it's not just training, when you know that your training partner isn't going to stop short before they slit your throat, when it's actually you gonna die, this pistol is 15 yards or closer. It is never a long-range weapon. I'm sorry, but that is fantasy bull that you need to put out the 15 yards or closer. That is how a pistol is supposed to be used. Otherwise, your pistol is like your secondary, if not your tertiary weapon. You should be having other weapon systems. It's kind of like people thinking like a sword, a short sword, or a katana or a tachi. Any of those were actually a primary weapon, and they're dead wrong. Your primary weapon was always going to be a pole arm or a bow and arrow. You don't want someone to get close enough to use a sword. That is your fucked weapon, to just be blunt. That's what it is. A pistol, if you're going down to your secondary, like anything, if you can run a rifle, and you're down to your pistol, and obviously he's in plain clothes, he's trying not to grab attention, but he's got a leg holster, so it's appropriate. He's appropriately dressed for the situation, and now it's just kind of like shit hit the fan type deal. This feels realistic, and he doesn't feel sluggish to me. I think it's just Jill felt faster at first, because Jill was being the nimbly tumbly bumbly like gymnast in 3 remake, and I think people are taking like that impression. But this feels like a good pace. It feels like he's stopping. I could see them tightening that a little bit, because I can see like the turn mechanism. I can tell that's gonna be one of the things that's a little bit tightened. The key binding for it being a little bit more synchronized. because this isn't perfect every time, and I can tell this was I just didn't do it, but I hit the same keys, or rather, I'm playing on PC, but I'm using a controller. I can tell that can be tightened, but he doesn't feel sluggish. He just feels like feels like I'm actually controlling a human being. Like, that's my take on it. This feels like actually controlling a real human with real emotions and really actually fighting for his life, and really shouldn't be depending on this, but he's really in a bind, and so he's really just doing what he can with the rifle he did not bring and the pistol he did bring. To put in real perspective, you aren't in any, doesn't matter what branch of the military. Anyone who's a vet, go ahead, you can please stand up and also vouch. Anyone who's ever had to actually have a life or death training, yeah, and actually used it, not just trained for it. Anyone who's done anything other than target shooting, you know, basically where Leon's standing to this door can still be a stretch. Like, this can be a stretch to hit that. You see this pad, like this whole, this log, that's about this is about an 8-inch plate. This is about, I'd say this wooden plank is about the size of a head. I'd say that. This, in a real combat situation, so what is this? If we assume Leon to be just right below 6 feet tall, that'd be, what? We're working with, let's just say that is 2, 4, 5, 6, let's say that's 6 yards out. Let's say the 6 yards out. 6 yards could be a stretch. It's a clear shot that you could take with that you're going to be well trained for. But if I had to just, back up a little more, in a life or death situation with actual enemies assaulting me with melee weapons like a knife, which is much more dangerous when you're within 12 feet of somebody, 15 feet of someone, that knife is actually going to be more dangerous than the pistol 9 times out of 10 if you actually have to draw your pistol. So this is a tricky shot. This is an actual tricky shot to make. And I don't think enough people really respect the developers if they're commenting on that right now, for actually putting Leon as a real person that is real training. And this would still be a trick if we're assuming this is a head and this is the kill zone, and the kill zone is the nose to the chin, because that actually takes out the hindbrain. Most people think go for the brain. No, there's an actual zone that people are trained for, and it's about here, not here. But you think of all that, you don't ever take that shot in the first place at this distance. You're probably going for the body. You want this, just anything. You're putting rounds until they're getting closer. Like, that's like, it's, and at this distance, yes, I'm glad he has the knife. At this distance, he should be well trained with a knife. That Krauser fight from the original, oh, that's real. That Krauser fight from the original, if he went to pull his pistol and didn't have a good way to pull the pistol while he's fighting with a knife, he'd be a moron. Because one thing they do train you is, if you can avoid it, never use a knife in a fight like this. They always mention that for a reason. You never know the training that the people you're fighting get. You might have trained for 6 years in hand-to-hand combat, and the person that you, in a life and death situation, come up against might have been training for 10, 12, 15, since the day they were born. That they got to 6 years old. They're 13 years old and they're Israel, and they have a Galil in their closet, and they've been trained since that and forced to serve in the Israeli army, because that's what happens over there. Like, you don't know their training. So Leon might be good, and one of these people could be better than him, and he'd lose that fight. So this is realistic. He's realistically pulling that out. Realistically gonna get swarmed. Realistically, you don't want to face a lot of people with a secondary weapon. Realistically, you want to, like, run for your life like they force you to do in this village. Like, I'm gonna get better at the game to try to subvert all of that and not deal with any of it. But realistically, I've seen a few critiques that are not warranted. He shouldn't be the fastest man alive. He shouldn't be some like overly everythinged. He shouldn't be anything than an actual human being that would actually be in this situation. That would actually be whatever. Is this similar to the close quarters combat in Metal Gear? Can't comment on that. I've only played Metal Gear Solid 1. So body head is how we train. Yeah. You're, for that exact reason, that you're putting shots in the body when it comes to a pistol. because you are not doing the whole going for a crit for a headshot. I think that's what people get frustrated for. Like his weapon's too shaky to get a guaranteed headshot, but you're just not doing that. You're just not. That's not how it works. That's not how you're doing it. You're putting rounds in the body on purpose, because in that situation, basically, you're counting. And this is, I'm sorry if this is too much detail, but this game is already graphic enough. The reality is you're putting enough rounds in them, so hopefully you're making them bleed out in 10 seconds or enough that they start losing coordination and they drop. You're actually not ever looking for a kill shot where you drop them dead in their tracks. If in a real life and death situation, anyone who's on any kind of hyped up drug, anyone who's adrenaline who's higher than yours, basically adrenaline can be against you for or against. It can make you bleed out faster. But many times you're putting in shots in someone, not because you're making them drop. And if you get a lucky shot, they do drop like a sack of potatoes. They don't blow back like in movies. They just drop to the ground. And any momentum they have drops with them. And that's all that hits the ground. But most of the time you're putting shots in an actual person so they can bleed out. And you got about 10 seconds. So just because you shot someone does not mean they're finished being a threat. That's why you put in a lot of rounds. You're trying to get a lot of blood loss, a lot of blood pressure gone, so that the threat's actually gone. They put a lot of realism into this game already, that the villagers aren't just going down easy. And shockingly enough, this might be one last fact before I get into this, just trying to figure out how Salvador works. Headshots aren't always lethal. Sorry, but if you shoot someone near the face and you go for the kill zone, when we talk about the kill zone, we're actually talking about sniper training. It's not usually training unless also Marines, where they talk about that usually in a classroom setting, and then they take it out onto the paper, the 200, whatever. You can take it out onto the line. You can take a few other things, and it might be an SOI. You might hear about that. Other branches I can't speak for, don't know, haven't been through their training. But usually this is called for snipers. When you're talking about pistols, you can blow a cheek out. Like... And you can feel what's a perfect shot, and a last twitch move from them means the reason you put the body shots in them is because, they survive that. They survive an ear coming off because you're not fast. They survive, and there's even just under a 10% chance that they survive the initial headshot, breaking the cranium, that they can actually still attack you. So people have very bad conceptions of what happens with weapons, and I think my comment section enlighten me to most people don't know that this game feels better than a lot of other games. This game feels, if you're doing a survival horror game, it should feel like your protagonist is human. You should feel like you don't have perfect precision. You're not Solid Snake. You weren't engineered to be that way, basically. And I know he got the worst genes, whatever, of boss, whatever. I don't fucking care. That's not the point. Is that when you're doing a survival game, it should lean toward more realistic, simply for the point of then it means your neck is on the line even more, and it feels you can feel the frustration of you can't pull off the perfect shot, but technically you're just trying to survive. You're just trying to survive, and then I'm gonna tear apart the game and start getting headshots all over the place, and I'll put up a guide and people will criticize me for getting so many crits and not follow the guide because they think it's bull after that. Whatever.
We would like to buy one, child,
but anyway,
please.
this is the beginning. Happy to talk about proper weapon use in the game and how Leon is different from Jill and RE3. Yeah, Smooth. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I missed that in 7 minutes. So let's actually figure out Salvador. But Leon's already handled this weapon several times. That actually made me happy. And thank you, Mike L. Mike L just gifting 5 memberships. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the family. Justin, Nicholas, Flakes, Will the Wise, and Night Stalker. I appreciate Mike L and 5 people. Welcome to the family. It's a gift of membership, but you now have a shield. You have all the emotes. And that shield is what it gets stronger over the time. If you keep that membership, that shield gets stronger. Protect yourself, protect the family. Thank you so much, Mike L. I appreciate that. And Leon, you have to remember also in the whole lore of this, Jill was also a super cop. She's trained by STARS, but she's basically they're all trained as test subjects basically for Wesker's experiments of who can survive their tests. In essence, Stars was made to be expendable, but you know, if you really break it down, the ones your protagonist, Jill's the one with the second most training that you can play as. Chris is the ex-Air Force kicked out. I don't think it was a dishonorable discharge, but Chris has the most training of anyone that's a Stars member. Jill is basically just this acrobatic. They just made her into that. They've played it up on Resident Evil 5. They've done a lot of things. Oh God. Okay, well, they heard me. No. Okay, 2 Salvador. Nope. And see, he presented sideways because presenting forward would have been bad. Presented the weapon sideways. Okay, is this? Just trying to figure out how to make 2 Salvador spawn. Ow. Okay. Ah. I think I'm doing it wrong immediately. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, he's not supposed to be there. Will that give me my second Salvador? How did I get a second Salvador? Chris got kicked out for stupid reasons. I never remember his reasoning for. I didn't think it was. Oh, I think I just saw pistol ammo. Hold on. First aid. Yeah, there's more pistol ammo back there. So I get my other Salvador now? I feel like I'm talking about Salvador Dali every time I go on and talk about this. Yes! Yes! Oh, shotgun rounds.
Let's see you climb this.
I need to be down there. Ow. I might be screwed. Okay. Mo, I survived. Do I have 2 Salvadors? Ugh! Come on! No! Ow. Oh. I'm gonna have to start looking at my own gameplay. I can do that on the other computer. That would just be annoying to have to look at my own gameplay. How did I get 2 Salvadors? I might have to go check it because I don't want to bore you guys, but we can just chill while I'm finding things out. It doesn't have to be a constant thing. Oh, I didn't try killing the 1 Salvador and then trying the other, did I? See if I can. No. Stop it. Uh-oh. At least I know where they all are. I didn't try to kill the first Salvador first.
Here you go. Are you feeling this?
Good question. Are they feeling this? Can you feel the shotgun to face? I have not checked all the places I can. I need to work on that. I have not checked for all items. I'm curious if that key exists.
You gotta be kidding me.
Maybe I don't walk up to the door and I can get a second one. Okay. Oh God, come on.
Finally.
All right. The one Salvador is down. Oh, them working together. Oh my god, did I die to her finally? She's tried killing me so many times. She wants me dead. I do like that they gang up on you. I don't like it right now. No. I mean, I definitely don't like it this very second. I'm very against the idea of being able to gang up on me at this very moment. But usually I like it. You know what? I only got the one to show up again. Sure. It's Madonna. What's going on? Dadgummit. All right. I need 2 Salvadors. I saw Saved by the Bell. I need 2 Salvadors. How did I do it? I might have to go look up my own gameplay. I'll give myself a blind 2 more attempts before I turn to that computer and look up what I did to spawn 2 Salvadors. Because I don't want to have to scrub through and like look step for step and like bore the holy crap out of you guys. But like, I did spawn 2. It wasn't me playing hard mode, was it? Should I try to get there in hard mode? Thank you so much, Resident Evil 6. I don't know what that means. What is that? Wait, what is that currency? I don't know that. I don't know that currency. I can do a run of hard mode and see if I can make the 2 Salvadors come for that one, and do a quick run to show people I'm totally doing, you know, what I said I was gonna do. What is it? Nope, it's always in the wrong menu. Okay, yeah, there we go. So I can do a run of Mad Chainsaw. See if my 2 Salvadors. That's Chilean pesos. Well, I appreciate that
September 30th,
so much. I really do.
It's a day I'll never.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hashtag Resident Evil 6. In all caps, though. All right. But I'm afraid I'll be able to beat this. I'm afraid I'll be able to beat this without 2 Salvadors. So let me. My first run into it. Let's see if I can't. Again, spawn 2 Salvadors, even if it puts me in a bad place. Angelica, I was thinking about replaying the original, but once again, I'm trying to make it so I don't like. It's not me lecturing you. You know, you do what you'd like to do. Absolutely. If you want to play the original, you should enjoy it. If you bought the original, you bought the game because you liked it, go and enjoy the original and then enjoy this game. I'm trying to avoid it myself so I don't have preconceived notions of what I believe the remake should be. So I'm letting the original just kind of go into the recesses of my brain where it can be cataloged, and the only thing I'm thinking of is God, please don't let there be a lava room.
Not good.
Please either make the lava room make sense or get rid of it, please, for my sanity. That lava room, please no. Why lava? Why is it there? Why is there a lava room? Like, please get rid of the lava room. But maybe it's because the game lavas me. Oh my god, it's the only thing really my brain will fixate on right now when it comes to all that. Freaking lava room. I just thought of something. I did all of my tests to get the TMP. Oh, I don't know if I want to do this right now. I did all of my tests to get the TMP before I went up these stairs. How long can I actually hold on to my weapons, and could I keep them and get another fresh TMP in the well? Like, could I actually get a fresh TMP? Okay, well, that will come later. That'll come later. That's not now. That's not a now problem. We'll figure that out.
No fucking way. This just keeps getting worse.
Because I used up the TMP almost in its now it's in its entirety in this first engagement. Are you? Oh, no, 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 no! All that work. No, I can't leave them like that. I screwed up. I wanted to get out of here hitless. Nope. You know what? No better time than the present to try what I was thinking. Since I just destroyed my knife and ran out of ammunition, let's go ahead and test that theory, shall we? How late into this run can I... Yeah, let's go ahead and test that, given that I just screwed that up. How late into this can I unlock the well? Because I just used up all my munitions. So... Alright, let's do the first test as still me not picking up anything on the way. Still just gonna run for it. Still not gonna pick anything up on the way. First test is just I used up everything there. So let me just pick up nothing on the way and drop it before I enter that door and see what happens. So I'm not gonna pick up anything because I'm afraid that'll actually screw it up. I don't know for sure how the prereqs work. But okay, so this is close enough. Let's see if it still opens up, because that would be really nice, because I used up everything to get here. All right, so I'm opening the doors and I don't have anything left to my name. So I am super screwed if this does not work. Oh, it's open. It's open. It is open. Okay. Give me another TMP that's fresh, please. I need it, need it, need it, need it, need it, need it. Thank you. Thank you. Needed. Thank you. Needed. Thank you. Needed. Thank you. Needed. Thank you. Ooh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Let me up the ladder. Whoa. All right. So I used up my mute. Oh, I meant to go at the gate. Meant to go at the gate. Whoops.
It's my lucky day.
Now I'm gonna... Okay, I don't know if I can trip a second Salvador.
Oh, nice. Let's see you climb this.
Alright, so what am I working with now? I don't have the flashbang like usual, but I've got the TMP, 120 rounds, and the shotgun. So I just gotta survive the onslaughts with that, right? Shouldn't be a big deal. It just turned into a bigger deal. Just turned into a much bigger deal. The deal here's the deal. Oh crap. Should I risk it? 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 Should I risk it?
Bill me for the repairs later.
Oh god! Please! Let me... Oh, there is a guy with a chainsaw right behind me. Alright, let's not get attacked literally as I say it. Chickens! They can outrun me, can't they? I hear everyone behind me and they're outrunning me. They really are. Like by a staggering margin. Oh, no, 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 no. Whoa. I'm just gonna... No! They can knock you off of that. Just learn that. We're learning things. We're learning things. Oh, no, I broke the knife. I can't survive a chainsaw. I feel where people are saying are sluggish right there, but, I mean, he just recovered his strength. Oh, okay. Okay. Give me a break. Give me a break. Are you... Oh. 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 I have never... So, that's a new death. I didn't know that they could just do the pokies. Do the hokey pokey. They're making up for Brad not getting his face shoved with Nemesis tentacle. They're making up for that. Okay. Now that I'm not panicking, let me go back into it. Oh.
September 30th.
Okay. Oh. And I'm still over here being like, I want 2 Salvadors because I want a challenge. Leon's dead with a hole in the face.
How far could he have gone?
If I just ran, that mode might not be... Because last stream I tried that mode and I got out of the basement just fine. I didn't think about dropping the TMP and everything before. I ran out of the basement, everything was fine. And then I died a real dumb death right about when the bell should ring. How did I... I'm giving it one more fair shot before I look at my own game footage. How did I get 2 Salvadors to spawn? I want 2 of them. I want to feel panicked.
This is not good.
Some people think that their panic attacks them, if you will. This time I'm going to kill the first Salvador through the gate and then go through, barricade that door and see if it gives me a second Salvador. Because we'll see.
What was that?
Hey, come here.
No fucking way.
We're friends. I can juke the one. I hope they move that fast in the normal mode that comes up. Or, I mean, in the harder modes that come up. Whee! Just run. We're killing us a Salvador immediately and seeing if a second one comes along. Let's see if we can do 2 Salvadors, and then go into Mad Chainsaw mode, where we will live for a while until we beat it with 2 Salvadors in play. I would like to beat Mad Chainsaw mode and 2 Salvadors. How do I get that second Salvador to spawn? I am obsessed with it now. It's not good to be obsessive, but you can't dangle. A good challenge built into the game is like dangling the carrot in front of a horse. Like, I'm gonna go toward it. We know this. We know this about me. I like me a challenge. I like challenges that are built in. That's why Resident Evil 7 Ethan Must Die is probably my favorite game mode, because it is a built-in randomizer that's a challenge every time. And congrats to the person who has a world record. I will take it back in due time for how many times beaten in a row. I will take it back. It will happen. Boom. You got the kickies. Hey. Nope, he's mutating. Give me your crotch candy. Thank you. All right. Oh, wait, the original game had things in trees. I haven't checked enough of the environment. I just remembered if they wanted to put things up high, I haven't actually looked up in this game at all, really, have I? That's fine. It's not comparing, it's just trying to use previous knowledge to maybe find goodies. Well, oh well. And let's get this guy in a... Yeah, look, it's crotch candy. Look how they drop it. It's like Dark Souls, where it's a bunch of butt plugs that you're just collecting, I guess. You get their butt candy. This is, I think I saw it more towards. Yeah, see, well, I guess it's not exactly belly button candy. Oh, that's somewhere between the belly button and crotchular region. But it's not butt candy like Dark Souls and Dark Souls 3 and all that jazz. And because every enemy spawns their goodies out their backside, especially if they're leaning over a ledge. They're just gonna be pooping out all the best stuff. I eat trinkets like you for breakfast, literally. Yeah, pelvis candy. It makes me think that all of them got hip replacements, and I'm just like taking their hip for my own personal gain. I don't care. Just like I can make some. Ooh, there's ammunition there this time. I can make some good use out of this. Melt their hip down. Make a few more rounds. No, are you, woman? Hold on.
Bill me for the repairs later.
Oh, they blocked that off. I don't have what I need yet. Okay. Here we go. I haven't checked that one house still. I've been running for my life. All right, let's kill this Salvador like super fast. And then run into the house and see if we get a second Salvador. Okay. First Salvador. What's going on?
Feeling this?
Ah! No! Did they really just hold me down? I didn't even have a chance. They held me down. What? Okay. My plan of getting 2 Salvadors feels like it's going. Oh, there's a checkpoint? I guess in normal mode there's a checkpoint. That's my first time dying to normal, so I didn't know there's a checkpoint. Okay. So there's a checkpoint if you play in normal. It's good to know. Are you a red herring or are you something I need to find? Hold on. Oh, I got plenty of recording hard drive space over there left. I was okay. Okay. Your key. I think there's a way to actually get into that. I don't think that doesn't look like the normal red herring. It just doesn't come off to me that way. Before it was red herrings that were like items that people didn't know what to do with, and this instead is just a keyhole just waiting. And part of me just has this gut instinct of it is solvable to open that drawer. I just don't know what I need to, like, part of me wants to be like, do I need to rack up a kill count high enough? Do I need to, like, is it something that comes into my inventory if I like get like what's the score? I keep getting a good score. How do I get an even higher score? I keep looking for ways to get a high score, partly for that reason. Is there no way to get around this guy? Is he just staring the whole time? Yeah, he is. That guy is just being a total douche stick. It might be a MacGuffin. It might be.
Here we go.
All right.
Feeling this?
Nope. Uh-oh. Feel like I've been here before.
For you.
And you can't you them. Did I have a chance to actually? No. No. Oh God, no. Don't you do that to me. Okay. Hold on. We need to kill this Salvador. Listen, guys, we need to kill this Salvador. Oh, there isn't a door right here. I just keep running panicked enough. So this Salvador needs to die. All right. I feel more confident now that and so I'm gonna probably should talk to Salvador now. Come at me, bro. Where are you? Oh, he's right there. Why are you right there? Oh God. Well. No. Lots of no. Salvador, I gotta kill you. Ow. Manu. Salvador. Salvador. Oh, he's dead. Now Salvador is dead. Okay, do we get another Salvador? All right, come on. There's another Salvador coming through. Absolutely a second Salvador is there. But that can't be the way I got him the first time.
You could be kidding me.
That can't be the way I got it the first time.
It's my lucky day.
I distinctly remember not killing the first Salvador. Distinctly remember you do not have to kill the first Salvador. I gotta check my own footage here in a few. Because I won't let that stand. You do not need to kill the first one. I got it without that. I know in my own game footage, I got it without needing to kill the first Salvador.
see you climb this.
All right, second Salvador. Here we go. Second Salvador. Come here, I need to kill you. Second Salvador. Second Salvador. Come here, come here. Where are you? Did I already use the grenade? I did not. Second Salvador. Rush me. Okay, here we go. Come here.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah! No, 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 random woman. Second Salvador. Hey. Second Salvador. We gotta talk about your car's extended warranty. Come on, Salvador. Listen, listen. Ow. No, 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 no! No! His chains were being downed! It was wasted on you fools! Do you know what you've cost me? Do you know what you've cost me? I step you on your neck for this. No! Do you know what you've done? Where is he? No! No, 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 the bell's ringing. Second Salvador. Die. Die, please. Huh? No! Good God! Come on! I want to kill 2 Salvadors! It's gotta be extremely hard. Maybe I should just start with downing the 1 Salvador. Alright. Do I want to know an easier way? No, I don't want to know an easier way. I don't want any backseat gaming. Alright. But I'm thinking hard in my head how to try to kill him. Because he staggers. And he warps places like he's Jason Voorhees. Okay. It's fine. We've seen that before. Alright. Let's go for harder mode. Let's do a run and actually live through it. Hey, Steve Shore. Have to air out the office, and I actually have to get up and get my son in bed very, very soon. Actually, let me make sure that he's actually in pajamas. Okay, he's putting on pajamas now. Okay. Oh. Everyone, I'm getting mad chainsaw mode up, but it's bugging me to hit an ad. Whatever, YouTube. It gets this blue button thing, and it's just like, play it. Why don't you? Just play the thing. All right, YouTube. Everyone's got to make theirs, I guess. All right. So we want to start off. Adj? 2019? Oh yeah, you're correct on that. He couldn't teleport. Yeah, so many people have done breakdowns of if he could even teleport. I think even Movie Theory did a breakdown and if he actually was teleporting, and the answer was no. If basically every time he went off camera, you could show how he wasn't teleporting. Like, I know that.
How far could he have gone?
So, hey, Paul Goldner, I see a familiar face. share how I do it. I know how to do it on PC with a controller, or I guess it would translate to an Xbox. So a lot of people were yesterday spamming a bunch of baloney.
Anyone home?
One person actually said something that was true of how to unlock it. All right, I just need to get out of here, possibly with. I don't want to put myself with the TMP and shotgun and no flashbang. I do get a grenade. How do I get out of this beginning part? Like my brain is just racked over how to get out of this beginning part. How do I run them? Michael, Konami, that's close to the Konami code. It's not the Konami code for anyone that needs to know. Or a version of the Konami code. Is that the original one? Okay, this. Can I by chance get past these two goons? Okay, how do I want to do this? See, I get the TMP and like 100 some rounds of ammo. Is it worth not being able to get any of the handgun ammunition? It might be. It might be worth it to just go ahead and possibly try to.
No fucking way. It just keeps getting worse.
Yeah, you already used up all your stumbles. Wait, don't catch up to me. All right. Yeah, I've tried wasting their sprint and walking by before on this mode. I can come back to that tactic later. This is why I say no backseat game, because I failed at that. I've twice in this mode just died in the basement. The first time I played this, like when I know everyone sees the 4K video that I posted, but in that same playlist of the new RE4 remake playlist I made, there's the live stream, and when I tried that tactic and I failed. Oh, I picked stuff up. I picked stuff up. No. Actually, that begs a really interesting question. I pick stuff up. However, if I drop it all before the door, do I still get the well undone? That's an interesting question. I picked stuff up on accident. Interesting question. Let's go test it. I like testing things. I like knowing new things. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak as Leon. Alright. Interesting question is posed to my brain. I pick things up. Supposedly, you can't pick anything up. But I'm going to see if I can call bull on that. And see if it's just checking your inventory right before you enter. And I don't know what it's checking for, but I know that in our earlier videos, getting rid of everything could do it. So, oh yeah, I can't go that way. Just now need a weapon. Haha! Yes. You can pick things up just fine. And you can drop them as long as you drop stuff right before you come in. Which begs the question of, what do you have to drop? Can you bring in things that you picked up? Does anything translate? No, 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 no. All right. Cow moo moo cow. Okay. Okay, don't follow me now. I'm triggering Salvador now with the shotgun. I want to kill cracked out Salvador. So let me get the shotgun. All right, cracked out Salvador. I'm coming. I'm preparing myself.
Oh, nice.
Preparing my fangs. Because I know I'm about to take it.
Let's see you climb this. Oh, sorry.
No. Wait. Which weapon do I have equipped? Yeah. Oh, God. Oh. He was that fast? He must have jumped through the window. Oh, come on. Good God, dude. I'm okay. Try to run it back. Run it back. I didn't mean for that, but good God. All right. I guess I gotta prove myself and beat this once. But
September 30th,
but I can just run away from them. I don't want to beat it that way. I don't want to beat it running. I want to beat it with killing Salvador, and then I want to try to beat it with killing 2 Salvadors. I know there's no requirement to do so, but I want it. I want to do it anyway. That's how I make games fun for me.
Could he have gone?
That was a horrible chain of events. Mike L. Nice dad joke. Whee!
Anyone home?
I saw instant transmission. Yeah, he went Goku style. He was a boop.
This is not good.
And he was at me. All right. I guess I'm just gonna keep running it a safe way, which is just doing it like this and wasting these 2 and then run by the 3rd.
What was that?
Because I don't know.
Oh, no fucking way. This just keeps getting worse.
Whoa, hey. They really don't like this table. I don't know how to force it, though. I know how to get away from that. Okay. I should figure out that beginning part better, but if I'm just going to go downstairs and get the TMP, I'm fine. Yeah, I'll unlock the well again. For super duper Salvador. I see some channel members and some people putting up things like hint. I haven't been reading chat because of that. I don't. I even if it takes me. For those who aren't as used to my channel or used to my live streams, let me give you perspective. Ludwig, a boss in Bloodborne. I died to him over 250 times, and it took me 3 live streams, each one the length of about, what, 3 to 6 hours to beat him once. Because I refuse to look up any, like, hints. I refuse to get any help. I want to figure out the fight. And I actually really enjoy losing and then learning and then using it. And over 250 times. If you guys would ever if you guys joined because you like the Everyman's Guide, and you would like one for Resident Evil 4, how do you think they get made? Do you think they get made because I took other people's advice? Do you think that guide came about because I saw any other person ever play the game? Here's a tip. I have made a promise. Welcome to the family, Christopher Days. Nice name. I made a promise. Welcome back, actually. That's the one shit. I made a promise a long time ago to everyone here. If I ever saw anyone else ever play Resident Evil 2 or 3 Remake, ever, for any reason, if I ever saw them play it, I would never touch the games again. Never try again. Never do it again. Hey, what's up, Raz? Who were you before you, Christopher Days? That face looks familiar. I also made that promise with Resident Evil 7 and 8. So I have, whether other people use my tactics, whether it looks like I use other people's tactics, whatever you think you saw in the guide, I made that guide like a month after the game came out. I used mine. So I use my process of elimination to try to save ammunition for like G1 Birkin. Other people say that people knife the Birkins. I figured that out on my own. I never knew anyone else would think of knifing them. I just know that the games are meant to be able to be beaten knife only. So my initial thought was there's got to be a way to beat him with the knife. And so I have in my red notebook that I made notes in, just like I was able to do enough knife, and then but I had to use a grenade, flashbang, this many shotgun rounds, this many handgun rounds. Like I had to do over and over and over. And then as I got better, I crossed off the list like each weapon that I didn't need to use until I made it into what you see in the guide, which I think is 2 flashbangs or 1 flashbang and a grenade. I don't remember. But if you want me to be able to do another guide that might have brought you to the channel, do not give me hints on how to play. Because I do not learn by anyone else's technique. In the guide, you saw 100%, never seen anyone else play Resident Evil 2 Remake the way I play it. And that is still true today. I've still, whenever needing to check anything, I have one of my mods or somebody else that's one of the Discord mods, somebody else that I can reach out to that can watch any video. If there's anything I need to check for that could possibly have Resident Evil footage in it, I have somebody else check it for me if there's any reason why it needs to be seen. I do not watch gameplay. I still, to this day, have never seen, never, ever, ever, one other person play it, anyone else's tactics, anyone else's methods, never. I've never seen somebody else play it. So, if you want a guide, you want me to make a guide one day, don't backseat game, because I don't want to have to explain this over and over and over. I figure things out on my own. How many notebooks? Just one bigger notebook. Just, I don't know, what's... One, where did the notebook go? Where did the notebook go? Where did the notebook go? Because I just showed it on camera, which means I put it out of place. Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Here's a rule of thumb. If you haven't beaten RE3 Remake Knife Only Inferno, don't tell him how to play. GJD is spitting some facts. I was first ever in this, on the YouTubes, if not the world, to ever prove you could beat Resident Evil 3 on its hardest difficulty, knife only. I was the first to ever do it. And other people have credited me in their speedruns, in their tactics, their guides for doing things, because I didn't, like, piggyback off of anyone else. How much did it take me? This is a standard notebook. How many pages? How many pages do college ruled notebooks usually come in? I don't know. This isn't College World. This is a scientific paper, though. And my notes for the game, for Resident Evil 2 Remake, they're not big. Oh, I put a paperclip. So my paperclips are different games and everything. It's just that. I mean, they're chock full. Every single page is just like a lot. There's lots of double spread page information of just, this is just to start the game. Just, you booted up Resident Evil 2 Remake and you're just going to start playing it randomly. This is just to start the game, my notes. And then it just goes on. And for anyone who's wondering how, and Resident Evil 2 is a short game. Thank you, Vampness, for gifting 5 stars. That's Gabriel, Aiden. I'm pooping right now. Ruben and Frankie, welcome to the family. Thank you so much, Vampness Nemesis. I appreciate that. That's... Ooh. Since I don't want to flip through every single page, that was 12 pages flipping through. I didn't even get halfway, blah, blah, blah. I'd say this is about 50 pages worth of notes of me writing down things and then consolidating. I even have, if it shows you how much I don't watch other people, the second I actually solved in Claire A, the light puzzle, one of the puzzles that I wanted to be able to tell people how to do faster, I printed off my own gameplay and printed it out black and white to put in my own notebook. Like, so that I remembered, and so I didn't have to look at anyone else's, and so I didn't have to go back and look at my own gameplay. This is me on a, it says I'm just practicing Resident Evil Remake 2. I was playing on the PS4 Pro. I didn't have a PS5. I could see the heading for my own stream, because that is a printout of my own stream to show me my own solving my own puzzle, so that I didn't have to go back and look at my own footage over and over to figure out how to solve it again. I refuse to look at other people, and that stream of me practicing was a 5-hour, 25-minute, and 9-second stream. I don't look at other people's anything. That's how you guys get guides. If you like guides, don't backseat game. That's just the rule. Thank you, Chris, for days for rejoining the family and for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go back to dying a horrible way. And then probably my son needs to get in bed. I was gonna switch over to Resident Evil 8 today. I don't think that's happening because getting 2 Salvadors to spawn is hard enough. Keep burning. I was wondering if that would work. My gut told me that the AI was pathed in a cone to view in a cone. My gut said that would work. Yeah, buddy. All right. No enemy encounters, and I can just come and take the TMP. All right. I figured she was pathed that way. They all seem to be viewing me in a cone because I could be around that corner. They couldn't see me through a building, and he couldn't see me until I hit an actual... the reason that I've done that is because I've noticed that peeking around corners gets it. You would think that all enemies have a 180-degree field, but actually when you program an enemy, you're trying to program a field of sight. I believe your own field of sight is... I believe an average human being's field of sight is actually 365 degrees. And the easiest way to do that, instead of trying to do 365 degrees, but pretend the person's a flat face surface, which would mean that you have to do 365 degrees from the face, but broaden the face to where the eyes start. So it's going to be your 365 degrees comes basically starting here. Peripheral vision goes out, and it's a weird thing where you can start the point of the cone. Instead, the easier way is just to make a cone. You just literally make a cone where if you're in the cone, you get spotted. And if the cone is blocked by another object coded into the game, you don't get spotted. So if in her pathing, literally that cone, if you just stay to the side of it, like every other game, you shouldn't get spotted. So as long as she doesn't turn to you and the cone doesn't sweep you, and I'm lucky she turned left. As long as she doesn't turn right, she's just literally a cone walking by. I said 135 degrees for sight. So as long as that stays, hand grenade down here. Nice. Nice. I need an extra hand grenade. So that's how usually enemies are coded, and that's how like I have put in guides how to get away with things, because I always assume in 3D games they just do that. It's the easiest way. I mean, what would you rather do? Try to code in the idea that someone has a face, that they have recognition, and then you have to do object detection and whether you're in line of sight? Or would you really just rather basically make a cone that starts right behind their body, so really at the back of their head, and it basically simulates their field of view vision, but it's actually not going to be perfect. But because of the simulation, as long as you're near the back of their head and that cone never sweeps on you, they never see you. Like, which one's easier and which one are you going to do for a game? Then you can just focus on object collision and 3D models that would block the cone, and if the cone's blocked, then it parses as you weren't seen. It's just the easier way to do it, and most games go that route. I haven't run into too many that don't. It's just it's smart, it's easy, it's effective. So easy a caveman could do it. I still have not been spotted. I do not know what to make of this. I have never started the fight from over here. Like, hit scan versus modeling actually projectiles for weapons. That's basically what you'd have to do if you think about it. You'd make their eyeball basically like a constant projectile, if you will. And that's good for coding, to try to let people know how difficult that would be. To make a more realistic point of view, you'd almost have to make it as if there could be a collision every time from their field of view. And that collision could be very precise to like each barn slat you could hide behind. But instead, it's just easier to just be like, there's an edge here, there's an edge here, there's a cone coming out. Cone is stopped here, you don't get seen. Done. Move on with the rest of the game. It's the other way is actually like particle collision. And that's actually a real thing, where you usually it's for game design, like collision of environments and things like that, but instead you could do it for that. Yeah, I still have not been seen. Okay, since I have not been seen, I'm trying a few things out I usually wouldn't. I've been here ever since I put out the Everyman's Guide. I've done over 300 streams. I've been here. And okay, is there a specific place these steps? Okay, how do I? Is there a specific place you have to swim? And here you can. So here you can. Are you okay? Okay, that's. I found it. I found it. I found. Shh. Shh. No one. Shh. Shh. You didn't hear it. It's all right. It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Here we go.
All right. As soon as I started up, I'm basically in here. Elias, hello there. Does this mode unlock after being the demo? As long as you play the demo once, it randomly comes up as you load the game, or there is a way to force it. So I'm forcing it to play it over and over.
My lucky day.
All right, so hopefully they don't have all of their stuffs out. Okay. Cracked Salvador is coming. The end is coming. The end is nigh. Oh, having to talk about him coming over and over is not fun.
Oh, nice.
Okay, Cracked Salvador time, right? Lead him over here. Cow, you're gonna be a weapon. A tool of mass destruction. Really? Uh-oh. I'm gonna get surrounded this way.
Call me for the repairs later.
Salvador? Salvador? I'm not here for you guys. I'm here for Salvador. Salvador? Oh, I think he's behind me again. Oh, God. He's here. He's here. He's here. Salvador. Salvador. Salvador's here.
You even feeling this?
Salvador. Egg. It's an egg. I have an egg. I wonder if in this game you can I'm thinking of Legend of Zelda. I was like, can you break eggs and make a chicken? That's Legend of Zelda. Don't listen to me. Oh, I have a grenade. Salvador's not gonna run into that. No, 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 no. Okay, Salvador, listen. Listen. So, listen, Salvador. Salvador, listen. Listen. Everyone else that's not Salvador, you need to stop. You need to stop. If you're not... If your name isn't Salvador, you need to stop. I really need you to stop. No! Are you... No! Are you... I had him stunned! Salvador! Salvador, we need to talk. We can work it out. We can work it out. Life is very short, and there's no time for fussing and fighting, my friend. I have always thought that this is a crime. Oh God, Salvador, where are you? I'm out of like ammunitions. Munitions have gone low. Salvador! Salvador! Did I kill him? Salvador! 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 Oh, Salvador's dead! Wow! Salvador's dead! I killed Salvador! What? I killed Salvador! Okay. Well, he's dead. One less thing to worry about. One more thing to worry about is I'm out of grenades. I'm out of... Oh, I got some more TMP. Oh, I have more things than I thought I did. As long as no one comes this way. As long as no one comes this way, someone immediately is there. As long as no one is in the exact place that I'm talking about, then I'm fine. What is this shiny pile? Come on, break free, break free, break free, break free. Jerk. I don't want to risk it because I'm afraid they'll be right behind me. Yeah, I was afraid of this. Oh. All right, now I have a vendetta. I just need to kill one Salvador and beat it. Wow. How did I die right at the end there? No. 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 Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on. That was good. I killed Salvador. I killed Salvador, but I got killed. I got killed. I need to do that again. I need to do that again and sneak past all of them. Sneak past the woman. Getting downstairs. Get all the stuffs I got. kill Salvador, and then just not die dumbly. Hold on 1 second. Please hold. It's my son's bedtime. I need to be a parent. Give me a sec. He's brushing his teeth and getting ready. Don't leave though. I'll be right back. You don't be scared. You're not alone. Just let everyone know. It'll just be a moment. Don't worry. I am here. I'm just being a dad. That's my first job. Cause that's the more important of the two jobs. I gotta be a dad. He didn't choose to be born, so okay, like and then we're gonna kill Salvador again, cause that death was some bull. That was some bull, and we're gonna deal with that bull in a second, and then we're gonna figure out if it's possible to kill two Salvadors, cause I'm sadistic. Oh, and he had like 1 more hour left to Interstellar. He's right where at the part where
Matt Damon actually enters the picture. So for anyone who's seen Interstellar, like he's at that part and he had an hour left of the movie. I feel bad making him like stop it, but it is his favorite movie. But we own it for a reason, so he can watch it like a bajillion times. Yeah. Okay. Oh, shut up. Supposedly it wants me to hit the ad button. Is really right now a time to play ads when people are already leaving? You don't play ads when people are leaving. Boom jammies. I fulfilled my end of the agreement of if I stream on weekdays when he usually would be up, that I still give him hug, put him to bed. It sounds weird that he's 10 and I still put him to bed. His mom doesn't do that. But human beings actually like this is my psychology degree coming out. Just give it 2 seconds. It's human beings don't like change. They like their brain wants to be able to fire off the same kind of signals. Thank you, Mike L, for 10 gifted memberships. Wow, Page Gaming, go hard. And Taliesin, Nicodem, Simply, Eskimo, Bandanius, Sampy, Gabriel, Chris, Ragowski. Congratulations and thank you so much, Michael. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's really generous. That's really generous of you. Everyone with a new shield is wood and it gets stronger over time. Protect yourself, protect the family. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People like routines a lot. People like routines more than you would think. Even you like routines. You guys like routines more than you would think. That was bad English, but The reason I still put him to bed is because I've always had 3 steps to his bedtime, and one of those steps have always involved me. So I did it on accident to myself. That's the long and short. But on average, if you have bad sleeping habits and you want to be able to sleep better, even starting this today and the next week and the next month, make sure that you're doing 3 things at the same time in the same way every night before you go to bed. Minimum of 3. Your brain will actually start firing off. Your hippocampus is what fires off the signal that gives you perception of what's around you. If it fires it off enough, it gives you a short-term memory, and then it's lost. If it fires enough times, it gives you a long-term memory, and then we have to get into short long-term memory and long-term memory. But if you're firing off the same signals in your brain every single night to go to bed, eventually you're actually forming a long-term habit, and that's also telling your brain to fire off other signals like start the production of melatonin. Even if you've been looking at blue lights, it can help with the production of melatonin in your body. If you're doing at least 3 things, it can start you being able to lower your histamine levels. Ever wondered why an antihistamine makes you tired? Antihistamines make you tired because when you get tired, your histamine levels go down. Ever wondered why on a full stomach you go to sleep, but at night on a full stomach it doesn't seem like you can get to sleep and you want a snack? It's because actually your body temperature also goes down. Your body temperature has to rise up to digest food. So don't snack before bed. That's the biggest thing. Try it like 3 hours before bed not to snack. But like three things together. That's all that's needed. Hey, so what's going on? Long-term potentiation. I usually do not use terminology here because I know that I'm just going to throw out a word and it's not going to mean anything to anybody. Plus, I'm bad with terms. Welcome back, Crust and Iceberg. Anyone else I haven't said hi to? I'm so sorry. But it is, routines are extremely healthy. I used to read to my son. That's out of the routine. Now there's a routine of like, brushing his teeth. And you can tell how much the routine means to him. If I leave the room without telling him, "Good night, little boy, I love you," and he says, "I love you too, Dad," like he said, "Good night, Dad, I love you too, little boy, good night." He's like, "Good night." Okay, you can go one of 2 ways, but if one of those 2 things aren't said in that order, literally that order, he will either start over saying it, or I guarantee he'll be out of the door in 15 minutes because something will feel off to him, and it's like magic how easily he goes to sleep. So if you have a child that can't go to sleep well, or if you can't go to sleep well, it's that easy. It really is. So many beautiful shields. It is right. It is good life advice. Is Nightbot doing his lesson? Change stuff down for yes, I'm aware there's a hard mode for it. Oh, we're totally getting to it in this stream. I didn't update that. Yeah, in my streams, people call them rants, tangents. I think of it more as if I get in a car wreck tomorrow and die, any knowledge that I've gained because I was a dork and was behind books while everyone else was doing something else, if I die with that knowledge, the knowledge is gone. So when I think of something to say and I have an audience, I'm sorry if it sounds like a tangent, but I would rather pass on something I know and somebody gain something from it, and then know that I at least contributed more and more I could while I'm like, basically, if something happens to me, then, you know, it's useless if I just die with it. You don't gain knowledge to hoard it. You gain it to utilize it and share it. So I go on, people might call them rants or tangents, but I think of it more as the idea of, I don't want to be on a deathbed thinking, man, if I just opened my mouth. I don't ever want to, I've been there before. For those who have been here long enough, I've already died once. 96 seconds called. It's not fun. Yeah, a lot of things go through your head. Never gonna let that mistake happen again. Let's do it again, though. I'm not trying to be an inspiration, though I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate Page Gaming that you're saying that. Hey, Charlie Travis, what's going on? Hello. Really, honestly, it's not, if you take inspiration from it, I love it. I really do. But I think of myself as pretty much a horrible person. I don't know how to describe it other than I really don't have high self-esteem or a high outlook on myself. So you can think of it in a way, I'm trying to give what I believe I should give, given the circumstances of I'm alive and I could possibly be a detriment to everyone that I know and love. And so as long as I'm still contributing, I justify my existence day to day. Does that sounds like really like down, but honestly, I don't know how people think I think of myself. But that's just, I hate that's the way it is, but it's the way it is. I don't worry. I've been in counseling since I was a teenager, and I've done everything I can to try to have a better mindset and outlook and everything. But in reality, sometimes you learn tools in counseling and even in life and blah, blah. You learn them everywhere, so you just survive like every other human being. I'm just trying to survive like every other human being, and like every human being that has troubles, from the ones of us that are born with the silver spoon and we're born into money and wealth and everything, from the problems they have to the problems I have. Honestly, your problems are only equatable to yourself because they're by your trials and tribulations. If you don't know what going hungry's like, then, you know, having less than normal can give you anxiety in the pantry. But if you're like me, that had lived a life where as a child you never had anything in the pantry and you had 13-cent dinners, that the fear is different on like how much food needs to be around. It wasn't about if food's in the pantry, it's if mom came through the door today and she had food in her hand. And if she had food in her hand, we were good. And if she didn't, then we're probably having to, you know, marinate or soak more beans, try something else. Even down to the idea of I'm worried about bills in a different way, but someone that owns a mansion is worried about different bills. Like I might have a bad outlook, it sounds like, on myself, but I also manage like every other human being. We all have issues. It's not like mine are worse than yours inherently. And it's not like my mindset is just so, it's just, I'm just human.
This is not good.
Your shields are the proverbial book covers of the knowledge you seek to share. Go hard. Thank you. Wow. That is... I don't know why that just got me in the feels hard. But thank you. That, why did I almost want to cry at that? I just said everything else and that got me a little bit. Where can you find my first RE4R stream? Maybe I'm way too bored by been binging all streams. It's in the playlist. There's a new playlist for Resident Evil 4 Remake that I made. Underneath my 4K video, the next one under that is the first stream I did. That is the 4K video plus all the other stuff I did. Is there any information about Infinite? I don't know. Hey, Ashwin. So, okay. I also have a theory about this game's scoring system and what it might unlock in the main game or could unlock in here. So there is incentive for me to like get better and better and better at the demo to see if a high score in the demo is just for bragging rights or if it's for something that you didn't know that carries on to the main game. Because I have a feeling that it is quite possible, and actually in the wheelhouse of Capcom, because they have done it in over half a dozen games and releases where they're of major releases that you can think of, that what you did in a demo or what you did earlier carried on to your main game. So I'm wondering if would be value in like mastering killing Salvador and trying to take down 2, because he gave a lot of money. He didn't drop 3,000. He dropped something like 10,000. So if I can like get to a certain point, I'm wondering if that is actually a trigger to unlock anything. I'm sure other people that are better at this game have tried such things as well, but
what was that?
So hey Sadistic, hey Phantom. It's raining. It's been raining though. You guys have had some weird weather. You got your state gets set on fire and then it rains.
This just keeps getting worse.
It's like we were on fire. Never mind monsoon. Yep, someone did a gift. I don't need that. Yeah, Firerider is saying what I've said before. The guides are passion projects, so do realize that there's actual passion behind what I do, and there is the real gamer in me that actually can enjoy games, and there's the real possibility that my career itself kind of lends itself to having things ruined for me. But I also like talking to you guys. So it's like at a crux. It's at a crossroads. Do I just not look at chat? Do I not look at my comment section? Do I not look at anything and keep the passion alive for sure because I am kind of being selfish? Or do I talk to you guys and risk kind of being badgered into the ground? I've chosen the route of risk being badgered into the ground. Yeah, the guys are passion projects. Don't backseat game. And when the game comes out, everyone have my back. Don't let people kind of just come in and swoop the whoop and make it awful. Here's a good test. Okay, can money gained here stop me from getting the TMP? I never thought about that. That's something I can't drop. I would have to go in with more than $0, right? So I should have tested this already. Whoops. All right. Yeah, shut up. Christopher Day, son. All right. See, I picked up gunpowder. King of Sarcasm gifting 5 more. 5 more gifted membership. I really, really appreciate that. Sweet Stallion. Venom. It is... Wow. It is starting to lag behind. By the way, you have to opt into being able to receive gifted memberships. If you haven't opted in to be able to receive gifted memberships, I found out YouTube takes a long time just searching through people and it pings... They didn't opt in, they didn't opt in, they didn't opt in. So, yes, I did see all the gifted people that were gifted. So, if you show up to the stream randomly and you have a membership that you didn't expect, it's absolutely because you got it and you didn't even know about it because it didn't show up on screen. So, yes, my Resident Evil 8 stream where I was like, I don't know what's happening. That's exactly what was happening. People were getting it that weren't at the stream. So it was being gifted to people mostly at the stream, but then it was procking people that had left the stream that were there earlier were getting them. And that was my guess. But I had no way of ensuring that that guess was correct. Oh, I'm giving up the knife. We're testing. We're testing. Oh yeah, I gave a few people a fun little surprise. I was wondering what was going on, and it doesn't. The YouTube basically just doesn't know how to deal with that. They're just like, oh well, it's trying. It hits no, and then it's like yes, but then the yes was someone that wasn't there. So I'm assuming Frankosaurus Rex, Fiddleline, and Derachinophobic. I don't know that phobia, but welcome to the family. You are suddenly green. Nicodem, yeah, you were gifted a membership. You were one of the ones I believe that was gifted offline, like you were at the stream before and then gifted offline. I think you're one of the ones that happened to. Welcome, and thank you for the generosity of gifted memberships. Welcome to the family. That's sarcasm, Michael. Thank you so much. That's so kind and generous. Wow, Frankosaurus, 5 more. And Flakes, thank you. Oh wait, I'm being attacked. I have to do this thing. Yes, it did. Frankosaurus, thank you. 5 more. 5 more people who are opt in. There's I can see my statistics. There's definitely more than enough people here that could receive it. So it's doing the whole thing of it's pinging people. It might be gifting it to people that are not here at the moment because people aren't signed in. So it's people that were like here at the stream like 2 hours ago are probably getting some of these. But Flakes, thank you.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the
Oh,
fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
My streams are getting you through that.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Streams are getting you through MMO school. I'm glad they can help you with the vibes, Flakes. Good luck. Thank you so much. Kindness from all around. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's in settings and notifications to opt in to receive gifted memberships. If you do not have that on, there will be it will start pinging everyone, and then it'll skip over some people that are literally here right now that might have it on, and it will go to people that have just been at the stream. And so yeah, some people are showing up and they have a shield. And that's why I figured it happened. I got confirmation after the stream that that's what was happening. So, oh well, the head actually scared me for a second. Okay, we gotta sneak behind the old lady. I hope she resets to a set position every single time. So, oh man, walking to barn could screw me over. Come on. Robin with 5 more. Kino, I see over there. Hey, Gabriel, what's going on? You guys are being super kind. That really helps the channel too, because that super duper helps the oh my god. People think my channel is way better than it is when there's like so many people that have memberships, even if they're gifted. People, you guys are being amazing. Thank you. Robin, Sadistic, GJD8000. With that 3-yard star shield, that 3-year shield, I'm like, it hasn't been 4 years yet. Welcome, new members. I'm seeing a lot just go out. Blood Sweat Games, Emily, Logan, Joy, another Joy, Julian, Juan Luca. I'm sorry if I mess up names. Exclamation point names, and you'll see that I screw up names all the time. Gotta miss? I like that one. Legend Lucas. Daniel Henry. Welcome to the family. Welcome. And thank you guys. Vanda. I remember screwing up your name before. Which means I remember her. Welcome. I screw up names so badly sometimes, and I don't mean to. I'm so sorry. The language of choice that I took while I was learning another language was Latin, which doesn't help me do anything but understand a little bit of Spanish and some other romantic languages thrown my way. But have a Latina start cussing me out, and I still won't know what's being said to me. Sweet Star, welcome to the family. Sweet Star, you got one for Robin. Dushin, I apologize. I am really bad with names. Dushton. Hey, I will make up for that. By this time, the win is for you. There's a lot of shields. It does make it a lot easier for me to actually even keep up with you guys, though. Because anytime there's block of white text, it just really screws with my eyes. What did I miss? Hey, Blast Radius. I'm me being a sneaky boy. That's all you miss. No biggie. Is there anything else I need to be a sneaky boy about? Oh, this herb is right here. And, oh, I did collect that money and still get the TMP. So, there's that. Okay. I didn't get another grenade. I got useless gunpowder. Is there anything else I can grab? Oh my god. YouTube is gonna think I'm actually awesome. I mean, YouTube's allowed to be just as wrong as any other person. But I appreciate that. Darachnophobic, thank you so much. So much. I really appreciate that. I'll see everyone that gives you in a second. Yeah, it's in your settings. Someone mentioned how to be able to be eligible for gifted memberships. Someone mentioned it. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. And then I didn't need to worry about that. Here he goes.
Here we go.
Yeah, that was my line. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Totally want something. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, he has to die, and I needed to then collect his money. The second part, apparently, is more important than I thought. It's a very important part of the process. Oh, enemies move faster, so he's already there, isn't he? No, he's not. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Place closed.
Come on, come on. Which means... What? No! Woman! Are you kidding me? You blew my chance to down him alone! I will kill you! If you don't kill me first. Oh, he's after me. Oh, I missed him. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Shoot. Eggs! Chickens! Chickens, I need the eggs. Alright. You are on me. Come on. Back up, back up, back up, back up, everyone. Back up. All right. Jesus H.
Present for you.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, God. Jesus. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Where is he? I have barely any ammo left. That's basically... Oh, God! That's basically it for me. I got nothing. I got nothing. No, 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 no. Salvador's right there. He warped. He warped. He was behind me. What? He, unless I literally spawned the second Salvador, he was behind me. Yeah, there's a few set traps I've run into. That's my first time seeing that one, but he was behind me. I was just looking at him. I was just being like, hey, I got stabbed with a pitchfork. He's gonna get me from behind in front. I'm dead. Like, oh, God. You'll see me get the TMP once again. In the next one. Oh, God. Everyone that's new, I'm sorry if I missed it. Jesus H, that was a lot. Nishanth. Whoa, wait. That's a familiar name. Gifted a membership. Why is my computer lagging? Stop lagging, computer. Let me have my mouse back, please. Stop lagging. Okay, it won't let me scroll up right now and see. There are 3. That's the 3rd part of this village that's destructible, I think. But everyone listening, thank you. If your shields are wooden, they get stronger over time, unless you're gifted a membership and you're returning. Because I was like, oh, shit, that sounds familiar. If you keep that shield, it turns into a metal one. It gets stronger over time. Protect yourself, protect the family. Thank you for everyone's generosity today. That's been very nice. And I really do enjoy the idea that YouTube thinks that I'm a good. YouTube, I have a metric of how to make a paycheck, and then YouTube has a metric of like who to send my way. And one of their metrics is kind of like who's willing to do things on their side monetarily. So it really is it means a lot. Thank you. It means that when I put things out, maybe more of you guys it'll reach you guys. Maybe you'll hear it. Maybe you'll know that it's there. It's ready to go. And it really is. I really do appreciate it. It'll help me over time. Help the family grow. Help the channel grow. Welcome back to the family, Big G2K. Welcome back. I see those stars. I know you.
How far?
Welcome back. It's currently studying for an exam, but this is keeping you awake. Yeah, it can do that. Quick question: with all these new members, can we get a family game night again? Yes. That was asked a bit earlier, and I do want to do it. Family game nights are a little hectic and sometimes hard to set up. But my son's game tomorrow was just canceled, so there's a chance that even tomorrow I was gonna do Resident Evil 8 third person. Monday, for people who didn't know, Monday on my channel was Retro Nights. Wednesdays was Family Game Night, where we do a Jackbox party game, and you can play from your phone. I choose some people from the Discord. If I tell people to only get in once, I'd reveal the code to everyone at the same time. And if people were just jumping in the lobby and not listening to like let everyone have a chance, then I'd just kind of reset and start sharing the code with people one by one, which is why it gets a little hectic. And we do things like murder trivia and things like that. I'm trying to get back on a normal schedule, and yes, Retro Nights and Wednesdays are coming back soon enough for me. Final Fantasy 14 will count as Retro Night because Retro is just, it only counts as at least 15 years old, and it'll be 15 years old. Bernard Tony, oh my gosh, with the 3-star back and wait for the RF live stream. Let's kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddy. Good to see you, brother. It's good to see you, Bernard. It's been a hot second. It's been a hot second.
5 in the fishness. 5 in the fishness. Can I get a 5 in the fishness?
It's been a hot second. Welcome back, Bernard. Kicking down doors and immediately making me take notice. M Green, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You guys are really being so kind tonight. It's really nice.
I got 1. I got 3. Can I get
really
a 5?
Nice
Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishness.
I really appreciate it.
Can I get a 5 in the fishness? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Is that why I explained to everyone? You two a bit of I always think recognize like with a little hiccup in my throat when I say that. To recognize. Is this where I tell everyone else that's not used to my streams that bar, if I actually let it fill up with super chats as well, that bar makes it look like I'm a millionaire after 1 super chat because it breaks for that? Is this where I tell everyone else that otherwise all that would be on the bar? Because it would, but it breaks if it's not through Streamlabs. They need to fix their code, and I've told them, I've written them things. I've been like, man, this is busted. It can be American currency, and it's just like, oh, you're a millionaire. Someone gave you like, last time it was calculated, it was like something like $600,000. It was like, no, they didn't. They didn't give me $600,000. Oh, GJD's gifted membership's actually showing up from Fancy Monkey Dwayne. I see it's a recursive loop, and it came back and it caught 2 more people. It's like, bam! You got a shield, and you got a shield. You guys get to feel like Oprah. Oh yeah, someone spoiled the TMP in the comments for me, so I went ahead and started the stream off by saying I would go ahead and get it. The person that spoiled it was really crafty. No. I should have gone. Instead of the normal person that spoils stuff for me in comments, they actually spelled out the premise of how to do the TMP of what they knew, which I now know is at least flawed. But they spelled it out and then said, and that gets you the TMP. So I was just going through everyone's comments on the 4K version of like my first time playing this game, the demo that's uploaded, so you can see it in all of its 4K glory. And I'm playing it on PC, and I have a new gaming PC that I need to switch out because I think people don't understand that some of the way I keep my passion is not being in the office. When I come in here, I am in here to work. So having a PC not in the office to be able to try things out is nice. Otherwise, games just feel like work. So I'm all of its 4K glory with a 3080 Ti. The new gaming PC has a 4080. And should be able to make this even cleaner. And someone in that comment section ruined it for me. But I'm trying to give you guys high quality content. I'm trying my best. I'm hoping you guys enjoy. I'll do my I'm trying to gear everything toward doing more 4K content. So that you guys can, I know you're watching in 1080p, but let me go ahead and show you guys what's happening over here in case you didn't know. I got 1.36 terabytes left. Let me just swivel that camera. That's my recording PC where I do all, like, while I'll play Resident Evil for the first time. You see that monitor? It's the same game. It's over there. Like, you just see Leon moving on both things. Woo! You see it double! Yeah, this is where, that's the light that shines on my face. The same backlight is the one I use. That right there is recording this in 4K, even what we're playing right now. So if anything's worthy of putting up on YouTube, I can put it up in 4K. That's my actual recording setup. This computer can't do 4K as well. My streaming setup can't do 4K as well. That one can. So I have one monitor here that I play on, another monitor that the streaming computer is on. This monitor is mirrored to 2 different, so it's the same monitor, and then that computer is actually the one that does the static videos. So that's how it kind of works, and that's how I'm trying to bring now more static videos for people who don't like watching live streams. That I'm recording everything I'm doing in 4K, and then later I can make a better video that they might like, the static, like the edited upload of. And right now I'm recording just my face cam. So my face cam is full screen record. Julio, thank you so much.
I am much smarter than
I
the
appreciate
things that I
that.
say.
Big G.
Usually much
What's
smarter
up?
than the things that I say.
Thank you so much. Love to see you back at it. I cannot wait to see you play the full release. That's what Big G's message was. Thank you. It's a setup that I was a photographer before all this, so some of the setup came naturally to me. When you have to sit down and edit hundreds and hundreds of photos and everything like that. Where's Big G? There it is. Thank you so much. I was a photographer, and because I was a photographer, I learned some tricks of the trade about editing, and I translated that to knowing how to, calibrate my monitors, calibrate my eye towards like editing. It took some trial and error. I started off YouTube career with what I had as a photographer, and that's why over there, you'll see that camera is never meant for video. That is the Canon 5D Mark III that I used to shoot weddings and senior portraits and model photography for. I have Magic Lantern as software on that camera, so it keeps the shutter open, and I have a fan right near it to keep it cold because it runs hot. And it's connected HDMI out, and because of Magic Lantern, it gives me a nice picture to do static videos. That's better than this camera. This camera is barely worse only because it's a smaller sensor in it, but it's good for these streams. But if you ever want to start off, don't start with this gear. This is stuff I've earned over time through the career, invested back into YouTube. I didn't pour money that I didn't have into it. I invested the career back into itself. I started off with a Logitech 912, whatever that really, really cheap-ass webcam is, and a giant light right at my face to make the webcam look better. More light means that your webcam looks better. So just blind yourself with the light of 1,000 suns. You can look on Amazon for newer soft boxes. They cost like 20 to 40 bucks. And you can screw in 4 normal light bulbs, put it really close to your face, and your laptop webcam will look good. Take any mic you can, learn how to use a free audio software like Audition might still be free, and then record however you can, whatever system, your gameplay. See if you can edit it and try it out. I already knew how to do some of that because of my photography. So, and I made this channel anyway for my brother and I. This was supposed to be a joint effort between my brother and I. The idea of me calling myself the Everyman actually is off of the idea that you guys were supposed to be seeing how incredibly intelligent my brother is about right now. The whole point of this channel was going to be showing people how to have well thought out debates, and we're gonna like do, it's not just about debates, but we're gonna do gameplay, but like take subjects that are brought up in games that could actually be applicable to real life. I can give lists for Patrick. I still need your help. I've just been sick and overwhelmed. Every time I want to reach out for your help, I just get worse, it seems. Oh God, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need this. Oops. But some games have been ruined for me. I don't know which one you're talking about. I know. I need to reach out. I need to just make the time. I keep not having time. I just need to make the time. Kick. God, why do they all have to be stabbed in the jugular? I'm gonna drop all this anyway. I don't need the handgun ammo. Headshots, humane or no? Oh God, don't discuss that one. YouTube will not like that discussion. The original purpose of this channel, the reason I could come up even with the idea of calling myself the Everyman, like I'm just like every other person out there that is a male or identifies as a male. I'm just like the idea wasn't to say you're a man. You're a guide that's made for every man out there. No, I'm the actual Everyman. Like I'm just like every other person alive, and I just made a guide with notes because I'm a dork. The idea of calling myself Everyman was because of when this channel was created. So you can go look at the about page. The channel was created on my brother's birthday, September 23rd, back in 2015, exactly 7 months before he died, because he died April 23rd, 2016. So I never got to be on the channel, but I made it to encourage him to live longer because I knew he only had about 5 years to live. He only made it 3.5 years into that 5 years that he had to live. And so the idea of the Everyman was that my brother was a walking encyclopedia. He had an eidetic memory, and his knowledge is now used in a lot of studies to do with cluster B disorders in psychology, with DBT, and a lot of other ways to help people who are if I bring a cluster B, I should say borderline personality disorder, narcissistic, histrionic, and antisocial personality disorders. What he studied and what we studied in college. He worked with people that are bipolar. His first job was with Vita, and he learned his job was to make other people's lives better that had other disorders. So he knew psychology really well, but he was actually an English major first. The whole idea for this channel was that I made an encouragement for him to like push through and make it another 1.5 years or like 2 years. When I was like, we're gonna make it through this 2 years. You're gonna be alive with me, and in your 2 years, because he was scared to die without leaving an impression, that he was afraid to die with his knowledge and that no one would know. He never got to know that basically people that have borderline personality disorder now get new treatments based on what he and I did in college, but what he helmed. He helmed the things we did, and because of that, people get better treatment now, and he doesn't know he's actually right there in the footnotes with his name, Ohio Wesleyan, that he did it. He did exactly what he aimed for. But what we made the channel for was the idea that he actually had an English major, got a psychology minor because he got an A- in a class, so he graduated with the 3.99 summa cum laude, but not the valedictorian. Like, he wasn't the top of his class because of an A-. So he got pissed at English. We flipped a coin on who was the English major and who was the psych major. He flipped English and changed to psych after the A-. Anyway, the point is, he had so much knowledge. He always said I was smarter. I said he was smarter. I said he was smarter because he was a walking encyclopedia. And that's what we made this channel for. And I'm kind of explaining to those who have new shields and don't know who I am and where I've come from, basically. So there's a lot of people with new shields. I'm just kind of giving the normal thing that most people here already know. So there's the channel was kind of made in that vein of my brother was a walking encyclopedia. I, by age 8, had read the Collier's 1976 encyclopedia series from A to 9, because it went A to Z and then 0 to 9. I had read that because my mom punished me once and said, go read a thing. And started age 6, I was fascinated with an encyclopedia. And I read the entire book set of an encyclopedia, which took 2 years. And then I started grabbing anything I could, any book that I could get my hands on. And then when we had to move and have money, we had to have a garage sale and sell all the books we ever had, because we were really fucking poor. My brother did the same thing eventually and also could grab all this information. My brother was the type of person that you didn't want to test his memory or his knowledge. Hey, Amy, what's going on? Anyone else that's trying? I'm sorry, I'm going on a little bit, right? Kel, what's going on? My brother was the type that did so much research and had an eidetic memory that he could tell you, oh, this came up. Welcome to the family, Philip. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. But my brother had an eidetic memory, and basically he had the ability to be able to tell you, oh yeah, that if you need to go look it up, it's on like page 200, whatever. It's like paragraph 2, I think, down. Go read it. I think it's there, whatever. Right, he remembered things like that. It's what people think of a photographic memory, but there's no such thing as a true photographic memory. What we were gonna do is start playing video games. But then in the playthrough, like one of them that we talked about was doing The Last of Us. We were gonna do like the psychology behind a dystopian future. And we're gonna have another friend of mine named Kevin on the channel. And he is on two videos on this channel very early on. He is in them. I did a GTA 5 video. He's in the background of that. And me playing Gauntlet, he's in that really early on. What we were gonna do is that my brother said I was smarter because I asked why. My brother had all the book smarts, but he had described it as being trapped in a box. That his knowledge was trapped in the box of everything he learned from books is all he'd ever know. And he said my knowledge was never trapped in a box because I ask why and can see where people have fallacies in skipping a step with what they know. So I might not, hey Nubbly, what's going on? So I might not know as much as he did, but he viewed me as smarter because he would read a textbook and just take it all in, and then he'd tell me what he learned, and we'd have a debate about it. I wouldn't know all the terminology, and I wouldn't be able to keep up sometimes, but then I'd go, wait. How did you get to that conclusion? What studies showed that? And he wouldn't be able to see how some studies would just jump to a conclusion because he would take a lot of textbooks and things like a little too for granted. Not for granted, but he just so easily memorized it that it was hard for him to get out of his head. So our idea was like, let's bring in like Joel. What's actually going on with Joel? And how would you react to a dystopian future if it was The Last of Us? The idea of the channel was that Kevin and I would be the person that asked why to a lot of things. And Kevin would be like, he was the everyman. He was supposed to be the one that never studied up in psychology, never did anything like that. He was supposed to be just like, he's kind of got a personality that's a lot different from me. But he's been my friend for decades. So he was going to be on one side of like what he thinks is happening. I'd be on the other side of what I think is happening, and we'd try to talk out what we think is happening, like with Joel psychologically. And my brother's role in it was going to be like the judge mediator, where my brother had such a vast pool of knowledge that if either one of us just said something that was downright factually wrong, that's when he stepped in to say, no, that's off topic, or no, this is actually what the latest studies have shown, so that actually doesn't hold up. And so we were going to start showing the world what it's like for normal ass people to sit down and make knowledge fun and make it so that you can just have any talk you want to, even the ones that you never bring up in family talks, like politics and religion. We're going to bring up how you can bring up any subject and not go away heated and arguing and everything like that. that you could shake hands, be friends, and have an open mind, because an argument is when two people get into it and knowing they won't change their mind. A debate is when two people know what they're talking about, usually can argue the other side, but in learning more things by talking to the person, they might actually be open to changing their mind. We were going to do all that, and then my brother died. So this whole channel was set up as encouragement to my brother, and then he died. And then I was working 6 different jobs. This one was doing okay, and so I kind of poured more time into it. And then after my brother's death, I got screwed over by a few brides who basically went back and tried to do a class action lawsuit thinking that they could get money out of me. And they wanted to do this whole scheme of all changing their reviews of my photography work just so they could go back and all say that they had always said that I had done, like, not done something correct. And so they could all get free weddings because, you know, on average, to get me to show up to a wedding, it costs about $1,500. That's actually on the cheap side for a wedding photographer. She didn't win that lawsuit, but what she did effectively was shut down all my leads and all my contacts. So it ruined my wedding. My brother's death also ruined my photography career basically overnight. So I was scrambling, trying to figure out anything. And then YouTube actually started being, and this is for those who ever wonder, yeah, this is my full-time job. That's why I can't just take a break and like worry about my health all the time. Even when I'm not feeling well, I have to still show up because this is the only way that I have income, that pays all of the bills type deal. I'm doing voice acting on the side. I'm taking lessons. I'm taking singing lessons. I'm doing all those things. I'm trying to break into an industry. It keeps saying guilt me into guitar lessons for a reason, because I meant for 2 Christmases ago for me to basically be shredding and being back on guitar as good as I used to be when I was in bands, and I wanted to be able to like do Christmas carols with you guys and doing all that kind of stuff. And I really want to be able to do kind of music stuff, just kind of have a bit of variety and things on the channel. So I will say to the comment, it looks like God had other plans for your life. I've always said to things like that, it sounds too much like it's like, you know, I've always said things don't necessarily happen for a reason. You can use anything that happens in your life for a good reason, for a good cause. So that, to get off the religious side of it and just to say my generalized without bringing in like I was raised as a Christian or whatnot, it's not. I have a true belief that it's just some things, they just happen and they're crappy. I've seen some of the worst of humanity. I've been overseas and seen things that no human should have to see. People die with no reason. Children die for no reason. And I couldn't wrap my head around the idea of what would happen. And then I realized anything can be used for a reason. So that's how I kind of view it. My brother didn't die for a reason, but like I used it to the best of my ability for another reason, so that it didn't just go to waste. You know, so that's kind of, that was my brother's philosophy too, also. And this is how you get the TMP. Before you go through those gates, you can't have any items. And I'm trying to figure out items that you can actually sneak through those gates, because I'm going to swear to you, if you can bring money through those gates, and I don't know what that top right is of that like trinket of times whatever, maybe it's because I haven't beaten mad mode, whatever. But if you can bring money that you picked up, and you can pick up things before as long as you drop it, it must be checking the suitcase. But I don't think it's just going to be pinging the suitcase. I think it's going to be, the script would be very specific. There's got to be a way around dropping everything. But that is how you get the TMP. It's not about my beliefs or not. It's more or less that the idea that I can't justify. Oh God. Oh, that was bad. That was a bad start. Why was she right there? It was because I was talking. I didn't do, she was able to path up and down and just do stuff. Oh God. I just have a way about that doesn't give anyone an excuse for their life, but it, you know. Russ, thank you for another gifted membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Super Potato. No. Oh. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. No, no, no. Oh, uh-oh. 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 I don't think I'm gonna survive. I think I'm screwed. His accuracy is... Oh my god! Because I think you've probably been asked this a million times. So what in the remake do you hope is changed the most? Because I think I remember watching a stream. Yes, if you're talking about the long 14.5-hour stream, I was advocating for the island to be kept in, just changed to fit the rest of the horror scheme. That was a horrible death. I just got waffle stomped by Dolores again. All right, let's go right back into it. Holy crap. And welcome to the family. Also, Philip Lawrence. If I didn't say Philip earlier, I'm sorry. Oh gosh. Yeah. I did make comments back then. I'm trying to remove myself from thinking too much about it so I don't compare the two. But in my analysis of the original one before we got to see any of this, yes. I believe that there are flaws that rose-colored nostalgia glasses cover up for a lot of people for the original Resident Evil 4. It's still a great game, but yeah, the island is secure, firmly in the line of where my fire of like the game feels a bit bipolar from the first 2/3 to the last 1/3. I wanted it kept in because I said that there is many different ways that you could just include that sequence and keep the feeling of just dread and horror and like just like this village is. I mean, think about if I can give a better example. Think about this demo and this mode, this extreme. Okay, so give Leon a few more weapons because that island happens near the end of the game. Let's say we're back in that game. Give Leon the weapons he has by that point, so he has more ammunition. But then make it feel like this, where it's better for him to sneak around and try his best not to get spotted, because if he gets spotted, he's gonna be swarmed. But make it so that he will never stop being swarmed. That if he gets swarmed, it's unlike this where the bell rings, like the island just becomes a death trap. And instead of it just being all action, there are like nooks and crannies, and like there's the idea like there's a new crouch mechanic. So the idea that, you know, you got spotted, you took a few out, and maybe you're like waiting for them to pass. You know, I don't want it to become a sneaking game. I'm just giving examples. Like, I'm not saying what it should be. I'm just giving examples of the idea of like what if all of a sudden like you need to get out of the line of sight, kill as many as possible. You know, go back to this kind of feeling like where they're looking for you now. They're on high alert. You're not gonna be able to kill anymore. So now you're just panicked around every corner. It's not an action game anymore. It's still survival horror. You're trying to survive the horrors. Welcome to the family, Christy. And thank you so much, Vern, for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so a lot of what I said in that analysis that people might have missed over a year ago is that the original is kind of bipolar. I even came to the first time you get to see like more of the village before it goes raining and you get to the lake where there's like fog. It almost feels like Silent Hill. And it's like, where the hell did that go? Like, you get across the lake, it's raining, and then like you get some of your first mobs, and it's like, that's great. And then that just kind of goes away too. And then there's other set pieces, and then you get to the castle in Salazar, and he turns into a fucking action hero. And my biggest thing was just like, do people remember that most of the time when they played as a kid with their nostalgia glasses, or when they go back and play, that I asked even during that stream, how many people remember dropping the game right about here, right now, where this is where you usually take a break. And then I asked even in that stream, why do you feel like you take a break here? And my answer to that was because it starts feeling like a different game. And you can like action, but it just feels like a different game. And so, like, the natural break feels like it's Salazar because it feels like it's getting action, and there's a giant statue running after you. And then now the island is just action-packed, and the only in between in the, like, survival horror feels like when you have to deal with the regenerators, or whatever they're called. When you have to get the thermal scope to be able to blast through parts of their body and hear that wheezing sound. That feels like horror again. And my biggest thing was just like pick a lane, and obviously look at Leon's skill sets. He can roundhouse kick, he can melee attack, but they're making this so his melee attacks like are harder to pull off. He can break his knife, you gotta find other knives. He can roundhouse kick like crazy, but then look, he can crouch. So obviously I wasn't far off the mark of what Capcom was thinking. If he can crouch, it means you need to hide. It means you need to get out of sight, which means everything I started saying back then of like what they could do, they're quite obviously going to do some of it. Because why else have a crouching mechanic like you're going to hide? So
this is not good.
It's yes, way back then I did say that, but even if they don't include the island, let me make it really, really clear. I'll appreciate Resident Evil 4 Remake, whatever comes out with it, because whatever I could possibly not like about it, the only reason I would not like is because I'm too busy trying to compare it to the original, and I'll just go replay the original if I'm that antsy about it. I know from the other remakes that I'm gonna like Resident Evil 4 Remake, especially since they have the crew from Resident Evil 2 jumping over there, the heads of 3 jumping over there as soon as they're finished, and the crew for them is like, what is it now, at 3 times or 4 times larger than Resident Evil 2 Remake's crew ever was. Like, I know that they're going to produce. I know that they have now a track record of their RE engine doing well and them knowing what the user fan base wants. I know they've been going in the right direction. So I know that if I just take preconceived notions and throw them out the window, I'll enjoy whatever they give me. If they go more action, fine. If they go more horror, fine. But I do believe they need to pick a lane. Hey, Connor, what's going on? I do truly believe they need to pick a lane. And stop with the whole, like, am I in a horror or an action movie? Yeah, the castle and island fell out of place. I feel it didn't hold up. I hope they keep the castle and island, but retool some things. Exactly, Russ. Like, I don't mind if they keep things. I just don't want the exact same game we already got. I just want them to go ahead and, I don't want the exact same. So just, if it's different, it's different. Hey, Andrew, what's going on? So, RE4 has been in dev stages longer. Yes and no. People were wondering how I was like some savant of being able to tell Resident Evil 3 was being remade a full year and a half before it was announced. Full year or something. It's because I just listened to in those same things. This has actually only been it had half a year's head time on if I have heard correctly from the dev team and everyone working on it. It's only been about a half year more that they've had to work on this, but they did have the advantage of all the assets being made in Resident Evil 7 and 8. They did have the advantage of, we see reuse assets from especially 8, and then from 2 and 3. So they're taking a lot of the RE assets that they're building. They're taking all those assets, and it's a big deal that they have it, because now they have the giant pool, and then every time they move the Resident Evil 2 remake crew to working on doing the baseline for Code Veronica, Resident Evil 4 remake, and another one that they said was a brand that they were basically just making assets for. That team beelined in on Resident Evil 4 remake, and then Code Veronica got another team on it, and then now it's currently in a development hell that it is easier for it to get out, because it's actually in some stages that have a way to play it in a way, but it's not really playable. So it's the one in development. And then the M2 Studios came from Resident Evil 3, and they jumped on there. And then they actually hired a B crew to be able to take a lot of the assets, a lot of the base tracing of like environments and the sketchboards and the so it's not that they had more time. I mean, it's right. They had about 6 months more time, but they had much more just to play with. Like they already had all the assets made from 7, 8, 2, 3. Like when you have all those assets, and is something easy for me to point out. If you really think everything you're looking at is brand new here, you're dead wrong. Go look at Resident Evil 8 again. Go look at Castle Dimitrescu. Go look at the tables, look at the candles, especially in the basement. Tell me if that doesn't look familiar. The legs are from one of the torture things, I think, and the tabletop is from another that you get Ingrid's note off of. The barrels from the basement. They're sized down. That wheel, everyone makes fun of the wheel. The axle wheels from Resident Evil 7 and 8. But you can find that axle wheel, that exact same model, on when you're going up to the fallow field right before the first thing is put down. Evie's boot is in all of it. The skulls are hanging up in Resident Evil 8. Again, these bookend models have all been used in Resident Evil 8. These chairs, I'm trying to think of anything else I've spotted already that was used. The cloth looks familiar, but I can't spot it, so I'm not going to put it. The talisman's hanging. Resident Evil 8 again. And actually in 7, because some of those talismans come from first 7. This is new because, of course, Salazar. But some of the other hanging trinkets were hanging in the basement of 8. And some of these things you see in 7 when you get to the swamp and you go underground. The bundles are from 7. First made in 7.
What was that?
Like, even this game is benefiting from just... They just had a bajillion assets to use. Fuck you, sarcasm. So they just had a lot of assets that they could use. No, not enough space. There's enough space. Oh, there's nothing wrong with reusing assets. The whole point is that Resident Evil 4 has had that. It's the nice thing of making your own engine and then having the assets made. That's why I've said over and over, the fiscal reports and everything they've put out makes it look like they're making enough assets for something like Outbreak. They put out RE-verse, they put out Resistance, like they put out so many different attempts at seeing how multiplayer works. Online gameplay works. Some of the IPs that they have interest in, but they haven't completely re-upped and made into fully fledged. Things like Outbreak. But again, things like that are not going to fly for people looking for numbered sequels. So like Resident Evil Village was one of the ways to get out of the numbered system that they have. And Code Veronica is the obvious way of why they've been going that way of developing Code Veronica, and then now it's at a standstill. Code Veronica is well into development and way past the storyboarding and then development hell of like just having a demo. Like it is in way far development. It's just that Resident Evil 3 getting screwed over by people not shutting their fucking mouths caused it to be halted and that crew just to be moved to Resident Evil 4, if I remember correctly of what they said. So the nice thing about building all these assets is that you get your own engine, your own assets that make your worlds look unique. And then you can blend in any of these to any of your other future projects. And that's a lot of how game development goes. You see studios do this all the time, that they have a startup project and then they make a sequel to it. This is exactly how it goes. They need to reuse assets because they need to spend more time on things like Resident Evil 4 is a big undertaking. They need to spend less time figuring out how to make water effects and how to make a desk that I just pulled a drawer out of, how to make name tags. Thank you very much, sarcasm. How to make other things. They need to spend less time doing that and more time like storyboard, scripting, then like collision, how enemy detection, AI, sequence of events, sequence breaking, alpha and beta testing. Like they really need a lot of time to make sure that the game is fleshed out more, as opposed to what they did with 2. Hey, Chadwick. Code Veronica is absolutely needed because they re-up the IP of so many things. Code Veronica is 100% now re-owned by Capcom to be produced. All the rights were rolled back to Capcom for the production a while ago, and now the rest of the promotional things are back under their control. They re-upped everything. They're good to go. So Code Veronica has been in development after the sales of this game go on. Resident Evil 9 has been in development for 2+ years now. And Code Veronica has been in development for 3+ years. There's another off-brand IP one that's also been in development that they haven't talked about, and the best guess is still like something like Outbreak, or something along the lines of actually Dino Crisis. So we're not sure. It's just that the development team, no one on the team has actually leaked what that third project they've been working on is. So it's really hard to know what it is, but it is definitely in the line of Resident Evil. RE engine is also used for Monster Hunter DLC. Yeah, you're built. It still stands to the same point of when you make your own engine and then you build your own assets for it, like you're getting a lot. Vegeta, thank you for being here. And Chadwick, I appreciate that.
One child, please.
Oh, there's a question. Wait, Smooth. I didn't play that. Did that lady crush my head? Yeah. Do I have the last portion of the original RE4 playthrough? It stops before the end. No, I was not recording on my side, my face cam. So I have the rest of the gameplay. I don't have my commentary. So I only have so much. I'm sorry. Chadwick. No one else can see this. You said, but it's 1 penny off. So I'm gonna read it out. Why is it that Capcom is about the only dev capable of releasing a game that runs fine on day one in the AAA space anyway? They aren't, and they are. They're not, but they are. This is kind of hard to explain, isn't it? Hold on. There's a little choppiness in my stream. My computer's chugging. Something is running in the background that shouldn't, and I don't know what it is. Or it's the fact that my drivers need to be updated for the graphics card and I didn't upgrade them. To make a long story short, Chadwick, so I can just get back to the game. Capcom has been doing something that other developers, I don't know why they're scared of doing it, but go look at their fiscal reports and you'll see that they have more than once pushed back their fiscal standings. I'm Master D Brazilian over there. They're willing to actually push things back and like give more realistic deadlines for their development teams, but it's a very long story short, so I could just play the game. I guess the answer to that is Capcom happens to be one of the last ones out there that's okay with making people wait. A lot of games get away with the idea of we can fix it if it's bad. So basically you become the beta tester. Wherein as Capcom really does believe that what you get is like we wanted to, because their IP is really depending on it ever since Resident Evil 7 brought Resident Evil back from the grave. Resident Evil was one foot in the grave. Resident Evil 7 had to come out like banging as a product. And so because of that, they know that what you get day one can make or break. And so they have been giving more realistic times where when it comes to crunch time, their dev teams have had more time. And even the rain effects being fixed on day one is not like them as much, but it is like, you know, think about like when people like me, when you went and bought a game from like a pawn shop or GameStop, or got it new and you're looking up a Nintendo Power for like the best team to beat the original Final Fantasy, something like that. How to beat like Contra, having Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Those games are shipped finished, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was just hard. It was really, really, really hard. And there was no day one patch. With the benefit of day one patches, people cheap out and do things they probably shouldn't in development. Kickies! Whoa, whoa, whoa! You're not supposed to be up anymore. No. You don't get that from me. But, I hope that kind of answers it without me, oh, God. Without me stopping any more time for gameplay, because Oh, he can stab it. He can stab someone's neck from both sides. Okay, I need to beat this mode. Oh, he's doing the thing I want him to do. God, why you guys got it? Whoa, that was a glitch. Kind of just ran him up the hill a little bit. Okay, I don't need to slow down after this point because otherwise that woman's gonna be in the wrong place. I need to be walking up the hill and basically be up there by the most part. Come on. I don't even need to use a healing item. Alright. No, don't do that. And, okay. And eventually I need to beat this without the TMP. That's my new challenge I'm putting on myself. Sure does? I'm glad. Nope. She's in the wrong place. Blast radius, good question. Answer, knives break much easier than you think, especially ones that are military issue. They break at the tang. I know the animation for the knife breaking is weird, but knives break way more easily than you think if you haven't actually been trained with knives and actually had to fight with them and then had one break on you. And actually there's a saying in the military of any branch that if you can buy it, buy the better one for yourself, because they're going to give you, especially if you're Marines, while they're supposed to be some of the best, they actually are the last one in line usually to get a lot of government spending. So they'll get like hand-me-down after hand-me-down. That's why a lot of upgrade stuff get blah, 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 blah. Long story short, the K-bar that used to be, especially during the Vietnam, Korea era, that you see the wooden handle on, go look at an old one and go find a picture of it. You'll find the tang of it, which is what's underneath the handle, and needs to be a solid block of steel that's just as thick as the actual knife itself to be able to be a good survival knife. Be good in this kind of situation. In reality, it's not. Actually, the tang is so small that if you actually get the knife jammed and try to torque it perpendicular to the actual blade, you'll just snap it off. So basically, you get one chance on a government issued K-bar or other similar knives, because they usually go with there's the saying of they go with the lowest bidder. You get one chance of bending your life or death situation knife that would be given to you. You get one chance to accidentally torque it and get it back before you break your government issued. You are a soldier or Marine or whatever you are, and you've gone through SOI or whatever infantry training, and you're literally boots on the ground and you're fighting for your life. You got one chance with that knife if you didn't decide to go get something else, because that tang is way too small. And that is with most every knife people use. And that is a very big misnomer about how knives work, because most people have never had to fight for their life or actually train. And I know it's a video game, but someone asked a real question, and so I'm giving a real answer, which is people that actually don't know how the knives work. When you do actually make a proper knife, the edge has a Rockwell hardness that is usually 10 points on average harder, I believe, than the back of it, so that it has a bit of flexibility, but it can take an edge. And so the edge can be brittle, yes, but usually becomes a usable knife that you can still sharpen on down. And that's a sign of a very good knife with it's got a good back to it that's actually a little bit more flexible, while the edge of the knife has a harder Rockwell hardness that I believe is about a 10-point difference, that you want to be able to see take an edge to it. And the tang actually fully extends the width of the blade all the way into the handle, and it's a proper handle. And so, yeah, in a really well-made knife, but you still, people think of getting survival knives are dead wrong. You're dead wrong on, like, usually, for a lot of people, how they use it. I don't have my government-issued one. I've got the other one, though, with me, I think. So like, yeah, K-bar. So that one's just sitting right here. This might actually look like your best choice for a survival knife, right? Okay. And people who have ever seen anything military related probably knows exactly what this actually is. One of the ones issued. Never mind. I know where this one came from. I was thinking of the other one. So okay, this is actually more my personal K-bar. It doesn't look as used for a reason because this is the second one I got. The first one I got was replaced. This is actually still the lowest bidder. This is actually bad. If you can look really close, I don't think the light will let you see at all. Right where it matters, it gets skinny. And the light's not gonna let you see at all. If I could give, I'll hold a ruler bit to it to better illustrate. This is supposed to be a survival. Depending on your life, this is the same type of knife that he'd be using in this game, that people are issued in the military, the same type. So we're gonna go with metric system because if I just use inches, it doesn't get precise enough. I'll be precise enough because I'm American. So it's about 1 1/4 inches thick for the actual blade. The tang should be the same size. Right up, scooting it to the tang where I can actually see it. Instead of being 1 1/4 inches wide so that it doesn't break easily, it is 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch. Not even half. Not even half the width of this is actually what's supporting the blade so it doesn't break. 1/2 inch to support the rest of this 1 1/4 inch blade. That means if you jam this into a wooden block or hit it wrong because you're trying to split wood and it takes a set and you need to bend it back. If you jam it into someone's bone in a survival situation, into their rib cage, and you try to yank it back, but on accident, here's a real life situation. I'm sorry if it's a little graphic. If you shove this into someone's rib cage and while they're falling, their body weight torques on this and it bends this, you've got about 1 bend left in it. You can bend it back to this shape, but after that, you've got a brittle knife that will break probably the next time you use it. And so whenever a knife is used like that, usually you want to check your gear. If it's taking a set, anything like that, it needs to be replaced. And even that pin isn't enough. That's the only set pin that this knife has in it. There's nostalgia for me for this design, and there's nostalgia for the idea. But let me tell you what. This isn't what I take out into the wilderness to depend on for my life. It's what I'd use in my home or as a one-time use, knowing that it's by my side in public. It's the idea that I need something readily available that I'm comfortable with, that I've trained with. I would take it for that. But if I was going to hike the Appalachians again, like I have in the past, I would never, ever, 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 ever take that one. In fact, because I'm on such a tangent, I'll show you 2 examples of bad stuff. Oh, crap. Fuck me, and I need the cane still. I'll show you what it looks like properly. So I got 2 examples. Ow. A long time ago for one of my birthdays, my brother was trying to be very kind to the idea that I went camping a lot. I was outdoors a lot. He was trying to be very kind, and he bought me this. So he bought me what was online as a survival knife. Even my brother when it got shipped in, he was just like, there's something off with this. And I was like, yeah, you're right. There's something off, but I thank you for it. This is like a survival knife. It's supposed to have one side of the screw, another side. There's a Phillips flathead, a ridge back as if you're using a knife breaker, like sideways, or you can use it as actually a saw. there's you unscrew the top of it, and it's got stuff inside the handle that pops out. That's waterproof, like matches and everything. You've got all this stuff. Cool, right? All right. The thing that he didn't realize I was wrong with it, because all this stuff is in here, the tang only comes to here, so it makes it easy to break, and it's really, really thin. So this knife would work in a pinch, but it's not going to work like as a survival knife. I'm not going to take this on a trail. This is too much. It's literally for, I'd rather have a short machete on me than have something like this, and I'd much rather have that short machete than something like this, because this is trying to appease to the internet warriors that believe that their cool collection of knives will save them in a zombie apocalypse. Like, that's what this one goes for, and it sucks. All right, that's one end of the spectrum. Here's the other end. When I said that K-bar, like this one, the type that would be what you would see, this type of pattern for military issue, and it's still not all that good. Well, I have something from K-bar, actually, that I'm not as well versed with, but I know is more reliable. I burned the Kydex sheath that you can buy for this particular model to fit and snap the way I want to. So it can hang upside down. It can hang on a pack. I can go hiking with it. I can go outdoors with it. It hangs well loosely if it comes unbuckled, and still will retain no matter what I do to this. It will not come out, but will still add a pull. And this knife might not look as impressive, right? It might not look like it's not as long. It's not as whatever. Let me show you what it's actually doing. That's actually the metal right there. That's still metal. Just as thick as the rest of the blade. That's the back of it. And the whole length of it, the whole everything, is actually a good solid chunk of very well processed, very well tempered metal. This is the BK version of whatever. BK2. And it's by K-bar. But it's much more expensive to make this one than to make this one. Yeah, this one usually sells for more because people get bad advice on what to buy, so this one sells for more just because they know they can take your money. But this one, 3 good set screws instead of just 1 pin at the top. 3 set screws that I put on a wooden handle because I don't like anything other than wooden or something that's very rubberized. Plastic handles, I'm always afraid that if blood gets on the handle, and that's a real thing you have to think about, blood will actually make it something slippery. A very good wood that can absorb moisture is what you actually want, and you want it well treated so it won't crack in the elements, but also will help you keep a grip. Yeah, I can smash the back of this thing and split wood and actually take it on a hike and feel confident that if this thing shatters, I used it wrong, and it should be my training that keeps me with it. And I've smashed one of these to check and see if it was good. It took way too much to smash this. It took way too much. I've tried smashing one of these as a demonstration. It took like 1 hit. Weapons in the military use like that, they go to the lowest bidder. So this is the real deal one. This is the one that should be brought, but it doesn't look cool and it doesn't have like all that whatever. But this is a true combat and survival knife if you really want to get down to it. But in reality, even this one can't. If it breaks, it breaks. Like it might be less prone to it, and I can bend it much more easily. I can actually get it to bend, and it just snaps right back to place like a knife should, because metal should be able to bend, and you need to have bend in it. It doesn't take a set or anything. It doesn't lose its edge. You can smack it, but even this can break. And you should never go hiking or go like with your life depending on it with just 1 knife. That's just stupid. At least have a Swiss Army knife or something. Never go with just 1 blade. It's one of your most practical things that you could have survival at all. You never go just with 1 knife. So this game is saying like breakable knives and you have to go through a lot. Yeah, that's actually much more realistic than you think. Much more realistic than you think. Okay. And as long as she's... Wait. Hold on. She's the one that can show up at the other side too. Okay, I gotta haul it. Can I get the green? No. Why did you try jumping and not work? I've streamed Resident Evil 3 Remake many times. You can check the playlist. I'll probably stream it again sometime. As long as people can keep their mouth shut about their like trying to ruin my good experience with it, then yeah, I can do that. Aren't the knives in the remake model after the K-bar or K-bar just pattern? Kinda. I can show you my dad's K-bar from a bit ago. I have my own K-bar. I have my dad's K-bar that's from Vietnam era because he was in the military for Vietnam. I can show you that pattern over and over, and they're gonna look the same. It's just that he has the wooden handle, and the bluing on the knife is different. It's not mine is black and his is actually bluing on the metal. And you can see that it's the same pattern, sure. Kind of. It's hard to describe. I can point that out, but let's try to kill a guy first. Oh. GJD, shut it. People don't need to know about my problems with playing games on assisted mode.
Here we go. It's my lucky day.
God. Some people just won't realize that that's the first time I ever truly really screwed up in one of these games was assisted mode. I got so used to beating it on such a hard mode. No. No.
Okay.
Bill me for the repairs later.
She's setting up a bear trap? I didn't know they did that. No. Get that ladder knocked down.
Way's closed.
Good time to use a grenade. Gotta jump off because one's mutated now. That cow is still in the burning fire. I feel bad for the cow. No. I have to use it on him. He'll kill me. He'll auto kill me. No, 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 no. Oh, crap. There is my one and only get out of bullshit free card.
Oh, sorry.
Are you kidding? He's still not dead?
Way's closed.
Come on! Oh, come on! Dude, I need you specifically to die and then everyone else to get out of my way. Oh, come on. Money. Okay. Come on. I can't parry anything he's got. Oh my god. Please.
Next.
Yes!
That was naughty.
No, 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 no. No! 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 Not again! Not again! I got greedy. I could have picked it up when they all had the bell chime. I could have picked it up after. All I had to do was run. I could have even got on the ladder. Oh, God. Salvador. Come back here. Come here. Sadistic. You're oh, thank you for staying so long. Anyone else that's here or I'm sorry if I haven't kept up with things. I apologize. I do try to talk. You guys hear how much I do try to communicate with you guys. I know the greed though. It was for one moment in time my brain said I have this. I had it. I did have it. Everything said I had it and then I didn't have it. Like I had it right until I didn't. No, he drops like 10,000. I picked up another one that I killed. There was one that I don't even think I got his actual loot. I could have just waited. My greedy behind got screwed over. But there's RNG. If the basement drops a second grenade, a second grenade would be nice. I keep getting handgun ammo or other stuff I can't use. If the well will give me, instead of handgun ammo or something else, gives me another grenade like it did that one run, 2 grenades would be really, really nice because I can't get the flashbang. Oh yeah, when it comes time even to release anything, I'll be racking things up.
No fucking way. This just keeps getting worse.
What? Where'd you come from? What? Because I want to see if it can unlock anything. I don't just want to beat the mode, and to be honest, I'm not finished because I didn't just want to beat one of them. I didn't want to beat just one Dr. I didn't want to beat one chainsaw dude. I wanted to beat 2. And I wanted to, on normal mode, beat 2, and then see if I could bring that over to the cracked out version. See, that's the thing. I kind of make my own challenge of what I'd like to do in my head, and then that's what I aim for. And whatever happens, just happens. But I kind of just, in my head, already have, like, what I would like to do. It's just how I've kind of always been. Maybe it's from playing a lot of RPGs where I was just like, I could beat the final boss right now, but I'd rather level up. Like, you know, I don't know. I'm curious why they, what they did with the Krauser fight. The original choreography looked awesome. Given that Krauser, I don't want to go on another tangent. I'll say it as I fight. Krauser's story, people were saying, didn't Darkness play Darkside Chronicles? Darkside Chronicles is something I need to play on the channel. It is a rail shooter that breaks the canon events so many times to make sure it can be a rail shooter. None of Darkside Chronicles can really happen the way that Darkside Chronicles says. So Darkside, the reason I bring that up is because Krauser. Krauser. His story, why Leon was basically blackmailed with Sherry, all of that's actually still in the books. The real telling of it and the real, like, the in detail why Leon was forced to serve is not Darkside Chronicles. They get it wrong and all of that. It's still the books that they actually pull that from. Krauser was from the short movie, not Darkside Chronicles again. And they made one of the movies, and it's like he thinks he loses Krauser while on a mission. And people don't need to go watch the movie. I can't remember which one is that one. But it's one of them. Like, there are certain things people just don't need to do. I hope the Krauser fight is there, and not only that, they kind of expand on it. Really hope they do, because Krauser's story is actually they already showed him training with Krauser, and they showed him on the mission that he said he thought he'd nearly lose his life in the prologue. That's the mission with Krauser. Why did... Okay, there we go. Darkside Chronicles is not actually the definitive of anything that happened. The books that were commissioned to be written about the storyline of Resident Evil are what they've been pulling from. And I hope they actually bring that all in, because there's a few places to actually find some of the story that I don't like, that you have to find Leon's story through that. The epilogue in Resident Evil 3. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button and I slit his throat. The epilogue, oh, I did not expect that. The epilogue in Resident Evil 3. There's part of it that is actually being said that is actually Leon, the original Resident Evil 3. You shouldn't have to jump from Resident Evil 2 to Resident Evil 3 to Resident Evil 4. And then, like, put all these things together, and it's just like, it's all scattered. And then what do you, like, I don't need to come in here and be like the lore historian every single time to try to put it together for people. It should all kind of be, if they're going to number the games, it should kind of all be in there. So I hope they only expand on it for the idea that they obviously didn't drop Krauser. So they need to say why he, like, Leon would have PTSD about, like, seeing Krauser alive and having Krauser be against him, because Krauser was the better of the two that sparred. He thought Krauser was the one that should be more likely to live, and felt bad that it was Krauser that had to give his life for him to live. Like, there's a lot of things that go behind all that. And so I'm really just hoping with Krauser, in particular, and the Krauser fight, the choreography, everything that you mentioned, I hope it goes swimmingly, because I would really like to see them, instead of having to go play Darkside Chronicles and get the bastardized version, or go read the books and get another version. I'd like people to be able to just play this game and just realize, oh, Leon was blackmailed into working for the U.S. government on threat of dissecting Sherry over and over and letting her regenerate, and then just dissecting her again. Yeah, that's what they were going to do if he didn't join. And then the question is like, why didn't Claire join? And it's Leon already had training, and his knowledge of what happened was different than Claire's. While Claire obviously wasn't as willing. Leon could be persuaded. Claire had another goal. Dang it, it's gunpowder. So, so the easier one to persuade into forcing was this guy who's going through shit. Before Resident Evil 2, he broke up with a girlfriend. He gets drunk at a hotel. He shows up late for reporting in. That's why he misses the blockades, because they take the blockades down and put him in the city to help stop the riots and everything, so he can drive straight into the city. He gets to the gas station. That's why he's in plain clothes instead of his uniform. And that's why the welcome Leon sign is up. And it seems like if they were expecting Leon, why did everything go to shit that fast? Because he was late. He was late reporting in because he got drunk because of his girlfriend breaking up with him. All things that they just need to include in the game so people realize how things happen. And yeah, Leon didn't have a choice, and they said that in the prologue of this, so that already made me happy. You shouldn't have to play Dark Side Chronicles to get the bastardized version. You shouldn't have to go read the books to know. Is everything you have to drop to get the well just weapon? You have to drop everything to get to the well. That I found. I swear to God, it doesn't have to be everything. It shouldn't have to be. Hey, Friday day. I felt like I stuttered immediately saying that. All right,
Here we go.
this can be the time. This can. Oh, wow, he was right at the door.
My lucky day.
This can be the one. After this, I should be forced to have to beat it without the. Can't I lose so much handgun? I want to be able to figure out how to sneak the handgun in and still open the well. I swear you got to be able to do it. Nope. You know what? I'm gonna have to come back anyway. Okay. Where is he? Okay. Good. I ran the loop I wanted to. I don't think I knocked down enough ladders. Oh God. Oh God.
Feeling this?
Chickens, give me eggs. Oh God.
The repairs later.
Okay. Okay. He is on fire. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burn. It can go, oh, oh, oh. Damn it. No, 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 no. No! God in heaven, I used the wrong thing. They're anticipating me jumping down. That's actually really good AI. Holy crap, they anticipated the idea that I'd be jumping down and swarmed. That's a little crazy. We're Salvador. No, 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 no. Don't let him warp over here. Calling BS. No, 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 no. One more time, Salvador. Come on up the stairs. Let me get you. No, 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 no! Too many others! Too many everything else other than Salvador. Come on. Okay. Whoo! Salvador, what's going on?
You gotta be kidding.
You know what, though? Chicken egg! Chicken egg! Oh, God! Oh, come on! I was trying to just get up and throw a grenade. I was literally being like, oh, the pack is down there. I can throw a grenade. That didn't happen. Fuck, I'm glad it could help. Oh, God. Okay. I feel like I'm learning still, but this village has an astounding number of twins. You know, they like to keep it in the family. It's a family secret how they look the same. They'll never tell. Yeah, the AI, I'm actually getting, the more I'm playing this, the more I'm getting impressed with the AI. They absolutely, instead of, okay, so AI usually will path its way to the easiest course to get to you. And for something like the ladder that's in the game, the AI should have picked up that the ladder was the easiest path. So they should have all been gathered around the ladders, which sometimes they did run for the ladders. But they weren't right then. The AI knew that the actual easiest path for me wasn't the ladder. It was for me to come down. And that means that they must have programmed the AI that to say if X number of enemies are behind him, then Y, and with Y number of parameters of people actually putting up a ladder, then Z number of them do not go for the ladder. They actually go to wait for you to jump down. So that would actually be... It's easier to program than you think, yet harder to program than you'd think. They knew I was gonna jump down, and that was damn it. Hey, Edward Lennon, what's going on? Yeah, they're gathering around, and that's what I mean by like it's easier than it sounds, but it's harder than it sounds, because I'm just making a dumbed down version of one example where they're obviously thinking. I wish the kneecap slowed him down. Oh, God. You got your lunges in. Hope you feel good. That was your workout for today. Sean Keller that's been a hot second. Hot second. Yeah, the chicken laid an egg, and it was like lying a shiny thing in front of my ferret brain. I just went for the shiny and did not pay attention enough. I was like, chicken egg! And I should have been more like grenade. Don't you have the Rose DLC for RE8 to play out? Yes, I do, Jordan. Thank you. But my monkey brain is being stubborn right now, and it's really just like... Shiny things go right in front of me. Hoo hoo ha ha. Give me now. Like I've just got very primitive functions going on up here. just so I can get the win I want. So maybe I have another reason to have to do it more because I want to see if the key is something that is unlocked with points, maybe. I like how he has to put the knife back away, then pulls back out of the sidearm, and then has to reload. Like, there's a lot of steps in that. Like that. Okay, hey, you. Hey, dude. You're a little wild and a little strange. Oh, Christopher Days, son! Oh, I didn't expect to blow his head off. Okay. Come on, 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 come on. Run out. Let me do my thing. I'll probably put me actually beating Salvador as a 4K video. I'll put that up there whenever it happens. But who knows when it'll happen? My desire to beat Salvador at his worst and my desire to beat 2 Salvadors might be unrealistic, but, you know. Oh, just... Dude. Come on. Are you... Okay. I just gave the AI a compliment. Do not renege on that compliment. Thank you. Oh, I gotta throw this all away. There's no money in here. There's no money to be had. Oh, boy. Full health, right? This hurts doing every time. I want to keep my handgun because it's coming down to like very few shots left. Give me another grenade. Give me a second grenade so I can waste 1 grenade on like the gang. More and more of them are definitely spawning. Excuse me, as you go along. But like, come on. I need like 1 more. Yeah, he was pulling those axes right out of his ass. His sphinx goes deep. I saw her go to the left. So I should be good. Go grab that money. Gonna get this herb. Gonna go down this well. It's well deserved. All right. I'm ready for greatness. Pray for me, chat. Pray for Leon. Because they're going to church. He needs something too. Leon, my boy, you did not get another grenade. Gotta go with what you got. All right. Don't be greedy, me. Also, kill him. Kill Salvador. So dead. Kill him dead.
It's my lucky day.
Ooh, money. Time. Can I get upstairs fast enough? He's already there.
Oh, nice.
All right, I'm an idiot. Nope. Dadgummit. Murr. Someone behind me.
Bill me for the repairs later.
So he pops up every time. There's one that should now be over here-ish. She needs to be gone. So I'll just run a little further down. Salvador runs faster than all of them, so he should be able to catch up. Yep, he caught up. No! I said no. Come on, come on, come on. A crowd of them. A better crowd than that. No, I stopped too long. Good enough. Not good enough. The grenade can hurt me if I throw it at the same time I get stabbed. Maybe. I didn't think that was enough to kill me. But maybe that's on me. Oh god, let's trigger it again. Oh boy. Jill made more sense of being able to roll. I'll say in favor of not rolling. Jill was, for the most part, if you think about on Raccoon City streets, and in buildings, basically environments that are more conducive for a controlled roll, because rolling is actually a very tactically unsound thing to do unless you really know what you're doing. If you're more nimble and acrobatic, it looks really cool, but there are better things you can do, and rolling exposes your back to the enemy, and you're very much trained to never ever do that. However, there are exceptions to that, and I would say Leon should be able to roll if the environments were more conducive, like him going through streets he knew or buildings that have normal floors where he can gauge better where he's going, where he's been type deal. He does the right thing. He rubs his shoulder after jumping out the second floor window. No, you don't want to roll if you can avoid it when you don't know the terrain well enough, because you're just going to hurt yourself. Because you can, I mean, it can save your life instead of breaking your legs. You can still get up and run, but like that doesn't stop fractures and things. Jill was kind of like rolling out in a way that definitely behooved the idea of she was coming at enemies that all, except for the dogs, I guess were all the correct size and the correct attacking type to be able to tactically roll. I don't know. Dark Souls, hold my beer. Yeah, tactical rolling is a good idea, and then there's Dark Souls. I prefer flash step in real life anyway. No, your flash step has nothing on my sonido, because this is a Spanish speaking town, so I've one-upped you, Senor Jordan. Making a mental note. Lemonade, good. Grenades, bad. Michael! I've streamed Days Gone a few times. Yeah, if that mechanic is in Cyberpunk 2077, yeah, it'd be about the same. Do it where you can, but like this all makes more sense for him to just duck, bob, weave. I've gotten out of a few grabs. I've already figured out the mechanics in this game are like Resident Evil 2 and 3. For anyone who doesn't know, if you are in a full sprint when you get grabbed by a zombie in Resident Evil 2 Remake, and you hit the exact opposite way that you're grabbed while you're in the sprint, you will actually push the zombie away and never get grappled by them as long as you're not on stairs. On stairs is an auto grapple, where you either have to use a knife or you take damage. If you didn't know that, now you do. The mechanic is also in Resident Evil 3. As long as they don't have this sprout coming out of their head, if a zombie gets you, and you you're running and you actually hit on the stick or on the keyboard the exact opposite way, like, so if they lunge at you from the left, you run to the left, basically not into them, it'll play an animation where she'll brush them off. Leon will brush them off, Claire, Jill, they'll all brush them off. Leon's doing it again in Resident Evil 4. So he's already got enough moves up his set. If I get that perfected of every time I'm grabbed, I move the opposite way, it's been working. Go back, rerun that beautiful bean footage. You'll see a few times that I've actually gotten it. Good night, Russ. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. But yeah, you can see a few times that I've, especially near that well. That one in particular, I've gotten down to like a science. No. I can't find your iPhone from RE3R, the first stream. I see the other stream where you finish it. I have to go check on that. Should be up. If not in the playlist for Resident Evil 3, check the playlist for live streams. It might actually be embedded somewhere deep in there on accident. Hey, Tall Chris, what's going on? Yeah, that knife run is important for me to have up because, I think I took that one down on purpose because I got really pissed off at one specific YouTuber who called me out and basically used everything I did, but made a meme and a joke out of it, out of really hard work, and tried to make themselves look better by saying they might not have accomplished what I did the way I did it, but once again, they were able to do it in a different way. And the way that they edit their videos, apparently, they never show their gameplay front to back and a lot of things. And then came onto my stream and like payment to me as if they, like, you know, just said, dropped $20 and said thanks, basically, but he just stole all of what I did. And I think Resident Evil 3 wasn't even where he gave credit. He gave credit in Resident Evil 2 and said some of that shit, and then Resident Evil 3 just kind of disregarded that. So there's a specific YouTuber, I think, that made me actually hide that one a while ago, because I was just like, okay, this is getting to be bullshit. I think I put it as unlisted for a bit, and it wasn't out of spite of anything other than just like, it felt like a slap in the face. So, someone makes, I mean, I could have done the same thing and just been meme material, but I don't want to be that kind of YouTuber. I don't want to just be a joke. And yes, that YouTuber might have like 10 times the number of subscribers I now have. But all they did was follow YouTube's advice, because YouTube told me, hey, here's a staggering number. The number of people who have subscribed and then unsubscribed because they figured out I didn't have more guides on my channel is over 300,000 people. Yeah. Yes, my channel could be much bigger if I just gave into exactly what YouTube did, but I don't want to turn passion projects into just straight up work that I hate. So, but I especially don't like it when somebody is kind of not sincere and comes up in my stream as their own, basically using my audience as their own, like, publicizing what they did off of my damn hard work. And now they're the one closing in on the 1 million subscriber mark from basically taking more challenge runs that I've done and just blatantly ripping them off as like I made them up out of my brain hole. There's no reason that they should exist. I just kind of tried it and saw what worked. And they just steal, and I've asked people to go look at them, and over and over and over, they're just stealing it. And that's how they got their channel basically started. Not off of making a... Which, I mean, everything is derivative. More Than Me will just play Resident Evil. But not all, More Than Me did things like make guides to the game the way I did, which was like out of just general passion for what was going on. And I don't realize if they realize how, I don't know if they realize how, like, of a dick move that was to, because it wasn't as much of a dick move until they showed up at one of my streams and, like, dropped $20 like it was nothing. But I know that the video that they ripped off of my knife, first world ever knife only, when it was thought to be non-doable, downplay, like, the idea of, like, already in Resident Evil 2, I think someone specifically said he might have gotten hardcore S+ doing this challenge, but I'm gonna do it without taking a single hit. But he was able to save it over 20 or 30 times, like something egregious. So he was just reloading the last time he took a hit to be able to make a compilation of never showing gameplay front to back, which is, I think, kind of bull. So it's just like, props to the person who figured out how to, like, path this I'm gonna do it too. They got Hardcore S Plus. I'm gonna do it an easier way, but make it sound like my way is much harder. No, it's harder to do it Hardcore S Plus, asshole. And I could let that one slide until you come up in my stream, drop 20 bucks, make a few thousand off your goddamn video, and then make it sound like 20 bucks is fine. Like, no. I'm gonna probably take down my stream and you can just continue with your career. I can continue with mine. And now he's known as the champion of challenges for Resident Evil. His channel doesn't even come close to the number of live streams I've done of challenges that I've made up. Doesn't even come close. Not even fucking close. Yeah, it's deceptive marketing. So that one might have been down just because I was really tired of people taking stuff that was really hard work and just kind of memeing it and bashing it. So I'll put it back up. I didn't realize it was still down. There's no reason to keep it down anymore. I didn't even put it down fast enough. So if it's down, it's what? Who is? I'm not gonna name who it is, but honestly, you'll know who it is because literally, and I'll say someone else who watched the Resident Evil 2 challenges that they've done of doing it the game knife only specifically, they out and out name that they used me as the reason. So they do actually name drop me in their videos, and you can go find the Resident Evil 2 knife only challenge where they name drop me. But I'm not gonna actually name drop them because there's so much that you can say of talking shit before. Like, for all I know, they made a legitimate, like, they didn't think anything wrong of it, and they thought actually they were doing something courteous, but it all really felt like a big ass slap in the face. So it was, I'm not name dropping a single person. But let's see if this lady. No, they didn't. They just mentioned that they took my strategies. They okay, though I can't say for sure if they didn't in that video say go check me, but from what I was told, no, I was just a passing reference. So Bruce, oh my god, thank you. Kindness out of no, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All right, hold on.
Oh god.
I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god!
Still the Oh, hey
Good
Bruce,
to see you
thank you
back,
so
Evil
much.
as well.
Thank you for the kindness. I really appreciate that. That sound bit. For anyone who thinks that I just laugh at it because I have to laugh. No, I hear myself giving a legitimate, like, Scorsese would listen to that scream and be like, I need it in my next film. Kind of scream that I can never reproduce because I screamed as if I was falling off a skyscraper. And I was falling in Dying Light. But I mean, I was so confident that I had a good idea and the Ninja Chicken failed. I was so confident. I was so confident. And I so died. All over the idea of trying to get Easter eggs. I would never be able to mentally unsee the video of that scream. I know. I'm gonna release a short of that very soon. I've already basically made it. I think I need to tweak a little part of it. I made the short of like wait and everything, and then it just being like the JoJo's to be continued. Because no one gets to hear it unless they're at a live stream and somebody actually does something like Bruce just did. But God did it. Can I never reproduce? That was a legitimate I'm dying scream. That was legitimate. That's so just, it's like a feral. That's proof that I can't act, because I can't redo that scream. I want to. I'd love to redo that scream. I have no idea how my body produced that sound. Well, yeah. I'll use the shorts as short snippets of, basically, I've told before, the way I'm gonna use shorts is basically as commercials to longer videos. So to me, it's just gonna be reaching a wider audience of, hey, if you like what I've got to say in 15 to 30 seconds, maybe a minute, then, or if you like this gameplay footage and you like the way I'm going about it, then here's the rest of it. Here's the video, and you can go check that out. I'll just use it as mini commercials. Oh God, okay.
My lucky day.
They were right on me. They were right on me. No, 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 no. No! Here, I smashed the window. I'll come back.
Nice.
I need to get to that ladder! That ladder is always just there and ready. Salvador is very much not there and ready. Alright, I'm gonna take a new path. I haven't really gone this way before. Oh my God. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. No. So I don't get one shot on accident again. I need eggs, chickens! Salvador! Come at me, bro! Knock down this one.
Let's see you climb this.
Where the hell is he? What? They are jumping from the more are joining the fray. Chicken egg! Got a chicken egg! Salvador.
Come on.
Shoot, I still... Are you kidding? No. I still haven't utilized this. No! 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 That was a good one! That was a good! I was doing a good! I was a good and doing a good! I was doing a good! Why did I get stuck up on him? You dick! I was doing a good! Hey, Chadwick. Quick backtrack when you repeatedly asked us to hear you out. Was it so we could witness an epic man yelp that stands the test of time? No, it was not. It was, I thought I was about to do something really awesome. Which is why we have now a command that's exclamation point hear me out. Because I really, really believed you were about to see like me being Ninja Chicken for he is legend. And you watched a legend die that day. I hit the ground so hard. All right. Oh, YouTube, shut up. Okay, fine. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna play a thing.
September 30th, 1998.
Yes, it's partly timed. Spoderman in the making. Oh god. Oh, I had a few things go wrong there. Can confirm he hit the ground hard. I was there.
How far could he have gone?
That damn fall. Oh, how much recording time do I have left? Oh, I still got 1.16 terabytes on that hard drive. I'm recording this in 4K ProRes, so it's eating up hard drive space like crazy over there. All for the idea of like one win, one time. One man, one win, one time. Coming this summer. The story of a lifetime.
Anyone home?
Leon Strikes Back. I don't know where I'm going with that. I don't know what to narrate. Someone wanted to tell me what to narrate.
This is not good.
Hey, N2O. What's going on? Yeah, I'm still learning. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm seeing more and more mechanics, and I'm learning more and more about it, which will make me more confident going into just playing the normal game, which will probably be more entertaining for you guys, because I'm pretty sure my first playthrough, I'm pre-ordering it. I don't know if it's gonna be like other pre-orders where you got to immediately get a harder mode, and I've seen nothing about that in the pre-orders. But whatever the hardest mode is when it's released is probably what I'll play it at. Because many times I've played it for this, I got actually just over a week to decide, right? Or about a week to decide. So I got a week to really think about it, but part of me thinks that I should have to play it more than just on whatever normal is. Even though the other part of me is like, well, if I play it on hard difficulty and it's really, really, really hard, then people won't get to see the story, and they might just want to see how it plays out, not me overcoming challenges. So I might play it on whatever the recommended normal is, but we'll see how many difficulty settings it's got. Because if it's got like 5, since these guys so rudely interrupted, if it's like Resident Evil 3 where there's like, I can't remember, like there's like 5, there's assisted, easy, normal, nightmare, and inferno. I think there's 5 difficulties in like Resident Evil. Like if it was something like that, then I would have to gauge that off of Resident Evil 3 that nightmare was actually still quite hard, and not probably best for my first playthrough. But Inferno is now I can't play Nightmare as well because I'm used to faster things happening in Inferno. So I actually dodged at the wrong time because enemies are faster in Inferno. So Nightmare kicks my ass, just like Assisted kicks my ass. So I'll have to see how many difficulty levels they have. If there's one, I just need to find a sweet spot that's not normal. But in the case of like Resident Evil 3, there was not much I could do. Going to Nightmare would have been too much. So I had to do normal, but I didn't want to. But I know bad content is when people are sitting through you fiddling through things that... And technically I can always edit it out, but... I've already played the original version many times. I've played a lot on the this channel has a 12-hour stream that cut 2.5 hours off. I played the original front to back. Assisted mode, okay, yes. For anyone watching, assisted mode is hard for me. I get used to the harder difficulty, and then I get assisted mode kicks my ass. The AI learning and doing different things is super scary. Yeah, it's actually getting my adrenaline up. My heart hasn't stopped beating any less than just about, even my resting heart rate playing games usually never goes through over 85 beats per minute. Oh, it's been able to spike to 95, 105, you know, it's getting to triple digits pretty handily because something new will happen. They're definitely adapting. The AI is... GJD? Why? you chose violence. In my defense, Village of Shadows Moreau on not New Game Plus, just New Game, is not as it should be easy. He's a pain in the ass. With no I'm just saying, nothing infinite, nothing to help out. No items can go unwasted or can go wasted because you don't have them to waste. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh God. Moreau's a little harder than he looked. Because I didn't have the advantages of New Game Plus. I was playing it on a brand new... I only had that ability to do that because I went ahead and pre-ordered on... I had to spend the same money on the same game twice. Just so that you guys could have the experience of seeing some YouTuber do Village of Shadows as a first playthrough. Not on New Game Plus. I gave you guys that experience. You got to see how hard it is to beat Village of Shadows with no unlocks at all. 0 unlocks, 0 infinite weapons, 0 things to help you out. And I did it. I'm proud of myself for doing it. But damn, are some simple bosses hard. Like my vanilla flavor of the sisters for in Castle Dimitrescu. She should be easy. So hard. And I hate saying that my flavors are easy. I hate saying my flavors. No one ever dogged my flavors. They're allowed to stab me in the legs if they want to. I live by their whims and their will. So I will die by their hands if I have to. But geez, I can one-shot her with infinite weapons and then I can just die to a bajillion times without them. I understand now why Hamilton sings about the Schuyler sisters so much like that. Just makes sense. It's been... Oh God, they followed me. Oh no. Oh no. It's been 4 hours of trying this difficulty. No, it's been 4 hours of me trying this difficulty and specifically going after Salvador. That's the big difference. I'm not just running like a puss cake away from Salvador. Salvador ain't gonna treat me like a little bitch. I am actually trying to take Salvador down. I'm pretty sure I'm about to die. Pretty sure that kills me. Setting up a bear trap, save me. Setting up a bear trap, save me. Thank you, Aiden. Oh, I have to sneeze. Sorry. Sneezes hurt really, really bad right now. They put pressure against my gut that shouldn't be there. Aiden, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm...
My lucky day.
I had easier chances to beat this if I just kept running away. But I won't run. because I have a goal in my head and my stupid... Again, I'm firing on all monkey cylinders. I am not thinking with... I have all of this prefrontal cortex that is just not going to be utilized while you're watching right now.
Way's closed.
Hi. Are you kidding? Why were you standing right there? Don't you dare run at me from the left. Whoa, he just went running. He was running. Still got the grenade, right? What BJ said. Exactly. It's exactly how I made the Everyman's Guides. Continuously playing and figuring out and slowly getting better until I wrote down notes. Alright. Sarcasm?
We would like to buy one child, please.
I'm gonna need like a command for you just for me to use so I can just quickly give a quick fuck you to you. Thank you for the bless yous for the scene. But thank you. I need a... How do you say thank you and fuck you to somebody at the exact same time? A thank you? Is it a thank? Thank you.
Present for you.
Oh my god, it didn't hit him. Oh no 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 no. Wait, what? Wait, no! He teleported again! Now I'm gonna be grabbed! Not fair!
You're shitting me.
Yeah, that's... I got grabbed with no damage, though. Okay, the game had mercy on me. That's not fair. Okay. Hold on. We can actually make an herb. Come on. Salvador. Oh, no, no, no! No! I didn't I thought they could only grab you from behind. Okay, that's new. I've only had them grab me from behind and hold me. Or from the side. He literally from the front, not even getting all the way to my side, grappled me just to hold me like that to get chainsawed. What? What? Oh, sarcasm is just trying to get at me. There's no... I said herb correctly. We speak now... I used to say the queens. Now it's a king. Southerners speak the king's English more than those in England do. Fact check me, suckers. Find an English major, linguistic major, whatever. It depends on what they decide to study. Yeah, Southern accents are most likely what you would have heard in when the Mad King was back then. That was more or less his accent, most likely. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, he's poking at the idea that I went on a whole rant that basically after the American Revolution, there's a few things that Britain did to make sure that they differentiated themselves from the U.S., especially since we quickly became allies in a few other different conflicts. And one of the things that they did was adapt some of the words that they knew were common or there's a reason to do it. And one of them is herb. The H was added in the early 1800s for those who are across the pond or anything like that. So historically speaking, we know that herb was always pronounced without the H. We even know that the French, even the Latin roots are herbe. E-R-B-E. so the earliest everything says you don't pronounce the H, and it's just because there's a revolution and people got sticks up their asses. So, I give the most random talks while I'm in the middle of playing games. By the way.
What was that?
Wow, I thought you were in Georgia, not in Texas for that Chainsaw Massacre. Sweet start. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Amy. Yo. It sounds. I mean, yeah.
No fucking way.
Jesus. But anyway, there's a few things like that. There are differences, blah, 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 blah. Actually, you know what? You brought up something weird. I just had a random talk with my son about, I mean, I was talking with him. Random topics always come up. They've gone through a lot of things in history and blah, blah, blah. And I don't remember how it was brought up. If he brought it up, I brought it up. It was brought up by whatever else. I don't even remember what I was eating or wearing or doing anything. All I remember is I haven't actually had anything other than one shake today. Oh, shit. But I was talking to Rowan about how most revolutions, like industrial or like the Islamic Golden Age and a lot of the underground coffee houses that made things like Sir Isaac Newton and his thoughts, they all were based on basically caffeine and people having an alternative to anything alcoholic. That if you basically take people from a depressant to an upper, you're gonna have some people thinking a bit more clearly. And I told him, I was like, what do you think helped make things like, you watched Hamilton, but what do you think is really happening? Like, you know, why was tea so important? Tea wasn't just a status symbol. You bring up urban, it made me think tea. It wasn't that tea was just a status symbol that, you know, people who drink tea are better. No, actually, people who drink tea were better. They were also richer, but they were. Because they weren't drinking alcohol. So people who were being able to pay the price for tea were better citizens, better thinkers, better status, better everything. It wasn't just like a what we think of, oh, it's just a status symbol. No, caffeine was actually doing wonders. They were in general, like categorically, in a league of their own. And I was like telling Rowan, I was like, what do you, I was telling Rowan, like, why do you think, oh God, I gotta go knife him, I gotta knife him. No, wrong thing. I told Rowan, like, what do you think is better that happened? I was like, Boston Tea Party, where they dump a bunch of tea, but they actually steal a lot of the tea, they take it home, and they actually drink the tea in celebration, and then they get all hyped up, and they're just like, revolution! Or if they went home after that, got drunk off their ass, and then decided that the revolution didn't sound as good as just dumping the tea. Like, and I was joking around with him, but he was just like, Dad, like, I think he says something too effective, like, you need to give some of these talks at school. I was like, I don't think your teachers would like it like this. I don't remember what he said, but he was just like, he liked it like that a lot better. Because it's the truth. It's a better representation of how it happened. That's why, oh God. That's why coffee was made illegal. For those that don't know that part of history. Oh my God, he suplexes in this game. Yes. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Okay, get right up on him. I suplexed him. Yes! The suplex was kept in the game. Oh my God. All right, that's cool. I mean, that made me really happy. Yeah, 4 hours later, I just found that out. I find it out when I find it out. I found it out now. At least I never found. At least it's not I never found it out. But I did talk to him about the idea of like coffee had to be made illegal because it was a cheaper alternative to getting the same thing and having people like caffeine. It wasn't necessarily the known substance. It was just that people drinking coffee were finding a cheap alternative to get around the taxes and be able to import something that was a good alternative to tea that wasn't alcoholic. And so underground coffee houses. Oh my God. Would you? Are you kidding me? So underground coffee houses were made at colleges, and that's why Sir Isaac Newton with 3 others like started meeting, drinking coffee illegally, and came up with a lot of things that we come to just take for granted. I don't have an herb to heal that. Wait. Isn't there an herb to heal that? Did I forget? Have I been so fixated on it that I forgot to grab one of the things because I know I have to drop it? Like, I know I have to drop it, but did I not grab? Isn't there an herb? Am I going crazy? I'm losing my mind. It's fine. We're all crazy here. It's fine. It's fine. It is what isn't. I swear. My brain. Listen. Brain. We have to work together here. Brain. Listen. Brain. The herb was under the cabinet. The herb was under the cabinet. We can't go back there. Brain, shut up. You didn't know what you're talking about. No, shut up. There's people watching us. We'll talk about it later. No, you did. Well, caffeine is just an adenosine blocker. So caffeine can actually make someone sleepy because it's adenosine, correct? It feels where adenosine should actually be going in your brain, and it keeps you more alert because of that. Because the binding of adenosine with other enzyme, I believe it's an enzyme. When the more it binds, the more tired you perceive yourself to be. And when it just blocks the uptake of adenosine, it makes you stay at the level of being however awake you are, and also just has a side effect of helping your neurons to fire off faster. So it's an adenosine blocker, but it means that you have to have adenosine to block. Those who have lowered levels of adenosine, basically coffee can't really keep you any more awake than you already were awake or had the capacity to be awake. Caffeine isn't magic. So if you don't have basically the thing in your body to tell you to be more mentally aware, so it can block it and tell you to be more mentally aware, it can have the exact opposite effect and make you tired and just ruin your REM cycle. Because it will still make your brain fire off way too fast. So you can... Okay. I don't trust where she is. So we'll just have to wait a second. So, yeah, you can... That's all it'll end up causing. Caffeine can cause you to become tired because, by blocking your adenosine uptake and whatnot. That's the effect you get. Your brain can only maintain the level that it believes is correct. And so it all comes back to homeostasis. There's no way. Okay, cool. Oh, explain why coffee makes you poop. The bowel movement is actually not all chemical. There's a chemical and there's a little bit about caffeine that fires off. Again, it's firing a few things off. There's a few reasons why. And one of them is way more simple than you'd think. It's actually the ability for it to hasten your gastrointestinal, especially if for those that it causes that in, they usually have irritable bowel syndrome. So, or at least a small form of irritable bowel. Is this something you really want to discuss on the stream? Yeah, usually those that can be most affected have irritable bowel syndrome. So all it's actually really doing is speeding up the bowel movement that they were going to have anyway, because it is it makes your entire body, by blocking adenosine, work at a faster pace, which is making your intestines work at a faster pace, which makes you want to excrete what's in your bowels already, which makes you have to have that effect. And then it becomes almost like a placebo effect. Go have a cup of decaffeinated. There is I can't remember the chemical. There is a chemical in coffee that helps you have a bowel movement, but it's in a lot of other drinks and a lot of other things you eat. And in fact, most people will realize that no matter what they do around that same time, no matter what they put in their mouth, their brain has already made almost like a Pavlovian connection between a bowel movement and coffee. So it doesn't have to be coffee. It can just be any hot drink or any hot meal. So yeah, there you go. I mean, I don't know if that you were being sincere in asking that, but yeah, I know the science of that one too. So that's a thing. I guess we all today came together and learned that I'm
Here we go.
a caffeinated piece of shit. Great talk.
It's my lucky day.
Caffeine works differently in all people, so it's really hard to ever say how caffeine will work in one individual. It's such an odd. It's the only FDA considered like safe drug, but the FDA is already really screwed up. In medicine is considered one of the only safe drugs again. Like, I don't know a better term for it other than calling it a safe drug. Are you kidding? No. Batman. No, Batman. Who's that? Coffee contains a variety of compounds that stimulate your bowels. They include caffeine. Yeah. I don't remember all of the things. Caffeine is the biggest one that usually... I don't remember all the rest of it, but if you keep reading for anything that talks about coffee, it affects people more with irritable bowel, and it becomes the same thing as most foods you eat make your bowels work more. So it does help to compound a problem. Like, it has compounds that help compound a problem, but it's not usually... Some people drink coffee and don't shit. That's what I'm trying to get at. It can help you, but it affects people with irritable bowel syndrome more than anyone else, or people who with loose bowels or loose stools. Or this is where we need to summon Alyssa. Alyssa's training to be a charge nurse. Alyssa, type a few things so I don't have to, so I can play the game.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Technically, it's a diuretic for a reason.
Daddy.
Alyssa!
Daddy.
Explain a thing.
Daddy.
Explain a thing.
Daddy.
If she can't answer me right now, she hates me. Because she's training right now to become a charge nurse. And so if she's not answering it, it means she's in the middle of training. And I probably just bombed her with all of that. I don't know if he cuts his head off. I've seen a few new deaths. I think her position of being charge nurse is because of also staffing issues too, but it's... Well, Alyssa's not showing up. I called her. I used the call of her people, and she did not show, so... No, wait! I used the knife. Shoot. It's a diuretic for some blah, blah, blah. I don't necessarily want to talk about the science of pooping during my stream. We have a clean Christian stream here, and I won't be mucking it with the likes of you trying to come with your feces talks. What? No, no. She held me. Same thing. He's on fire this time. The fire didn't slow him down. She turned me around to hold me because he was right there. They worked together. They worked together. Why? Honestly, by the way, for people who don't realize what the goal of this is, it is not to beat this mode. It is to beat this mode and kill Dr. Salvador at the exact same time and get his money that he drops. It's to do all of that in one run. That's how I want to beat it. That's my goal. So I'm not trying to just outrun them, because if I was doing that, I'd utilize those sewers and the ladders more, to be honest. The first thought I had was if I was trying to outlast them, I'd probably use the sewers and the ladders. Because it would block me from ladder, let me climb up. It's on a timer, obviously. If I can run the whole system and get back to the sewers and then just kill the ones in the sewers, it doesn't look like Salvador can get down there, climb back up. Should make me block both of the events that I'd hit that he can just instantly warp to me. If I was just trying to survive him, I in my head have a path to survive this mode. So I think I figured that out. I want him dead. I want him very dead. And I want his money. I want him to give me his money.
This is not good.
Oh, I've already killed Salvador quite a few times and gotten his 10,000 of the currency. His 10,000 that he drops. I've killed him. I just haven't lived to hear the bell after I killed him and picked up his currency, because I got ganked both times that happened, and then a third time I picked up someone else's currency and his, and then got ganked. So I've been getting just really ganked. What's going on?
We would like to buy
Jacob?
one child, please.
What's happening? Okay, a more psychological question. How do you get people to say their point once and then let it go if all parties of the conversation could do nothing about it? Hold on. I'm willing to... Everyone hashtag Jacob. Jacob actually has stuck with the channel, supported the channel so much. I don't want to... I take time out for... Especially for people who support the channel, just because it's the least I can do. I really feel like I could do more for you guys, and if the best I can do is this. Because all these, you see these posters behind me? They're from, they're displays. The fact that I've even been able to play a few games that I have, the fact that I've ever played Persona 5 on this channel, or there's a few other games that they're all from Jacob saying me these things. So I have awesome artwork that I never would have had, especially in memory of my brother. All right, Jacob, psychological question. I'm trying to, how do you get people to say their point once and then let it go if all parties of the conversation can do nothing about it? How? So you're confirm for me really quick, Jacob. You're asking basically, you're asking how do you get people to say their point once? Like basically, it could almost be a heated argument. It could be something that they're just they make an iteration and they're just reiterating themselves. They're not bringing any new information to the table. They're making a point, and then they're not dropping the point. And there's no one in the conversation. It could be someone like venting or something, and they're venting to people that can't help change their situation. All they can do is listen. And is it something like that you're kind of asking? And they won't. Okay. Okay. How do you? That's harder. The point of a lot of people saying their points and then reiterating it to people that can do nothing about it is exactly what you just described. It's the powerlessness of them not being able to change the situation. If they had power over the situation, it wouldn't be a saying their point once. It would be actually, it wouldn't be saying their point. It'd be stating their case. Your father and brother do it repeatedly. Yeah. See, that's okay. So you're now that I'm getting, yeah. So usually when people can do something about it and you say a point, it's not actually stating a point. It's more like making a case. And when you make a case, people usually will make multiple iterations of that because they have a case to be made and they know that there's probably going to be a counterpoint. When people are just trying to make a point of being like, don't do this, please do that. Next time, could you look out for this? Good night, Gio. Thank you so much for being here. If you're talking about basically someone or making an observation about like, my boss did this, so angering, and you know, you have to listen to it, and then they just keep going on about it. That's setting boundaries, because that's the whole point of them doing that. The whole point of people saying their point to people who can do nothing about it is so that they can continue to let it go and to speak about it. Let me put it in a different light. If they said it to somebody who could actually change the situation, they could have ramifications for what they say. You are specifically talking about a case where, how do you get them? You have to set a boundary, and if they don't respect the boundary, you have to walk away. I know that's a hard thing to just throw out there and say that that's how it works, but that's how it does kind of work. I unless you have more specifics to be able to give you other than it's your father and your brother do it repeatedly. Yeah, they want affirmation. It's venting affirmation. There's a lot of things, and I guess the best way I can describe that is just, yeah, the difference between making stating their points and making a case. And making a case would be like there'd be a counter argument. You're making a case, you're expecting to be countered, and some people are looking for an argument, so walk away from those. Some people state their point to be divisive. So if you're finding yourself in divisive places, some people honestly don't realize they're doing it, but they're stating a point to specifically be divisive, and if no one says anything to it or doesn't change anything, they'll just keep stating it. But no, I'll rant as much as I want to. You can get the fuck out if you don't like it. I've been playing for 5 hours in a 2-hour stream before. Shut the fuck up and let me rant for 2 seconds with one of my members who has supported me for years and years and years. If you don't like it, leave. I would say the best I could give you is the same thing I've run into, Jacob. I've just had to put boundaries. A more recent situation is I told somebody that when they get home from work, not to vent about work that day if possible. To like if they really need to talk about work, actually save it. Yeah, they do work themselves into more anger. Yeah, okay. You're talking about people getting themselves worked up. Yeah, that's a lot of a process of getting things out and emotions out. There's not much you can do about it other than set the boundaries for you. You're not going to be able to change them, or you can actually even tell them, like, it's more destructive. You can let them know that, but most people don't take kindly to that because you're making a point that feels divisive. So, yeah. How do you get people to say their point once and then let it go if all parties in the conversation can do nothing about it? Not much, other than... Not much. So, yeah. Usually the best you can do is kind of set a boundary for you and what you're willing to be near. And I know that's a shitty answer, but it's the truth. I had to make a boundary like that because somebody was getting themselves worked up over work. And for me, the reason I made a boundary on that is because that's really frustrating for me because I never get to leave work. Ever since I had to move into this house after my divorce, I don't have my office in the basement, so every time I want to use the bathroom from being in the living room, I have to walk by the place that I work. So you know, given that stipulation of my own situation, hearing somebody else complain about work same day without giving it time to to breathe, there's even a part of it that's jealousy for me. I would love to have a 9 to 5. There's many days that people don't realize I would love a 9 to 5. And all right, hold on. This guy needs to run at me. Come on. And I knew it was jealousy, but there's not. there's not much I could do. A person doesn't like to be wrong. Yes, Caleb, that's completely correct. People don't take kindly to the idea that that you just basically tell them they're wrong, and even telling them to set a boundary is basically telling them they're wrong for speaking. So it's all kind of in context. But anyway, my own jealousy kind of was getting in the way, and I was listening to them talk about a job that they got to leave behind because they actually have a place of work. I was listening, and they're going on and on, and I finally started saying, you know, for my mental health and yours, it's probably best if, like, you just sit on topics a day, and if you really feel like you need to talk about it a day after, then by all means, like, come to me, like, talk to me about it. But if after a day has gone by and you don't feel the need to talk about it, then it's actually something that was just, you know, something that you can just leave behind when you leave the workplace. And that's the best example I've got, because I have no power to change their work situation. Only they do. I have no power to go into their workplace and change what their day was. And they actually have no power to change it right then and there, unless they're gonna, you know, email or call their boss or whatnot. Like, but it's what happened at work. They can just leave work at work. So, like, people need to vent about work, and I wasn't necessarily telling them not to, like, bring big issues or talk to me about that. I was telling them, like, the little tiny, like, bickering of, like, he said, she said, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know, that's bringing the misery of your work home. That's bringing the idea that you got to leave work behind and you don't have to do any work at home. Like, you're bringing it home with you by your own choice now, by bringing it up. And so I put a boundary of, I can't do anything about it, and it doesn't help either of us mentally, because you're not doing anything like that's truly like constructive venting. So yeah, that's about all I can say on that, Jacob. It's the best I can do from a psychological standpoint of how do you deal with that. It's understanding the situation, reading the room, putting boundaries, and leaving when you have to. If people work themselves up and they're like two of a kind, like they have a similar personality, it is like someone said affirmation. It is like affirmation. It would be nice to, wow, that glitched again. For some people, it's very nice to feel not happy about something, complain about it to somebody else, and then for them to be like, yeah, and they just get them more worked up. For them, that feels good, and it actually starts releasing some of the good brain juices sometimes. Many times it's actually psychologically damaging, because you get into a routine of reinforcing the negative while never being able to bring out the positive, and then you get your system in a pattern where it only will get more stimulated from things that are negative in your life than positive. So then you will go for negative reinforcement. And that is literally the point between negative reinforcement. You'll start seeking it. That's almost getting to the point of, like, the studies about you can beat a child, and if you show them no other affection, the child will come back and do things knowing they're getting a beating just to get attention, because there's no other way for them to get attention from their parental figure. So it can be very destructive. We see it in children, we see it in adults. I haven't done many studies on that in particular, so I don't know if I have more I can add to that. I'm trying to think in my head really quickly so I can just close it out, because I know you're still listening, Jacob. I can't even think of any recent studies to point you to. I know there's one in 2017, one in 2019, but they aren't really on topic for what we're talking about. They are more about mental behaviors, and it actually one points more towards more tendencies that go in schools. Another one is tendencies about perception, which is more like sociology paper. Williamson did a paper, and that's not going to do you any good. I think I'm pretty much tapped dry on that subject. I'm trying to think of any other. I hope that helped. Did that help, Jacob? I'm hoping that helped, because I think I'm tapped dry on what I know. I know there's one other study. I think it's back from 2006 though. And I think I only used that. See, that's what I know. I don't remember all of it, so I'd be cherry picking information, and that's not right to try to help you with. Because I was using that study as a basis for one of my studies on perception in relationships. So I don't remember it other than what the information they derived from it and the charts from actual relationships as their baseline before they went into their own study. Because I was charting relationships and perception about, physical, emotional attachment, things like that, blah, blah, blah. My study didn't go along with theirs at all. So, and that's from 2006 when I was in college. So that one would be like really pertinent, but it's really outdated. I can't really, but it doesn't resolve why I should do to help. It does, but it doesn't resolve what I should do to help both of them. You're looking to help both of them. Yeah, I had a feeling you were looking to help both of them. Instead of trying to giving you studies, I'll say the counseling side of that, how that would be approached in a counseling setting. So, take it with a grain of salt. I've been in counseling for over 2 decades, well over 2 decades now. And I only have about 80 to 100 hours or so of clinic hours of being in counseling sessions, looking over a counselor to start towards my master's and for that. So I know what I've received, and I've seen enough patients. So, okay, if we go the other route of what do you do to help them, and you're actually almost acting, I can only give you general guidelines. So a general guideline of helping someone like that, non-confrontationally, do not call them out on being wrong. This is the kind of where I statements instead of you statements, but be just very blunt with them. Like, it would be a very blunt and to the point conversation where you make a point and it's actionable on them, and you'd have to be prepared to make a point and then make a case. So you're saying they're making a point and then they won't drop it. You'd have to be prepared to make a point and then just to make a case. And your best course of action is to iterate, I care about you. Like, hey, I want to bring up something because I care about you, and I've noticed something, and I don't want you to, go through any more hardships than you have to. And it would be that kind of talk of where you kind of try to write it down, say it, and see if it sounds correct. Say it in the mirror and see if it's something you would want to hear. But it'd be something that if you really want to bring it up and try to be constructive about it, it would be the type that a counselor would probably give you some, and don't take this as true counseling advice, because legally I cannot give counseling advice as I am not sitting there with one patient, knowing their whole situation, being able to, I have to give the whole disclaimer really quick. And this is not to be taken as, this is generalized advice that is given on the internet. I'm not a licensed professional that is qualified to give the definitive answer on what you as an individual, and Jacob or anyone should do for their life decision. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Now that I've given that disclaimer, it's one of those that it's the very hard having to really, really think out what you're going to say. Basically saying it's coming from a place of caring, because people don't mind being wrong when you care as much as they care when you're just being confrontational. And then you basically have to plant. This is where one of the only times I will ever tell someone to play the what if game. Play the what if game to their responses, to the best way you could think to word it, that you think that stating this and getting each other riled up is giving them a bad mindset when they could be calmer and have a better day, or however your situation requires. And then play the what if game of what they're going to say back to you. Because you need to actually play the what if game of calmly responding, of you're going to be the one to have to reiterate that hey, I'm not here to attack you. I'm not here to make you feel bad. I'm not here to do anything but say something that from a place of caring, that I am. And it almost sounds like I'm talking about an intervention. And when it comes to anger issues, it basically is. Anger becomes something that's very addictive to human beings. Anger can set off the same pleasure stimuli to your brain as sex can. It's a very weird thing to think that both of them can basically get you aroused, and that's why you hear about people talk about like angry makeup sex. Okay, it sounds like a joke, but no, it's actually stimulating a lot of the same parts. And so anger can become just as addictive as any other drug. So what I'm basically telling you is the same things you would hear in an intervention, which is you've got to keep your cool. You've got to let them vent. You've got to let them do everything. And then you've got to be the one to come back with the exact same point without giving in to, you can't, if your whole point is to say that they ramp each other up and they let things spiral out of control, you're going to have to be the one person that doesn't spiral out of control, ramp things up. You know what I mean? So you would have to be the one that no matter what they could say and say, you've done it before, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. It's your fault, blah, blah, blah. They could start throwing it all at you. And you're going to have to be the one that never matches their pitch, their volume, their intensity. You stay at the same intensity, which takes a lot of practice, a lot of writing it down, a lot of talking to the mirror, a lot of thinking in your head of what if they say this back to me, and then write it down and say it out loud as if they're speaking to them. And if you're really that nervous, talk to a friend. Have a friend that can be a sounding board so they can actually say the words back at you. Because when it comes down to the moment of truth, most people buckle under the idea of some of the most simple questions or some of the most simple comebacks when they're being confronted with a personality trait that they need to change. And you're basically asking your dad and your brother to change a personality trait. And on top of that, a personality trait that can be very addictive because it's anger. And anger is basically a drug. So you're asking them to make a lifestyle change. It's going to take more than one talk. And it's going to take more than one try. And it's going to take more than one time that you just have like the patience of a saint. And even the idea that you before going into the conversation will have to have a point where you say, this has gone far enough. And I wanted to bring this up so because I fear for your health and I want you to be a happier person. But this isn't where I wanted the conversation to go. I'm sorry if if this conversation left a sour taste in your mouth, but it is a subject I passionately want you to just, I'm just passionate about bringing up to you because I care for your well-being. And just walk away. And then bring it up later. Let them stew on it. Because as much as people can be addicted to anything, I know at least right now of people that are watching this stream, we have at least 4 people who have told me that they are recovering addicts from something. And all of them take time. All of them take multiple times of being confronted with an addiction and what to do and steps to go through. And I kid you not when I say anger and getting riled up and having those things are an addiction. You cannot always get through to an addict or anyone that's acting like that the first time or the second or the 12th time. And many times you have to learn your own boundary. Otherwise, instead of you pulling them out of a bad place, they suck you into their bad place. That's what will end up happening. So you have to be able to call your own time of when you know you're going into a conversation that will probably turn toxic from their end, that you come from a place of compassion and love and caring. You iterate as many times in as many different ways as you can, in ways that you remember in your head that they've even said it to you. Especially times where it's not to throw words back in their face, but if they before thought to formulate the words of how they care about you and they tried to help you with a problem in the past, then you can use those same words to say that how, just like you care about me, I care about you and I see this too. And sometimes using words, it's not using words against people, it's using words that immediately fire off I talked about the hippocampus before, it fires off a memory. And all you're going to do is trying to relate instead an addiction to basically getting riled up and being angry and firing off dopamine and a lot of other things that literally only get fired off during like sex and adrenaline rushes from adrenaline junkies like jumping off of cliffs. Anger can cause those chemicals to be fired off. You're basically trying to make them fire off that same signal of they have a memory of they did this for you at one point. And as angry as they can get when they cool down, you're trying to leave a lasting impression of you're doing the same thing for them. And eventually, even it's someone who's addicted to something in their lifestyle. So eventually either they do realize what you're saying and they do actually acknowledge, and acknowledging the problem is the absolute first step. If they never acknowledge it, just let it go, because then they're just sucking you down. If they never acknowledge they have a problem, if you've tried dozens of times, like, then all that's happening is that you're being drained, you're giving without getting in return. All it's going to do is just hurt you in the long run. But if they are willing to admit at any point, basically, that this is an issue, like that you have a valid point, that's when you know you have your foot in the door. And again, my best resources for you actually wouldn't necessarily be about necessarily this. It'd actually go along the idea of read up on what people have to do to confront others about an addiction. And then replace every time when they say alcohol or nicotine or heroin or any other drug, replace every single time they say any other drug with anger. And take the exact same steps. Just don't get sucked in yourself. That's a horrible place to be. Because the situation you're describing is your brother and your dad, right? So if they drag you down, who's gonna pull you back up? You have to go into it knowing that you have to break free of the conversation. Because if they drag you down, you have to know that there might be nobody to bring you back up from it. So, yeah, it's definitely a conversation where you have to go through a lot of steps, a lot of practice, a lot of caring, a lot of compassion, and then knowing when your own mental health is at stake and you have to stop it. So I hope that helps. And that's I guess that's really the best I can do. They're mostly fighting about how unfair they think the world is. I wouldn't change any of what I said, really. But yeah, the world is unfair. But you can bring up to them that basically rehashing this topic isn't going to make the world any less unfair if that's how they truly believe it is. The world is unfair. The world has always been unfair because you can be born with the silver spoon, or you can be the smartest, most talented person, kindest person, and be born in the middle of a pandemic that no one cares about in Africa. You could be somebody that's, doesn't ever earn anything that they get, or you can be somebody that tried to earn everything and got nothing in return. It's kind of like a rose blooming in the desert type of situation. Like, the world is just not a fair place. It's a cruel place. Cruelty is around, but you learn to walk hand in hand with it. You somewhere along maturing and becoming an adult, you have to learn to walk hand in hand with the cruelty that the world throws at you. Because it's ever at your doorstep. It's ever with you. It's ever present. It's ever walking with you. Your life is a testament to how cruel the world can be. But your life is a better testament to how you stand up to the cruelty the world can throw at you. While your life can be a testament to that the world is cruel, your actions and your reactions to what the cruel world can throw at you is a better testament of your character, of your personal character and your personal fortitude to be able to overcome that, no matter if your issue is that of somebody of a peasant or of a king type deal, because everyone's got issues. So that's a lack of maturity type of conversation, where obviously they found a conversation they can latch onto, they can rehash over and over because there's no solving it unless they want to become an activist, and they can easily rehash because the world will continue to be a cruel place. So every single time they want to get their junky high of being angry, they can just rehash a subject of the world is cruel. That's a lack of maturity. But you just learn to walk hand in hand with cruelty. Almost, I wouldn't say that it's your friend. It's just your constant neighbor. It's your constant companion. Just as hope should always be your constant companion. Cruelty and hatred from the world is a constant companion, just as should be hope that the cruelty will one day fade away. Both should go hand in hand with you and be accepted as for what they are. Because if you can accept both, you can look at the cruelty of the world and have hope that tomorrow some of that cruelty fades away and becomes less, while the hope becomes a reality. And your reality can change. And the world can become more and more cruel, and it can become worse and worse. And someone can feel like they're on their last leg, that basically they can't get any lower, and the world can show them that yes, there can be something worse than this. You can be knocked down even another rung. Like, you can become homeless and realize there's even another rung below that. There's even another rung below that. That death would be a pleasantry at that point. There's always a way to get knocked down, but the other hand that you have to accept the world with is hope. Hope that tomorrow, as much as it could actually be worse, could also be better, and you're no prophet. And if you can hold both, one in each hand at all times, then you can view the world for what it is. Not as a blind, ignorant optimist who truly believes everything gets better just because it'll get better, and not as a also just as many times as ignorant, non-pragmatic pessimist who just rants about how there's nothing to do about the world. You become someone who's a realist, who realizes when the cruelty of the world directly affects you, and then what to do, because the only things you can control in this life are your actions and reactions. You can only control your actions for your own self and your reaction to what the world throws at you. And if you can walk with both hand in hand, you can readily accept more of the good things that come along in your life, and more readily accept that more bad things will come, and you will have to still live with it. It's about acceptance that, yeah, they're right. The world is cruel. It's so beautifully cruel. It's unbelievable. Kokoki, hello there. Why do you never get notifications? I'm sorry. Do you not have phone notifications? I just looked over and saw that. But phone notifications, ring bell, I don't know, but yeah. The world is cruel. They have a point. They just don't need to rehash it all the time. Yeah. The world is terribly cruel. But on another hand, as cruel as the world can be, don't you think it's kind of like marvelous that like life, even you get a chance to view the cruelty of the world? Like that's where my hope side even starts. It doesn't start even with like the idea of the hopeful, like that tomorrow will be a bright shiny day. It starts with the idea of I was born to be able to experience anything. As many times I could experience being hurt and sadness, I can experience joy and love. And being born into that, having a chance at life, having your one chance of being who you are in this point of time today, that to me already is like a miracle in and of itself, that can be a thing, that we can, I'm me, you're you, and we can be talking and I can be answering your question. That's itself something that to me is hopeful, because it came to be like that. No action of your own, and with, yeah, but by actions of others, and by just random happenstance of catastrophes and just nature happening, the world can be seen as something so cruel. It can be that the life that you're given is just to bear witness to the tragedies. But we only bear witness to tragedies to learn how to not repeat the past. But in our personal lives, we bear witness to tragedies, whether we want to or not, to not just, it's not just about not repeating the past. It just becomes cruelty if you don't sit there and say, how can I make it better next time? Like, if it just stays as the tragedy, then it is just a tragedy. I almost want to pull from personal experience, but it's like, there have been very bad things. I've brought up my brother dying. If it always stays as just like my brother being it, and I crumble, I won't lie. I was, okay, so full disclosure. Before the first stream I did today, before that stream, I was in full-blown tears. I lost it. There was enough that happened yesterday. I thought I was okay today. I tried to walk without the cane. My right leg crumpled again. I felt useless. I didn't get on things. I thought I was gonna stream 3 hours earlier than that. I have a tax situation where someone can get to me tax information, and I really need to get that under wraps. I'm having an argument with my ex-wife. A lot of things built up, and the first thing that popped in my head was if I could talk to my brother, none of this would be an issue. And then I spiraled back into my own, like, this world is cruel of my own headspace, because this world, my brother was one of the best people I knew to ever be in this world. And it's not me being hyperbole and putting him on a pedestal. My brother's life is a testament to the idea that he was a kind person. And I would have gladly taken his place in the grave if he could have his kindness and knowledge shine through. And I lost it earlier today. It was just me in a fit for probably a good 45 minutes where I just could not bring myself for a few, because it was just, why is my brother dead? I'm alive, and the only thing I want right now is to ask my brother, like, what do I do? Like I did for 3 decades of my life, and it's been the past 7 years that I don't get to ask my brother, hey, like, you know me better than anyone else. What do you think I should do? And it feels cruel. The only way I drag myself up out of that is remembering that for 3 decades, I had somebody I could go to. And it sounds like I'm saying the same words, but no, the way you pull yourself up with things like that is, for 3 decades, as much as I had to review the cruelty of the idea of this world forgot him, left him in a basement to rot for 6 years, forgot that he had any disorder, that people didn't pay enough attention, people didn't do anything, that I watched people just forget my brother existed after he was named Superman for saving everyone else around him. Heard people say eulogies about how they wouldn't be alive without him today, and that his only jobs that he ever held were to help other people. And people get up at his eulogy, and I was like, where were you a few months ago when he was crying being alone in the basement himself? And I'm thinking about how cruel the world is and how I want my brother back. And then I thought, but I did for 3 decades. As cruel as the world feels to take him away over a tumor that a doctor could have caught if they didn't think he was a pill pusher. For 3 decades, I had the pleasure, I had the privilege, I had the downright, like, I'm using a lot of these words, but I was gifted this enormous gift that most people don't get. I had a brother who for 3 decades was by my side and knew my brain better than anyone else. And not many people in this world get to say, for 3 decades, I could go to someone and ask them something and they knew exactly my background, exactly how I grew up, everything about me, and knew such a vast wealth of information and actually could help me. And for 3 decades, I'm sitting here crying that I can't talk to my brother because he was so useful for 3 decades. And I think that's how I, earlier today, pulled myself out of a spiral, that the world is cruel, but amazingly beautiful at the same time, because how many people get to say that their best friend was actually their brother? Most of the time we think of our siblings as fighting and we grow distant, we have to reconnect. No. My brother was 16 months, 19 days, 10 hours older than me, but we never had to be best friends. We were born brothers. We became best friends. That's how it worked. Nothing forced us to be friends. There was a friendship. We both liked a lot of the same things. That could be from our upbringing, but we both had a thirst for knowledge, and we both didn't agree on a lot of subjects, and yet we still figured out a way to communicate. And it matured and harvested into this thing that we're both in our 20s, and some of the most pleasure we ever got was being able to sit down across from each other and talk about topics that we knew we didn't agree on because we knew the other person had information that we didn't have. And that he could come to me and ask for advice, and I could go to him and ask for advice, because we knew the other person didn't think exactly like us, but cared. And my brother loved me just as much as my parents, and in some cases, I think, if not more. I think about all that. The world was cruel to rip him from me, and amazingly beautiful to give me him in the first place as an opportunity to know somebody like him. I cried on the couch because that good of a person was in my life for 3 decades. I think that's the point that a lot of people miss when they're trying to mature and grow up. If they want to complain about the cruelty, then the only thing they're basing the cruelty off is the beauty that they are missing out on. And if they want to go and rehash the cruelty over and over, there's only so much you can do. But you gotta walk with both, one in each hand. Hope that tomorrow brings something more beautiful than today, and in the other hand, the cruelty that the world will throw at you that will smash hope into the ground. And just accept it that either one is just as likely, but your own actions can help dictate, and when your actions can do nothing, your own mindset of being able to persevere can get you to the next hopeful day. To the next helpful, hopeful, beautiful day of this world that we have, of a finite life we have to live. I don't know if that'll all translate to your father and your brother, but complaining about the cruelty of the world, it's the low-hanging fruit. That's why I know it's got to be an anger issue. It's just the low-hanging fruit. So it still comes back, Jacob, to it's an anger issue. They're addicted to the high it gets of being hyped up and angry. They really are. That's what it comes down to. So anyway.
We would like to buy one child, please.
Thank you. I just doing what I can. If it helps even one person, then I did a thing today, and I'm happy that I could do a thing. Because like I said, if tomorrow I'm dead, then, you know, anything I just said is useless if I didn't say it now. And I can't predict tomorrow if what it'll bring, if it'll be nice and happiness or tragedy strikes. I don't know which one either, but I do know that I could say what I can say now, and that at least brings me a comfort day to day. So I'm glad it can help anybody. Some maturity that's lacking in, by the way, Jacob, most of adults. It's not like most adults are, you know, good about that topic. Most adults are crap on it. Kidding? Most adults are really, really bad about ever learning that their negativity is fostering more negativity and that they could have a happy life. Oh my god, wait. If she's not here, I can get in this house and get this stuff in here. Hold on. I've been missing a possible cache of things. Hold the phone. There could have been a grenade or something of the sorts in all of these. What's this? More money. Ah, there wasn't. But damn. Kokoki, I'm glad I could do that. I'm glad I could make you think, Edward. Yeah, most people are just told to swallow it, to wall it up, swallow it, and just deal with it. Just get used to it. My ex ascribes to that, my ex-wife, and she believes that my son should learn that way as well. I do not ascribe to that. I believe my job is, when it comes specifically to parenting, that my job is that Rowan shouldn't have to get used to things that we can actually change. My son should be taught the way it should have been, not the way we had to experience it. And it should never be a case of, like, he'll just get used to it. I never like that as a good excuse. Never have, never will. Because that's all it is to me. It's an excuse. It's an excuse to not have to... It's an excuse to not have to change. And human beings fear change. Every human being fears change. Even those who embrace change, they've just learned how to conquer fear. But any healthy human being fears change. There are some who have disregarded that fear because of literally being an unhealthy person. But it is healthy to fear change. It is also healthy to realize when that fearing change is getting in the way of a change for the better. You've got to recognize what it is and recognize when to disregard it. So, you know, there's that. But human beings fear change. So, you know, what a constant that will always be there is cruelty of the world. So, you know, they get that nice constant. They don't have to change their attitude, and they get their adrenaline and dopamine and every other sex drug fix of getting in a heated argument. Welcome to the family, Green Ranger. I appreciate that. Okay. Dude, you need to die. I am really tired of dealing with your face.
Here we go.
Nope. Cutscene. You can't damage me during a cutscene.
Oh, nice.
The AI seems to run right past this at first. So I can drag him here. I can set him on fire. And then this AI misses me most of the time. And then with them on fire, whoa, you're there and you shouldn't be. Crap. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Those are hits I didn't want to take. Thank you, Philip Lawrence. I really, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just glanced over and saw that. I'm sorry I'm pausing in the middle of it. But text blocks like that super chats do catch attention. So do all the other things. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can Salvador get his foot stuck in the bear trap? I haven't seen him do it yet.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5
Thank
in
you
the
so much. I appreciate that.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get
literally
a 5
was-
in the fishnets?
I was
Words
literally
I didn't
looking
think I'd ever
What
say,
she laid
ever.
content yesterday, then woke up today.
Can I
did
mention
this
ever
stream.
again?
Whoa, I
Oh,
was
it's gotta
literally
be-
looking what's your latest content yesterday, then woke up today to this stream. Didn't expect all these very, very, very timely advice. You're the best man.
Well, I'm glad the advice can help. Thank you so much, Philip. Everyone hashtag over there. I appreciate that. I'm happy when my advice can help.
Next.
Good, he didn't warp. Okay, without that other herb, I can only take one more hit. No, I can't take that hit. I need this herb. Have I thrown the grenade yet? No, 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 no. He came too fast. Shit. Oh, this is new. Oh, this is new. Oh, God. Good night, JP. Oh. Ooh. Oh, God. I know he's been cutting. Oh. He came to you the fastest, which I thought of that. I was trying to get him at the bottom of the stairs. I should have tossed it when I heard it so it would explode when he's down there. I was trying to stagger him.
September 30th.
Oh, God. I'm learning new ways to die, but I'm also learning the pathing of a lot of the AI, so I'm happy about that at least. That first pass around, the AI doesn't seem to be able to properly attack me. And then the ones that actually enter the fray the second time don't seem to be able to get enough in the way. And I need to save a shotgun blast or two because the third time around, there is one, the one that goes near the well, he lunges, but as long as I'm toward the right, he seems to barely miss. There's one that can appear after that, and then there's another one that can catch up to me. And all that time, Salvador is chasing me. So I need to get him into fire so he's constantly taking damage, because I'm assuming his damage over time. And then keep him going so he's still burning. And then at least path it 3 times before I remember I gotta knock down the ladders too. The faster I can knock down the ladders, the better. Because I keep forgetting that they've got the ladder they prop there. I'm assuming there's a ladder on the other side. So the 2 I can knock down really fast, and there's probably a third. But even after I get attacked, I always think the next time I get up to the roof, I'll knock them down. But I did notice that if I knock down the ladders, then jump off the roof, they do not put the ladders right back up. So hopefully I can make that a thing.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Did you hear about Dr. Salvador's new saw? Apparently it's cutting edge.
Oh, that cuts deep. That hurt. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate that. The dodge mechanic. There's dodging in this game is more parrying, less than dodging. If you need to dodge anything, quick turns and running them out of their animations. So I'm playing in Mad Chainsaw. They have 3 lunges. They're a little faster than you are, so actually block them into a place where they have to use up some of their footsteps against the wall. But the dodge, if you're talking about parry, because that's the real mechanic here at play. That I'm seeing him 1-2 steps forward of grabbing a third, and then he slows down, and I'm running after that. The only real dodge there is that if they're beginning to grab you and you're actually, you instinctively are already running and you push the other way, you will actually lose their grab on you. It's just like the other game. So that's the only real dodge. Otherwise, it is having to use the knife. And the knife is, every time you use the knife, it actually does take down from its durability. So if I use up the base knife here, it'll end up saying that it's repairable. So this is canonically the knife that Marvin gave him. And everyone started asking me if this was modeled after a K-bar. Let me take a look at it. No, that's a see that ring on it? That's for as a bayonet knife. That's a trench knife. No, that's not specifically a trench knife, but that is a knife that's made for the end of a bayonet. So that's not patterned after a K-bar, and it's got a saw back to it, which is very very much the idea of against, that's more trench warfare type deals when they started putting sawbacks on the backs of knives, just in case to make fortifications they needed to be able to do something. But that hole on the front, it tells you right there that that's how you connect it. That goes on the end of a rifle. So that's a question from hours ago, but that's not a K-Bar pattern. That's K-Bar as a company and as a bidder for to outfitting any units for the U.S. And any pattern knife that came from that. That's, I don't know if that's specifically what you would call a trench knife, but that's pretty close. This mode seems like difficulty for difficulty's sake. You're not wrong, GJD. I probably though should point out my earlier point of that I'm doing something that I'm making difficult on myself. Maybe I should put my money where my mouth is real quick. So let's do this a little differently than we've been doing. Because I said I figured out patterns. I could just be full of shit. But if I've truly figured out patterns, then I should be able to, in just 1 or 2 runs, if I'm not worried about Salvador, run out the clock, right? So I'm actually just kind of making the challenge harder on myself on purpose. So, yeah, difficulty for difficulty's sake is a turnoff for me too, because I don't like hard modes that are just hard because they can be hard, so therefore they're hard. I don't like modes like that. I do like ones that present an actual challenge that I have to think outside the box of what I normally do. So let me quickly see if I can't just put money where mouth is and just get that part over with. So the game's at less of a turnoff because I think I like going after Salvador, and I hope he drops something like Nemesis drops, because Nemesis was a challenge for challenge's sake too, right? I doubt they will. GJD. The only time you would lose stuff because they're following the basic same storyline, so it can follow into 5 no matter what. Only time you'd lose your stuff is right towards the beginning. So I should have kept all this. I should have actually gone in with this. Whoops. Instead of going for the TMP. But if I'm gonna say, I think I figured out how they're working. So I think I figured out a good way to survive. I saw that they can knock me down off the ladders. If anyone else noticed, more than once I've been on a ladder and then coming down does actually disrupt me from climbing. It'll knock me down off of the ladder. So that's an interesting mechanic to pay attention to. I don't like it in the least bit, but I need to pay attention to it. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Alright. Anything that'll actually help me out on this? Grenade! Gunpowder! No, you're not a grenade, silly. There's no way I'm gonna get enough gunpowder without the ones I collected to make more shotgun shells. Not unless I get lucky in the basement. Or in the well, rather. Yeah, the items are random in the crates, which makes it hard to predict a few things. And then and the chickens are just as random as they've ever been. I could probably watch this chicken for a while and get a brown egg eventually. But I don't think I need it if I'm not trying to kill Salvador. If I'm just doing a straight run of don't kill Dr. Salvador, I'm pretty sure Are you kidding?
Here we go.
Did she turn a different way, or did she detect because I was standing upright? I get the feeling she detected because I was just standing upright. All right, we'll start off in a panic. That's not enough gunpowder. Yeah, so he's jumping down, so he missed me. Blink. Oops. Chicken, scatter! So I'm spawning them now because actually the benefit of getting the health thing I think is probably better. Because I need the shotgun as well, just in case. Even if I'm going for leg shots, I need to slow them down. And then I need the get out of jail free card grenade.
Oh, nice.
Can I get to this window before they climb up? Huh. Yep. There's the one ladder I need to kick down. They freaking knew. That's what I get for starting things off differently. He usually won't get me. The one right next to the wall. He'll be a little short. And then if I'm not concentrating on Salvador, his axe will be off. She'll jump. They're not in the door this time. Oh, he was in the door. I just got a little lucky. He'll climb in. I'll climb out. I'll have this time the chance to knock down this ladder while I come down here. He's in the grab animation, so it doesn't work. Oh! Oh my god, 3 hits or kill. Damn. I actually did not know that. I actually did not know that one. That's new for me. I said 1 or 2 tries though. I prefaced it. I prefaced that properly and said it would only take 1 or 2 tries. 2's a number. Yeah, that is a new death. I haven't died to a combo like that. Will cutscene still play if you're in a house through the 2nd floor? I believe the alternate of him just busting through the door plays and you don't get the benefit of enemies kind of reset a little. Because if he just busts through there, I noticed that the enemies all stay stationary, but there are programmed enemies to be at the door, which they keep the same number, I've noticed. So the same that you start with, they increase from jumping off of the ledges. So they're actually transporting enemies in this game, just like they do for Salvador. I don't think I want to go upstairs, because I think that cutscene actually is helping me. So even if there's a way for me to get up there, I wouldn't want to take it. So I'm not gonna. I don't know if there's any way to get upstairs. I don't think there is. Even if there was, I wouldn't want to take it. I don't think. Yeah, because either that or he will eventually. Salvador will bust through that. He'll come through that front gate or that side gate. One way or the other, he's in play. You'd rather have the predictable one though. Yeah, I know of a way to get hard mode every time. It's not random at all for me. This is where people really gotta dig deep some research and be willing to go out on a limb and try out some things. But you can force that mode. Man, all this gunpowder. They took away the platinum by adding No Way Out. I don't know if I have platinum on my own game, but I have beaten No Way Out. Are a lot of people really having problems with No Way Out? Because I have footage that I recorded that I can narrate over of No Way Out, and somebody else mentioned that not too long ago. If it's really needed, I guess I could think about it. But I've only recently realized there is a pretty set pattern of things that I do for No Way Out to beat it. After many tries, I complete it, and then I can repeat it pretty... It takes me probably, if I haven't touched it in long enough, half a dozen tries, and then I can beat it again. And then it's only like a 50-50 after that for me. Maybe even less than a 50-50. No Way Out is still difficult. But it's a lot of counting rounds and using every round until the... like... At round 59, I am always dropping that weapon. And then, like, I'm using things like the spark shot, like, very strategically at the exact same time, the exact same way. I wasn't touched. Yeah, I'm gonna still get rid of everything. Her seeing me was a fluke. I was running with my tail between my legs a little bit because she spotted me before I even did a thing. Yeah, I really had no idea that it was the DLC is giving people that many problems. I just thought it was kind of intermittent. Oh, Richie, you'll see why I just got rid of everything. Hold on. Wait, did I get seen? Why did the music change a little bit? Let me go grab everything else. Richie, it's because I haven't figured out to sneak in items and keep the well open, and I would rather have the TMP and all the ammo. So, to answer your question, as soon as this woman passes by, I'll show you why I got rid of everything. None of them grenades. Again. So as soon as she goes away, I'll show you. Hey, Mister, what's going on? Chickens, you don't want to help? Richie, I tossed all my items because that puts the grate gone from the well. See this grate? The wells are not actually accessible. And then you get that. A TMP, and these barrels have ammo in it for it. So, yeah. Really wish it would give me that second grenade. Doo-doo-doo-doo. And then just do what I've been doing, basically. The other items don't really matter to me. It does put me as running longer in here with Dr. Salvador on my ass, but he really isn't the issue of why I just died the last few times.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Shit. Oh, sorry.
Well, I tried a new thing. Let's vote on how that worked out for Leon. Alright, the fire starts whether I like it or not eventually. So I have to get the fire. He spawns every time. Barely misses. This guy that can be randomly here. Alright, if I got a train of people, since I'm not worried about he is right on me though. So I should in essence be able to
Let's see you climb this.
do that. Which puts that ladder. I said that ladder is
Waist
gone.
closed.
Salvador's up there.
Oh, sorry.
Keep rolling. Now they'll get me here. But now that I'm not worried about... Oh, shoot. Now I'm not worried about expending ammo. I was about to say I'll just hit him. Salvador. He's starting to annoy me.
Here you go.
Yay! And that is the dodge mechanic I was talking about before. That's it again. Everyone see it twice in a row so you can tell that I'm telling the truth. Who's gonna climb up this ladder fast enough? No one? Cool.
Waist closed. Let's see you climb this.
I didn't keep the ladder kicked down. I could get screwed. Luckily it let me in my menu. Time for that to be the thing that goes behind me. And then I've always just thought this. I was just trying to run a clock out. Did Salvador come after me? I was under the impression he couldn't get down here. Salvador can come into the basement. So that could be the death of me.
You gotta be kidding me.
I did not know he could do that. So there's a strong possibility of my death happening. Because of I not knowing that. No, I'm dead. I didn't know he could go down there. That was actually that. I'm glad I did that now. I did not know he could go down there. Hey, look, I'm still learning something new. Jesus Christ, how long have I been playing to keep learning something new? I didn't know he could go down there. Hey, Matt, thank you. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I need to stop. I meant to stop for a while ago, but I realized a while ago that my sleeping meds are actually sitting still at the counter, and I never took them. So, I can't. Like, I'll only be able to rest tonight. I screwed up. So now my determination is moved on for. I just learned Salvador can go in the. You know what? I was basing it off of normal Salvador. The normal Salvador didn't seem to be able to go in the well when I opened up the well. This Salvador just jumped right in and said, fuck it. So, never mind on that. Hey, Johnny, welcome back. I should know better than that. I should know way better than to have ever assumed that.
Anyone home?
But that's what I did. I totally assumed that. It's better to know now.
This is not good.
He jumped down the well? Yeah, I've got recording space left. He goes down the well. Well, that changes where I thought I could actually run when he comes in. Without having that upstairs part to run in and jump off of, though, that really does cut down some of my options. I really don't want to think about how the AI is working otherwise. Devin! Thank you! Oh my gosh, thank you!
Alright, hold on.
Thank you so much!
I got an idea.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hear
That's
me out,
very,
hear me out,
very
hear me out.
kind.
Hear me out. I got an idea.
you.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Hear me out.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah.
What if? Hear me out. Hear me out. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Ah!
I don't want to admit how real that is. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm an idiot that fell off a building. Oh, God. I just want to one day be so entertaining that I can just do that on cue. God. Whoops. Okay, now go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very generous. Thank you. Whoa. GJD. I think the usual suspects are asleep, GJD. You don't have to say anything. Oh, they have money. If I've been collecting money, I need to shoot a crow or two because I'm discarding everything anyway. I am not. I do not see how I am a thirst trap, but I know rising tides when I see them as well. So you know, take that for what it is. Does all money for super chats go to me? Nope. But there is a scale on how that works. So thank you. I appreciate that. Son of a bitch. Matt, thank you. But how did that pop before Matt's? How did it process that first? Sarcasm, aren't you supposed to be asleep? Oh no, I want to play Matt's first. Damn it. Well, Darkness wins! Darkness wins! Darkness wins! The giant cock in the... Oh, my cock reigns supreme! Daddy wins! Daddy wins!
Builder, Punch, Lemmy, and Burner all reign supreme.
And you just had to top the message off with that. Jesus. Alright, well, thanks. Yeah, that's from a family game night. That's ripped straight from one of those. That's very generous, key sarcasm. Also, like the obligatory fuck you and cock reign supreme. Who first came up? I think that's Micah. Didn't Micah put those emojis together, or was it you, GJD? Who am I giving the stink eye to? At lower amounts, super chats, I've learned to actually just in general do better, because PayPal takes a fixed fee plus like 3.5%, and because of their fixed fee, like from a really low amount, like $1, I'd barely get anything from it. But YouTube takes 30-40%, 30%, somewhere in there, but also sees it as viewer engagement and more likely to push your videos to the top, since it is content that your viewers are willing to pay for, that your viewers are willing to support you having. So super chats come with the advantage of YouTube, just like memberships look at me more favorably. Streamlabs is the idea that in higher amounts, more of it actually gets to me. So it's actually a mixed bag. In smaller amounts, it's probably super chats. In larger amounts, it's Streamlabs. I don't know. It feels weird talking about things like that because I always feel awkward because I think people don't think I'm as grateful as I am, and being called out recently for that as if I wasn't, and realizing that it wasn't really me, it was the person. Yeah, I was recently called out for being, hey, good night, Jacob. I see. Hope everything goes better, Jacob. Hope everything goes well. Yeah, more or less recently called out, and I realize now it was like unwarranted that I was ever, because I wasn't being disingenuous or anything. It was just somebody that needed help and was thrashing. So I felt really bad. And so I felt like recently that I really don't deserve people being kind, and so I shouldn't explain financially anything, and that if people do something, it's great. If they don't, they don't. So I haven't been at all, you know, trying to. When I mentioned earlier today, even I probably should stop the tangent because I feel bad even going on any kind of tangent. When I mentioned earlier today that this, my profit, like, that this was my like career, and making it sound like it was like more important than ever, like things like that, it made me all of a sudden feel awkward, like people might feel obligated somehow when they shouldn't. I don't know how to explain that. I know I need to get over that because people are just, you guys are just awesome and kind, and it is the thing that I do, and I'm glad you guys are having fun when I do it. Have I taken my meds in H2? Okay. You just have to call me out. Just gotta flex a 4-year shield and call me out for absolutely not doing any of that. Kokoki, it was actually somebody who has been here 3+ years. That's the thing. That's why I took it seriously. It's somebody who, I mean, I don't want to get into it too much, but they started watching me back in the end of 2018 or beginning of 2019, and the first things I have for sure from them were mid 2019. So it was a long-term everything that just hand grenade. No, it's all right. I just got self-conscious about it and then realized that I can't be self-conscious when other people are actually going through tough times and it's not actually on me. But I always my default reaction to people going through tough times and then pointing a finger at me is to truly believe it's my fault and that I need to be better. That's really kind of what destroyed my marriage in the way that like it turned destructive instead of me standing up for myself. I just let my ex like beat the shit out of me emotionally. Isn't healthy. So if I donate through Streamlines, it all goes to you and you can still say, yeah. Yeah, through Streamline, it's the same thing. You still send a message like Super Chats. It just doesn't, the Super Chat doesn't show up in the, it shows up on the screen, it pops up, but it doesn't pop up in the chat log. It's either way. Don't feel pressured at all. If whatever is easiest for you and like, you know, don't ever put yourself in a financial dire straits with me. I'm just the idiot who could have beaten this a while ago and decided that Salvador was the true boss. Hey Tim C. I'm hoping my stream can help. The wisdom teeth getting pulled sucks. I can't set that to anything. All right, I've got a grenade. Okay, I have a second grenade. I was just gonna put my money where my mouth is and show that I can just do this, and not every single time, but I could just do this. Now I've got a second grenade, like I've been waiting for going up against Salvador. I feel like I should ask you guys a very important question. Kill Salvador Chainsaw Man? Yes or no? Alright. As I ask a question, it's telling me to hit the add button. Kill Salvador Chainsaw. I've got a second grenade. So what do you oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that sarcasm. Got stressed earlier, some of the coat pick up. Oh god.
We would like to buy one child, please.
That you know what? When people talk about stopping smoking because of nicotine withdrawal, God. Am I really going after Salvador? If you're in the chat right now, you can vote yes or no, because there's a thing in your chat log that you can just click yes or no. Should I kill Salvador now that I have access to a second grenade? It is whatever, because it's rare to get a second one. I remember, yeah, I'll just do it. That's enough people already. I don't see it dramatically swaying. We're going after Salvador. I remember Mitch Hedberg, and put in perspective for me how hard it is to quit smoking. When Mitch Hedberg was like, how hard it is to quit smoking is as hard as it is to start flossing. And I know it's a joke, but all I could think of was, that sounds way too correct, I think.
Here we go.
All right, I'm going after Salvador.
It's my lucky day.
Okay. 2 grenades. with the objective of kill Salvador. Primary objective, kill Salvador. Secondary, survive the rest of the time.
Oh, nice.
Chicken! Yeah, that NPC always seems to miss. And then, okay, I don't want to use a grenade yet. This NPC misses here. And then there's one that can now show up, but sometimes it just doesn't, because it doesn't feel like it. And then, yep. Right there. Right there. There can be one in here. It's not been a good time to go after Salvador because he's right on my butt. I'm taking something new. I probably shouldn't go somewhere new. But I kind of got pinned in the corner on that one. Whoa. I broke him in half. I think I broke him. All right, Salvador. Oh, crap. This is going to be really awkward. Think on your feet. Oh, God. Just heal. That's all. And get back up. Okay. That was awkward. But since when has this not been? Cows burn. Alright, Salvador, I need to shoot you more. But you gotta give me some breathing room. Are
you even feeling this? Let's see you climb this.
All right, Salvador, I need like one more shot at you. That's not interrupted by everyone else. I think I can get killed now in one shot if I don't heal. Alright. I need one of their ladders if they put them back up. That one didn't go back up, but the other one should be. I need their ladder so I can knock down their ladder.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Run. Salvador, where are you? I need you on me so I can kill you. Egg. Salvador? We're running out of time, Salvador. I might have already killed him. The fall. He fell. Shoot. Before the bell chimes. No, he's not dead. He's definitely not dead. Salvador, you're supposed to be the fastest. Catch up quickly. You have to die. He's dead. I can get whatever he's got to drop. When the bell chimes, it's chiming. Hell yeah.
La campana.
Second grenade, cave-in clutch. And Mad Chainsaw mode with Dr. Salvador dead. Done. It's time for bingo, guys. Don't you guys know? Now I want to kill 2 Salvadors. I gotta figure out a way to unlock more weapons or something in this demo. I wanna spawn both Salvadors and kill both Salvadors. I have Leon's jacket. I have a copy of that, but it's not a copy. It's whatever.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Yeah. Knife only. Oh god, if the knife only were infinite, Richie. I don't think they, man, they can double team me so easily. Otherwise, I would be right back at it with the knife only. Oh, it does say like words like great. It says great. It thinks I did great. So that's a thing. Thank you for continued support, Richie. I appreciate that so much. Is there something over that? Like, is there a threshold of money? I keep feeling like if you hit a certain threshold for money, that there's probably something new in the game. That's my gut feeling. Like, I know it has no basis other than the idea of a score in the game being like maybe possibly instead of the keyhole being a MacGuffin. Thank you for being here, CC. Have a good day at work. He does knife only. It may as well be set in France because he's going to get Eiffel Tower so bad. All right. That's the one that's probably going on YouTube in 4K for everyone to see. That was the run. My sadistic ass wants to check out if anything changed. So it's not like that's my last run of it, but you know, YouTube gets his 4K, Salvador dead. I need just maybe 1 or 2 more runs to check and see if that did anything. And then I'll probably now shoot for a score of 15,000 or above and see if that's the threshold, or maybe 20,000 or above and see if that's the threshold. You know, a few things that I could see if there's a threshold of how much you collect, if it actually unlocks something, or if there's something you can find. And you know, there's just so many options. I should take my medicine, but it's not gonna do me any good. I'll take the medicine I can take. That's not sleeping medicine. Basically, anxiety meds. That's it. 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. I'll do at least that. While everyone has to probably sit through another ad. 1 sec.
Holy crap. A lot of people left. But I actually expected that. Did the chair win? Did the chair win? I'm gonna need a recap on if the chair was able to beat it, because he's not being talkative. Went knife only in under 5 minutes, pretty good. I'll try to top the chair. All right, well, Linkset, thank you for reminding me. I went ahead and took all of my medications. Was my Apple Watch not connect? Did my phone die? Oh, whoops. Glad my son is with me. If I had learned my phone died and my son wasn't with me, I might have actually panicked a little, which is why I need to actually get a home phone. How did my phone die? My phone is... Hey, Shadow, I'm glad you still exist. So, I took what medicines I could other than my actual sleep medication. Thank you for reminding me. Now my sadistic ass still wants to go in for another. The Cheers run was so good. I'm glad the Cheers run was just perfect. Whoa, someone got something? Why is it so far? My alerts do screw up that thing. That zombie is saying somebody got something from some merch that merch is going soon. I actually just need to hit literally 2 buttons, and the shirt that says the pillow that was there before, the sweatshirt that has my face on it, and the shirt that says I usually am much smarter than the things I say all actually go. Hey Pink, it's been a hot second. What's going on? And thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. Okay, the reason I'm back in it for any reason. What? Oh, you know, I bet his face looks more favorable. I did not know this was here. Oh, his face looks much better when it doesn't have the heavy brow casting that shadow. I hope that they fix. What? I like the lighting though. The headlamps actually give me one more chance to see how the lighting will be, especially with things like ray tracing. And now I can see the real details on his jacket. And that's just a normal leather bomber jacket. I have one of those. I don't know why bomber jackets ever went out of style, only because they're actually practical. A nice leather on the outside for protection with very good insulation and just practical application. That is my absolute first time seeing that car. Now I just want to see. So there's a few things that so if you want to know like how someone like me thinks about games like this and tries to figure out secrets, one, if you're here and you saw me kill Salvador, the reason I can make guides and was able to make for Resident Evil 2 is because this is, after I did my first playthrough, this is the kind of thing I did exactly in the background. Like, I just, for my own edification and not for anybody else, I saw at the end that there was a ranking. And I saw it spelled out how to get rankings and whatnot. So I made a save before, like, the first Birkin. G1 Birkin. Like, I made a save for that. And I just challenged myself over and over to see if I could beat Birkin, like, with minimalistic stuff. And then
every boss, I tried to go as minimalistic and as fast and everything like that. And basically, I did it all for me, and then to put it all together for like, will this help me get through in 2.5 hours? And then I started just like running things, like going through and seeing like, is there any way, doing like stupid saves that would get me into like right where I could just try to run past the sewer creatures, the G mutants and whatnot. And that all of those things lead to me actually being good at a game when what's only happening is that I've been streaming for almost 7 hours now. I've been probably ranting for 2 of those. People would call them rants. I'd call them tangents or segues. But anything other than that, I've been getting used to the controls, and now a lot of things feel more natural, and I've seen a lot more movements. And the idea of killing Salvador isn't something the game's requiring. It's like, I see there's more money, and I think that the money that you gain from like doing the demo might carry over as a currency to the main game. Like, I'm thinking that, like, maybe it carries over as your best score is the currency you start off with in the main game, or maybe it can unlock something, or maybe if you get enough currency that you can get a key to unlock that drawer, or maybe even in the demo you can unlock the drawer if you get enough currency, or if you have a brain like mine, you're going really hyper with it and thinking there might be a time limit, as in you have to run as fast as you can and be able to reach the drawer with now making a certain amount of money in your last run. Like, that's the kind of things I think about, and then I try to take notes of, did anything change? Did I find anything? The time-sensitive ones are the ones that actually are the only ones that irk me. When I test things to see if they're time-sensitive in a game. Oh, I must have taken a pee break in this game too. When I go run things over and over to see if anything's time-sensitive, because I'm just that kind of person, and then I do find something that's completely time sensitive that you either get there fast enough or you don't get it at all. Those are the only ones that get to me. Because there are some set pieces in some games that, like, time sensitivity, I think, is a very creative thing. In a challenge like this, it is just punishing people who decide to explore the nice surroundings. It'd be like giving somebody, I saw when it was here in Atlanta, the Van Gogh display, the whole museum thing that they brought here to Atlanta. It's awesome. There was a room that I was in that it was like every single wall and ceiling was like his life's work and art and talking about biography and all these things and moving images going from one to another, and they made it into, thank you for gifting a membership, Herman. I really, really appreciate that. That's very generous of you. And everything. That'd be like me setting up the Van Gogh display, seeing all of his works in the hallways, going through the whole, being told I can go through the whole thing, but then also being told now that I can be in the Van Gogh display and see all the things they have and see the VR. No. I get the best prize for going to the museum if I run through all the exhibits, don't look at the artwork, and just get to the very end. I don't usually like ones that are like unlocked by, there's a prerequisite and then a time constraint. Those actually irk me, but I still like finding them just in case, so everyone else doesn't have to be bothered by it. So that's why I end up like coming back into games. I know I would have missed anything time sensitive now, but if something spawned because I got a good score against beating Mad Chainsaw mode, then now would be the time for me to figure out. Callister Stride, welcome to the family. You're gifted a membership. You have a wooden shield and access to emotes now. And good night, BJ. Thank you so much for being here. I'll give 5 membership if it means he rolls credits. I'll be rolling credits very, very soon. But you don't feel pressured into gifting memberships over that. This is the way that I end up finding out games in and out. That I just do a lot of things and then that people would normally do. This is the answer to the ARG prequel puzzle to Resident Evil 4. So if you needed the last place part to the ARG, you needed this right here to answer it. And then now you can finish solving the ARG. I bet most people didn't know there's an ARG that is a prequel to this, but So now without the idea of anything being time sensitive, I'm just running into everything and seeing if anything is different. Like, as soon as I can get in a hold of my inventory, I will be seeing if possibly it already has a key in it or is different. I'll be checking like things like this. This is what I do in spare time, and then I say that I figured out something, and people don't know, like, how did I figure that out?
This is not good.
Because I dorked out over it, and I wrote some notes down, and eventually figured it out. It's like, at the end of the day, it's like the most unspectacular thing ever to talk about. It's just like, I literally,
Man, that stinks.
spent my free time that I could have spent living life touching a table over and over to see if, like, there is a key. And then just to be disappointed and be like, well, that was a waste of time. The only other thing I can think of is doubling back on myself when they all invade. You know, when they all come back in here, the only thing, if one of them that came in the front door, if I can run back out the front door, I haven't thought to backtrack it at all to see if the key's there. So there is that. How did I unlock extreme difficulty? Hey, Chaos. Extreme is unlocked by beating it first on your own. I still don't know in the corner that you see that purple ×0. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's petals. I don't know what that is in the top right corner of the screen. So it's over there. I wish I could figure that one out. That's driving me nuts. I unlocked it by beating it once. I'm forcing it by, if you're on Xbox or PC with a controller, I don't know the command or code for any other console, but if you hold down left button and right button at the exact same time, and you press in order on the D-pad, up, left, down, right, and then press X, Y, B, A, when you're on the screen that says main menu and hovered over main, or a main game or whatever that is, and then enter into the game, it will always put you into Mad Chainsaw mode. Which is something that when I said people that are, since it was so new, if you suggest it, I noticed that somebody only commented once that combination, and instead of trolling me with Konami codes or guesses, that person seemed very, very sure of themselves, like, and I took note of that. I did actually over here, like, try to take note of everyone's combinations and put them in, but I did take note that one person seemed a little too sure about themselves. And I did make it an open thing where it wasn't a rhetorical question. I wanted to know how to get into that mode over and over without having to restart the game over and over. And that's the one that actually works. I'm assuming the combination is extremely similar, if not the same, for PS4 and 5. This game will not be coming to Xbox One, so that would be Xbox Series S or PC if you're using a controller. And on a keyboard, I have no idea what those buttons translate to on the keyboard. But it's probably the same series. If not, then figure it out. Because if you're playing with the keyboard and mouse, we already are in two different camps of thinking of how to play games. Because I can't play keyboard and mouse. Anything new that could be crafted? No.
What was that?
I think it's it. I think the pink thing is for the full game. OG, there's
Yeah, I know the old game has the spindles that look like that. My point is I don't know why it's in the demo. Some of these things that you could say are in the full game. They purposefully use a beta version of the game, not the actual game, so that didn't have to be there. So if it's there, it feels more intentional than anything else. That's my logic, at least. I shot him in his crotch so many times. Uh-oh. His crotch just got shot up. And then I'm thinking, okay, in these sequences, is there anything that pops up? And then my next reaction is, well, they bust down a door right here. And so I should probably be going and checking the door on the left. I should probably be going and checking, like I should be probably killing them and seeing what is over there. But I'm not gonna do that on this stream, because this stream is almost over. But I should be doing all of those things, because those would be that is what I do behind the scenes. Just recheck to see if anything's different to try to solve a mystery. Even though I'm sure with how close I cut it with ammo, even with the TMP, that there's got to be more ammo that you can collect that I've missed. I would say that I'm about 20 rounds short on a handgun. And I didn't shoot the damn birds before I got there. I know that's only 1,000, but... which I've thought about, by the way, the birds. If I kill all of the crows that are presented to me, will that actually do something as well? I've been thinking about that pretty hard, actually. Because it's possible to code that... so when I think of game development, it's possible to easily code one type of enemy dropping a guaranteed rate. And so that what you would do for the guaranteed rate is saying it would be like a 1 out of 3 drop rate, but you would actually set the values for what the first 2 of the enemy drop. Which means if it's a 1 out of 3 drop rate guaranteed, and you set the values to be randomized to not be that item, so it can't randomly scroll to it, it'll try to proc the 1 in 3 drop rate if you do your coding right, and won't get it. The second bird you would kill, it wouldn't get it. And then the third one is guaranteed because it will have to roll onto it. So one of the things I need to do is to do one run where I perfectly shoot all 3 crows. Because I know that's a thing. It would be a hard shot to make of getting all 3 because the other one goes so fast. But see it. Oh, there's a 4th crow. Yeah, I need to be able to shoot all crows. Yeah, there's another well with the ladder in the village. That's the other side of it. But anyway, those are probably a few things that I'll do off camera. You guys probably don't care about my boring ass process of figuring out things that I just upload in the guide later. Lots of people just like seeing the end results, not the process that gets there. So, and I can respect that. That, you know, not everyone has the time to actually, that their career is actually to be in front of a computer and a system. And so that, you know, I can actually claim like this was done for business sake. While most people, it's like, wow, I did this and I got nothing out of it and I got no sleep. So glad. What is with this? I'm just doing poorly right now. I think my brain reset and was just like, you know what? Oh, that what he just did. Did you see how I was talking about that before? More realistic, how Leon had to present the weapon like he did. Did anyone notice that? Anyone notice? I didn't knife him because I was so excited about that. Anyone notice how he had to present like that? Sideways? That's not called gangsta style. He was actually coming from an angle that was very awkward to actually do a front presentation and actually get a good, on a pistol, a good platform to shoot off of to make sure he's back on stance. And instead he presented to the side, which is a very legitimate way to be able to drive your system forward, whether it be a pistol or a rifle. That's a very legitimate way to drive it forward. And even on rifles, that's why you have 45-degree sights on some of them. On others, it's because your optics in the way, and you can cant it to the side and use your iron sights for close range, and then you can go back to your optic if you're doing something like using an ACOG. And that's up to user choice, because you can get used to using an ACOG and tilting up or down as needed. But you can cant to the side. But what he did to present that was actually very realistic. He's drawing from the right, or he's presenting from the right. If he does anything with his left hand, instead, to be able to get it back into action, you're not going to try to flip it and be all precise and do this. You're actually going to go, again, like in Resident Evil 2 Remake, when people kept calling it gangsta style. It's not. When he kept grabbing the 1911 like this. It is actually a old-fashioned way to teach how to handle a handgun. And is something that's taught in, I think the Israeli army actually stopped because they switched to heavier calibers. So, I don't know which armies on Earth still do that. I know in the Middle East it's done quite often. Still, we're in like near Palestine and things like that. But I don't know how often anymore. And it used to be in our own country all the time. You present for one-handed shooting. There used to be drills. Even there's old pictures of the Navy doing it off of ships, where you put this hand. I mean, there was one point in our history where we didn't believe on using a support hand for a pistol. So there's that. And to make up for that, you would do drills of shooting and put your hand out, and whatever the natural gripping position is, that's how you grip the pistol. That comes with the risk of a stovepipe, but that actually also puts it in line with your eye and a natural drive towards where you would actually like to hit. And if you think about that, even when you think about throwing a punch, you come from the side for a hook. For a jab, you're actually going straight out. And so when you're presenting like that and you don't have time to do anything else, you've got a few options. And if it's close quarters and you think you can get a good platform, you're going to actually come immediately. And as soon as you've got two hands, you've got two chances basically to fire on average. Before you're in full presentation, you can keep firing. But if you've only got one hand and can only get to one, you're going to present it as if you're going into a jab while you're keeping line of sight with your main eye and both eyes open. It's very legitimate and very realistic. I'm surprised to see it in this game. I'm very, very, very surprised to see it in this game. Because that's absolutely how you would be trained. It's still coming. I might be dead. I might be a deadman. John Wick stance. John Wick, I've already said on this stream before. John Wick is actually one of the only movies I can point to and say, I think there are 3 instances in the movie where he does something that is not practical. Maybe 4. John Wick, if you would like a crash course on how to actually have a good shooting platform and how to actually handle a weapon in combat situations and actually how to tactically take down multiple opponents, especially when, you know, John Wick is actually not only just, John Wick is actually hella accurate. It is beyond amazing how much Keanu Reeves must have put into that. John Wick is stupidly accurate. I think in the original John Wick, he breaks his own cover by coming out from around the SUV when it's being shot at. There's no reason to do that. He has a train beat on someone through a window. Your rounds that you're gonna have are gonna break a window. There's no reason why he shouldn't be going ahead and targeting a bit in front to chase the target. He's been dead accurate all these times. The window shouldn't be a problem, and his round should be able to pierce that because it's showing his rounds. There's a time where he's in his own house. He does everything correctly. He drags someone down the stairs who's alive, takes someone out down a hallway, and then puts a round to put down his opponent that's right in his hand. When in reality, you would absolutely finish the opponent that you have in your hand, not drag him down the stairs alive, because they could pull a weapon, and then deal with the conflict down the hallway. There's the 180-degree turn when he's going around like he's in the car towards the end of the movie, that he pulls off a shot and he shoots through the roof. That's a far-fetched. You would get, that's like a 1 in a million shot that you'd have to practice, much less put in practical like normal every single day like use and actually pull it off. And then the final one is the church scene. that there is somebody above him. He actually does everything right except for the person above him. When he enters the church, he actually decides to go off of his dominant is right, and so he's actually looked to his right, and he's actually tracking and going what would be best for him. You would think sweeping to the left would be easier, but actually, for what the platform he's using and the way he's actually has his opponents in front of him, he goes from left to right, and solid platform takes down each one systematically. There's a guy in the balcony that just waits for him, that has a bead on him and has the high ground, and while he's doing all this, and he, just turns around and shoots him. I wish in that scene that they would have had him like bust through the door last second and then try to shoot at him. But other than that, literally everything else is exactly, John Wick is exactly what you would do as anyone who's a special operative. I mean, any spec op would look at that, and you can see critiques on it online. I will put my life on it. You'll see spec op saying what I just pointed out, and that's just about it. He could have a little bit of refinement, but he's handling weapons so fucking well in John Wick. He's doing so damn well. Like, John Wick is a masterclass on, if you put your mind to it, you should be able to. I'm out of ammunition. A masterclass of, if you put enough training behind it, you can. Doesn't matter if you're an actor or you're actually like that. I've talked to old contacts of mine that have a lot more respect even for Keanu Reeves, simply for the idea that he did justice to something that usually doesn't have justice done to it.
Comedy.
So
bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throat.
I'm sure you get this a lot, but your RE2 guides are absolutely stellar.
I'm glad they can
Can't
have that
wait to
basis.
see you play RE4 Remake fully. Keep up the great vibes and every man feels to your content.
I'll do my best. In those guides, I gotta make sure everyone else's steeds are staying intact. Thank you so much. It was so kind of you. Everyone hashtag that basis. I haven't been telling everyone to in the chat to thank people that are helping to support the idea that I still have to have a livelihood. But I really do appreciate. Oh God, I'm not gonna live. I might live. Oh, I'm a sneaky bastard. Callister Stride, thank you so much for gifting a membership. And that basis just got it. Welcome to the family, that basis. You have a wooden shield that gets stronger over time if you stick with it. Protect yourself, protect the family. 6 months training at Tartan Tactical in California for each movie. I'm aware of his training. That's why I have major respect for what he did. Mike Graham, I have major respect for what he did for the time he put in, because you can tell. Thank you so for. I pay it forward. I thank you for paying it forward. That basis. Welcome to the family. And yeah, the love is too. I'm glad the community feels like they get along so well. Mike Graham, yeah, you can. Anyone who's actually trained can look and see that Keanu Reeves put the work in. So many actors do not put the work in. Keanu Reeves absolutely put in the time and effort. So like when that gets brought up, it's like one of those like, I gotta give him props. You can be like, whoa, I know kung fu, and quote like some other cheesy lines, but like him and Halle Berry later, because he got so good that Halle Berry, I believe it's Halle Berry, right? That was co-star with him in one of them by 3, I think, that or 2, whichever that she joined him in. He got so good, she had to fucking catch up fast, and she does pretty well for a catch-up job and also having to go through grueling training. But the drills he does are the same exact fucking drills that you would do for any combat situation, and he's getting them really, really, really well done. He went through very intensive training for it, and it shows. It shows, and it's inspiring. Because I feel like not enough people look at like the jobs that I or other people have ever done, whether it is being a police officer, in military, even being somebody that's a militia or peacekeeper or anything around the world where you actually have to put your life on the line and train to live. And I think not enough appreciation goes. And I really do respect that Keanu Reeves like took it seriously enough that he did train, so that it came off as if he's supposed to be a spec op of any sort or special operative of any sort, that he should be able to handle all systems like he did and act like he did. It felt nice to watch John Wick, because I watched John Wick and I just felt like almost like watching John Wick is Keanu Reeves showing I have respect for what these men and women do. I have respect for the people who actually use these skills on the field. And I had that from the second I saw John Wick, that feeling from him.
We would like to buy one child, please.
Smooth, I am still playing, yeah. I just did the food, water, bathroom break, and some medicines. Someone mentioned Keanu Reeves. If we get ready for a movie in the future, would Keanu Reeves be a good actor for Leon? I don't know. Keanu Reeves was vying for being the actor for... Keanu Reeves was vying for placement as... Oh, you know what I could get during all of this? I could go look at... I could go over here really quick and look at where the herb spawns. Because the key, if the key shows up, it could be over here. Okay. Do I have bad timing or good timing? He's walking back with it. So I should be good. Okay. Thank you, Smooth. Keanu Reeves was vying for Spike Spiegel and actually wanted to get Cowboy Bebop off the ground since Watanabe wrote Cowboy Bebop with the idea of a movie in mind in the first place. He vied for the idea of being Spike Spiegel. Now that I saw the Cowboy Bebop we got live action, I really wish Keanu Reeves had been Spike, even if they had to age up Spike and make him have a bigger time gap. I don't care, because Keanu Reeves would have done more justice than was ever done in the live action, and he wanted the part. He wanted it. So I assume he would have brought that same dedication to Spike Spiegel. And a lot of people were making fun of him being Spike Spiegel, and now that I look at it, I'm just like, yeah, you see what you get. Go ahead and keep making fun of him. Young Leonardo DiCaprio is Leon. Leon's model as well as Steve's model were both done after Leonardo DiCaprio. His model now is not. Leonardo DiCaprio actually took action, or someone did action on his behalf, and Steve from Code Veronica had to be changed to red hair and change a little facial shape. Leon was changed early on because of resemblances to possible people, including him. Like, so that's actually dead on. He should look like Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm not a fan of anime adaptations most of the time, because what you can pull off in anime is just spectacular. I can't imagine doing a live-action Psycho-Pass or live-action... I mean, Cowboy Bebop, you saw what happened. It's because it's just a different medium to tell a story. You use live actors to tell one type of story. This time you're using drawing... Like, go watch Samurai Champloo and tell me that you're going to use live actors for that and pull off everything. Like, make Mugen's style of fighting realistic. Mugen could be realistic, but he's basically breakdancing and fighting at the same time. And Samurai Champloo is by Watanabe in his project after Cowboy Bebop. I don't see that happening. I mean, Darling in the Franxx probably needs the second back half anyway, since they really deviated from the manga enough that the first half and the second half... how they ended off Darling in the Franxx, but like turning that into something that wouldn't work out. It would just turn into a giant mech battle, like a Gundam type deal. Anime is just a different medium, and I usually like to keep the idea of them in their lanes. There are some that can be she can hear me. She could hear me. I knew I didn't get spotted by being seen. I was standing and she started looking around. Damn, I need to pay attention to that more. That's a talk for a different day. It's really, really late. TLDR, 90% of cases, you shouldn't even consider an anime for a live action adaptation. On the other hand, the most streamed show in the world right now is Attack on Titan. It dethroned Game of Thrones and everything else that was being binge watched. So, you know...
For people who keep saying that they will never watch anime, guess what? I wouldn't recommend Attack on Titan as being your first anime because the story is so good that if you actually do get through it, you might get disappointed with other animes. You might start judging others against that standard, and that'd be bad. Because Attack on Titan actually delivers. Isayama is actually a good artist and actually delivered on what he started. But like I can't really think of I think they really want to make a market where there's just not a market. I think it just needs to be the idea of I've said it before, but a long time ago there was kind of a movement to make people who liked the sub versus dub community. Are subtitles are better, or is it better that it's English dubbed? And it's basically how you like it. But I'm not giving that history lesson because that'd be another tangent. And okay, I have to check things. Damn it, that's right. I'm looking for things that are different. Shit. And looking for things that are different, I'm gonna get myself killed. Oh my god. What did I possibly... Okay, this room. Does it finally have something more? Nope. This room. Does it finally have something more?
Shit.
Nope. What did I get hit by?
None left.
Oh god. Alright, I didn't see anything new, but I was also scrambling a bit. Shit. Oh, shit. In the pursuit of knowledge. Ah! It was all in the pursuit of knowledge. That was in the pursuit of just trying to find things. One more run and then we're finished for tonight. All right, all right. I'm only going at it one more time and then I'm finished no matter what, because it's late. There's way more enemies because I'm playing it on extreme difficulty, Mad Chainsaw mode, which I'm assuming they're calling it Mad Chainsaw mode. What I'm thinking they're saying is exclusive to this is that the Mad Chainsaw mode is exclusive to the demo, as in the extreme difficulty is not exclusive to the demo. That the whole game could be the exclusive difficulty, but the Mad Chainsaw mode being exclusive, you don't get to start again, like you blah blah blah. I think this is actually going to be in it as a choice to be able to try to beat it, but I don't think Salvador would be nearly this hard. That's what I'm thinking they're going with. Yeah, I've got an eye gouge. Well, I'm GJD. I noticed the last one took a long while. I'm gonna try my best to. My tired brain is willing to go on tangents at this point too. I guess as a cursory check, I should immediately check the card just in case it has something new still. Nope. Okay. Colonel.
How far could he have gone?
Oh yeah, I'm playing it on the wrong difficulty. Okay, yeah, I won't torture you guys. I'm just gonna do one more run that's more or less normal to see if I get lucky and see if I can spawn it twice and blah blah blah. The TMP most likely you won't get in the game by the time you do this. So the TMP is an unlock for probably the demo. Because if it is going in this sequence like this, there's no way. You wouldn't have a time to unlock, which is why Salvador being this strong would be unlikely for the demo. Because it most likely is giving you more tools than you'll have against Salvador, other than just having a basic pistol, a shotgun, grenades. I mean, it'll probably just still be that. So that's kind of what's most likely changed when they say that this won't be in it. And so that they'll have to adjust, like, Salvador accordingly. He can't be that hard, even on extreme. And they're throwing a lot of enemies that I don't believe that they would keep in the main game. I don't believe they would triple up the enemies that you have to get through when you wouldn't necessarily have the TMP.
What was that?
I just don't believe that. I'd have to see it to believe it. So I think what they're basically saying is it's just an extra hard difficulty, but like they're adding things that obviously won't be in the main game. So don't get used to the idea that this difficulty means. This difficulty does not mean the type. It's a big disclaimer basically that they gave. Good morning over there. Yeah, you wouldn't have run into the merchant by now, most likely. His ties with... Oh. Curiosity says I have to come back over. You'll get a happy birthday song then if I'm still doing so. Because it's a remake, GJD, you don't have to trust it. You just don't have to have an expectation. GJD is specifically speaking about he doesn't like the opening sequence of that first village attack where, you know, where's everyone going bingo, like that being swarmed. He doesn't like that as an opening way to open the game. And I understand that. It's a horror game and it kind of opens that and then it mellows right the fuck back out. I would say you don't have to trust it at all. You just have to believe that it won't be the same as the original. So it could be worse or it could be better. It just won't be the exact same. That's all I gotta say about that. Since it won't be the exact same, there's hope that your concerns will be assuaged. I thought I hit him. I thought I hit that crow. Is there another crow, really? Is there really another crow? I saw it fly after, I thought. Where did he come from? I gotta kill those crows on my free time. I gotta get all four. Back to back to back to back to back. Like, back to back to back. I gotta do that. Well, if it can't be worse, that just means that it's the same or better. That's the way I'd view it, GJG. Like, that's honestly how I'd go about it. I mean... And honestly, they specifically did say that this is from the beta version, like the version right before the release version. This is not from the our demo is not from the final version of the game. So there is a possibility even though there's voice lines and everything, there's a slight possibility for something that no one would expect. That the village encounter doesn't really happen at all like we remember. That, you know, Ada's storyline gets screwed up too if there's no village encounter, because she's doing a grappling hook, doing her own thing in separate ways. So they're gonna have to include separate ways in this somewhere. So Ada's doing her own thing, and her own thing gets screwed up if you're not doing your own thing. Crits for days, son. But yeah, if I were a dev and I did all this work, I would absolutely want to subvert some people's expectations by making it into a scene instead of the horror of seeing what's happening, sneaking around, making OG Resident Evil 4 players believe that they need to like stock up and get ready for a fight. Have the fight look like it's starting, and then basically have the option of, if you never get near the gate and never run to the house, the bell just rings within 30 seconds type deal. That you really think you're prepared for everything, and then they just all drop their weapons and subvert all of your expectations. Because to me, that would be amazing. It would be cool the first time around, and every time after that, it would just make it feel creepier that happened. And then you could get the full fight if you made the mistake of running into the door. I would like dynamic changes like that to be in more video games. And again, this is just me spitballing, but it would be nice to see something like, if you run in the house looking for shelter, you trapped yourself and now you have to fight the horde. If you stay out in the open, they just go to church. You know? It would be cool basically to get the best of both worlds by what do your actions make them do. And, you know, there could be a reward for actually like triggering the horde and everything. And then for everyone else, you know, it could just be normal. That asshole made me actually use my reflexes to do a perfect parry so I could kick his ass. Which, honestly, I forgot existed. Because I'm tired as hell. So, he made me perfect parry. Was my last name Mason? And I mean, I'll be better at the main game, but like, you know, since this was taken from a version before the main release that we'll get, I'm hoping they'll subvert some expectations. I don't want another Resident Evil I can't play. Yeah, I understand that. I do hope they make sure, like, if there is like an achievement for beating the village and it's something that's optional, that you can get the achievement by just beating it on easy, that they don't say you have to beat it on hard or whatever like that. Because if it's optional, it should just be optional. But also, I'm not an achievement hunter, really. So, I actually can't tell you off the top of my head. I can't be an achievement hunter. I'm playing the game on PC. Of course, I'm going to own it on PS5 as well to be able to do different runs of it. And I'll probably end up owning an Xbox Series X. I have no chance to be an achievement hunter, because for my own job's sake, I usually buy games like this 3 times over. To be able to give people different experiences. Like, if I realize that, you know, after your first time you can't get something, so I have to buy it again. Or there's a pre-order bonus that could be different, so I have to buy it again. Like, yeah, I now own Resident Evil 2 on PC, Xbox, PS4. I own Resident Evil 3 on all of them. I own Resident Evil 7 on... I don't think I own it on Xbox Series X, but I own it on PC and PS4, says 5. Resident Evil 8, PS5. I think it is. I do have it on Xbox, I believe. I think I do. And PC. This game will be on, like... If I was really going after achievements, I'd stick to PS5. But ray tracing and making good 4K content for you guys, I need to be able to do this. And that's a whole different, give me the key for this. I need the graphics card in here to give you guys ray tracing. And I'm using ray tracing like 2.0. I need to trade out which graphics card so you guys get the 4000 series out of it, so you can see that ray tracing has a little bit better than this. There's artifacts from that should be fixed with the 4000 series card that I have out in the living room. And I should actually just play the demo out in the living room on my own time and see if that is fixed. That's something I should do. Yeah, I think achievements should be accessible, not just to elite few type deal. I've never liked that. I've never liked the idea of making people feel inferior to a game that they bought because they liked it. Like I've said in the guides, like I've said before, you bought it because you liked it. So at the end of the day, it should still be a game. You're seeing how I make this still a game, but it's just a demo. I'm making a game out of the thing of putting arbitrary limits on myself or arbitrary rules of how to beat it. Or looking for secrets that other people wouldn't look for. But that doesn't mean every single person is like me. So not every person gets entertainment out of what is literally arbitrary requirements for beating a game. Now, the only thing I would ask of the game is to not do it to me again where people are using a guide because they can't get the best infinite weapon right after they can't use the best infinite weapon. Like, if they're gonna give another minigun and rocket launcher type deal, please don't give it as a reward for not being able to do anything new in the game with it. Like, it feels nice to go with your rocket launcher, blow everything up, but it really, really feels like I should be able to do a guide of, like, here's how to be able to get, like, one of the strongest weapons in the game early on. I'm assuming rocket launchers in this game are going to be single use again, because it'll be more like an RPG. But because they seem to be going for the aesthetics. I mean, his jacket actually barely doesn't look like mine because his bomber jacket has actually got the stitch down the back. And those bomber jackets had extra stitches because they're designed after the original bomber jackets, where you would be in high altitudes, cold, and wanting protection while you're going through several G's of forest, blah blah blah. I don't do a console war thing. I do whatever is best for the content I'm trying to make, period. This game isn't coming to Xbox One. That's a shame. I don't support the idea of people saying, like, yay, PlayStation, no Xbox, because that just limits the amount of games that we get. If everybody has access to the game, then we have more money going to the developers that can make more games that we like. So I'm yay for Xbox. If it means that there's, you know, if we get separate ways, more DLC for Resident Evil, you know, that kind of thing. Yay for anything that gives us more content. Yeah, well, people who complained it's too easy didn't do Inferno Knife only, so they can shut it. And there can be other requirements for unlocking it. It doesn't have to be the way... I mean, you can find a middle ground. They went too extreme the other way. But, like... yeah, there is such thing as compromise and middle grounds. Why is it still showing? Okay. I'm literally doing this on PC for content for YouTube. On other consoles, I don't get as high as graphic fidelity. I don't get ray tracing to make more reflections look more lifelike. So when I'm putting out 4K content, I want to be giving people the best I can. And if this were a game that all things were equal, that it didn't matter if it was on the PS5 or PC,
then I just probably play it on my PS5. I actually prefer playing games on my PS5 because it doesn't get as hot as my gaming PC does. My gaming PC runs extremely hot. That's why I need to get the new one in here because that one's water cooled. It is an all-in-one water cooling unit, but it still does help dissipate the heat much better than this one. This has an all-in-one, but it's only a 240 millimeter fan radiator hooked up to it.
Here we go.
Run for it. Yeah, if everything were equal, I'd be playing this on PS5. Are you kidding me? Look at every other playthrough I've done on this channel. It's usually been on PS4, PS4 Pro, or PS5. If there's been a console to be had, I did it on console. I like my PS4 and PS4 Pro and PS5. When I did the run of Resident Evil 8, Resident Evil Village on Village of Shadows, but no New Game Plus because I did use my pre-order bonus of being able to unlock Village of Shadows without having to beat the game, I purposefully streamed all of that and played my main playthrough on the PS5 and then used the Xbox Series X to do that. Like, there's reasons for me to have each console. Xbox excels at some things that PS5 doesn't. I don't care about all that. I just use the tool that's best for my job. Literally, they're tools for my job. And I get my job is playing games, so I'm just gotta pick the correct tool to do my job. And right now, it's giving higher quality content because the PC can do it. All things equal, I just boot up my PS5 and not have as much heat in this fucking office right now.
Oh, nice.
I'm migrating to bed, so I'll be watching silently. But just know I'm still here. Thanks for the great stream as always. Well, thank you for supporting. I greatly appreciate it.
Kill me for the repairs later.
Salvador's loose, right? Yay! Dodged again.
Let's see you climb this.
Two eggs! The chickens are on my side. Talking about a revolution. Well, you know, the chickens are all gonna change the world. Grenade now. Grenade now would be great. I missed it by barely, but...
Present.
Nope. Grenade now. Egg! No! Salvador? You don't have to do this! Salvador! Salvador apparently did have to do that. I wish Salvador did not have to do that. I asked Salvador politely to not do that. I really thought Salvador was listening to what I had to say. Is this going to start a lot of things that I don't want to start? No. Don't bring up all my music. I will get tagged for all of that. No, YouTube. No, don't bring up my don't bring up that. Don't do all those things, please. I pulled up a thing and it was just like, did you want everything at your disposal right now? Did you want it right now? And I immediately went, no, I actually didn't, but thank you. Thank you for your kind consideration of filling up my screen with your junk. I was coming over here because I don't think I've done it enough times. I've forgotten a few times, but don't leave yet, please. Give me 2 seconds. 2 more seconds of your time, only for the idea of, I have a way to actually thank everyone who supports my career, and everyone should stick around just for a second so I can thank people who did a thing, and then we all just leave, because I'll probably be streaming again tonight. My son doesn't have a baseball game, so I don't have to stream, don't have to be there, so I'll probably be back at something tonight, so expect that. But people that do it: Devin, Sarcasm, That Bases, John Wheatley, Smooth, Caleb, Julio, Jacob, Justin Glenn, Mike L with super chats from RJ, Mr. BHO, Resident Evil 6, Christopher Days, Flakes, Bernard, M Green, Big G, Chadwick, Aiden, Philip, Matt with new subs on Twitch of Mismo and Break, and new subscribers here: Twisted, Cesar, Gabriel, John, The Machine, Lord, Robert, Soldier, Princess, Hamid, Nicole, Kinsas, Rufus, Blow, Curve, something, Prodigy, AP, Cupid, Elvis, Manny, Guts, Yemeni, Uzan, Luis, Nader with a new channel members: Justin, Nicholas, Flakes, Will the Wise, Not Stuck with Christopher Days, Gabriel, Aiden, I'm pooping right now, Ruben, Frankie, Paige, Go Hard, Taliesin, Nicotim, Simply, Bantus, Samlet, Gable, Chris, Rakowski, Sweat, Venom, Phobia, Frank, Victor, Clayton, Blood, Emily, Logan, Gilla, Luca, Godamus, Legend, Daniel, Vonda, Sweet, Logger, Damon, National, A-Dog, Levi, Big G, Fancy, Dwayne, Phillip, Super X Potato, Casey, Christy, Green, Richie, Costa, the basis. I lost that race that time. Today's race was lost. Today's race was lost to the gods of the credits. Thank you so much for watching. Exclamation point names. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope to see you guys back here for the next one really soon. Oh god, I screwed that up. Bye. Cutting the stream in shame.